Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to this edition of Drive Time here, January 26th at 5 p.m. Today's show is brought to you by Peace Belly, who is right here, ready for his belly rubs during the show. So this big fluff muffet, all that you see here is just Peace Belly. So everyone say hi to Peace Belly. P- Peeve is officially is applied and has taken over the spot of Chester for office manager. So he thinks that he's the new office manager. So I'm going to let him have it for now. So he's replaced my buddy Chester. So Scooter, how you doing today?
Good, good. We got snowed in, but I worked today, so I got out. Not everyone did. So
Yeah, I think we ended up with about 14 inches here, and it's snowing again. So we'll see how much we end up with after this one. Sarah, I think everything seems to be okay for you there in North Carolina land.
Yeah, I've not had a great week, guys. On Wednesday I hit a deer. And then
Oh dear.
now, yeah, oh
oh,
dear. Um, and then I've had obviously trouble getting to and from where my car's fine, it's drivable, but with the winter storm too, like just not, I didn't want to risk it. And then now there's supposed to be another winter storm next weekend, so things are a little messy. We're getting through. We're getting through. School's canceled for tomorrow, so we do remote, but it's still somewhat of a break, I
We
think.
put we have to put winter storm in parentheses when we talk about North Carolina
It
land.
wasn't even like a winter
So
storm down here. It was mostly ice. Although I will say we thankfully got more sleet than freezing rain.
yeah,
But everything still froze over in the end. So
the only thing that can drive on ice is Zambonis. So yeah,
mm.
that's it. So. All right, well, let's get to it. We got a lot to cover and just a little time to cover it in. So let's get us started here with, of course, the basic fun stuff. You know that you can watch the shows on YouTube and Facebook, but now you can also check us out on YouTube live pretty much 24/7. You can watch any of the Sideline Junkie Sports shows on there whenever you want. It's kind of a neat little feature. But if for whatever reason you can't watch us and you want to just listen to this, to these amazing voices talk, you can do that on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Catbox, and Odyssey, and that's available the next day. So you can actually, listen to Drive Time while you're driving if you so choose to. So it's all good stuff. The Sideline Junkies Podcast Network is just a growing. And of course, we have to start off with a couple of Say Can You Sings. Now, look, I'll be honest, after what we had last weekend, any anthem that came after that was going to be probably pretty hard for me to give a really good score on. But the first one after it still did pretty good because the very first one was Jamal Roberts. He was the national anthem singer for the college football championship game, and he did pretty good. He got a 45, so just slightly out of that top 10, but above average, which the above average is right now rolling right around 41. And then last night was Zach Top for the NFC Championship game, a country singer, definitely had that country twang in it, and he was okay. I think Sarah texted me right afterwards like what I think of it, and I was like it was fine. It was a little long, it was a little slow, and I'm not a big fan of slow. And I'm pretty sure he mumbled the first couple words of the second verse, like it sounded like a mumble to me. So he got a 41, and I think that's probably being kind out that I think originally it said a 40, but I bumped him up one after re-listening to it. But they're both good, but no Jim Cornelison. Let's just put it like that. Anyone have any thoughts on the anthems?
I know a little bit of Zach Top. I don't like listen to him. I just know kind of he exists. I'm trying to get a little bit back in the country. I just haven't fully started it yet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I did text you immediately after, and I was like, "What?" Because I thought he honestly did good, but it's
And
whatever.
I didn't see one for the AFC Championship game, and I did get
I don't
on just
remember
before
either.
kickoff, but I don't remember them showing one for the AFC Championship game. And they had
Yeah.
a 3-hour pregame, so maybe it was on there. I don't know, but either way, I didn't see it, so therefore it doesn't count. So all right, let's get into some football stuff here now, and of course we will start with the games from yesterday, and we're going to go in order. Also I think this is the order as far as. Not that this game wasn't exciting. If you like defense, this was your game. If you like bad offense, this was your game. Now, I will say this. If you like watching the game in the blizzard, the second half, this was your game because that went from looking like a pretty nice day in Denver to playing in all straight hell the second half. So it was kind of interesting that way for sure. But New England wins this game 10-7. To me, the big turning point of this game was early in that second quarter when Sean Payton had a 4th and 1, could have kicked the field goal, went for it, didn't get it. The New England's only touchdown comes off of a Denver turnover at the 10-yard line. But besides for that, really, New England's offense didn't do much either on this game. So a couple of the stats here. May ends up going 10 for 21 for a whopping 86 yards, but did have 65 big rushing yards and a couple timely rushes that really sealed the deal for this game. Stevenson had 71 yards as well. Stedham for Denver, he wasn't terrible, but not great. 17 for 31. I still think they threw the ball way too much for 133 yards, 1 touchdown, and 1 INT. So, Scooter, let's start with you. What were your thoughts on this game?
Well, just like you said it, like when they showed the pregame, I'm like, yep, no snow today. It's beautiful out there. I mean, it looked like absolutely wonderful weather. It didn't even look like there was a cloud in the sky. Next thing you know, like that went through the entire game, and then it was like,
yeah.
I mean, they dumped a whole bunch of snow within like 10 minutes. It was unreal what goes on in that state with that snow. But yeah, there was absolutely no offense. There was Sean Page. Once again, here we go again, talking about kick the field goal, take the points, because you take your 3 points, it's 10-10.
Right.
And you know, you're probably going to overtime because no one, I mean, you could be double, triple overtime in that kind of game, which is what I was hoping for. But but the defenses were great. Like, you have to look at it before that storm, because 3/4 of the game, it was perfect weather, if you will.
Right.
And then, I mean, so those defenses took care of business. Now the offenses, they didn't look too good, but the defenses took care of business.
Sarah, what are your thoughts on it?
I mean, I obviously saw New England playing up on top. I'm kind of surprised the score was how it was. I know that the second half was very messy, but I feel like maybe they could have scored a couple more points in the first half. Because, like, in a way, maybe it was like almost, it wasn't boring, you know, but like the scored means like, okay, not much happened here. It's just a bunch of back and forth, which is a good sign in these conference championships. So, not really much to say. I wouldn't, I mean, trying to go for a touchdown over a 3-pointer in a game like this, that's just a decision that you don't really want to do. But I can't really say I'm surprised in a way, because I mean, Denver does have those moments, I feel. Every team has those moments, but it's whatever. I mean, Stidham played okay. Just gotta maybe next year. Maybe next year.
Yeah, and then Coach checking in with us. And Coach, if you can, throw up in the chat too who you got coming on your show today, because I forgot to ask you that earlier. So if you can give me that, if you do that, I'll put in the plug for you for your show coming up tonight. Coach Devon from Pretenders and Contenders, of course, who is on right after us at 7 o'clock checking in. Bad decisions all games by Peyton, and I did want to touch on this because that's 100% correct. I thought even the first drive where he starts off with 2 straight run plays, like, you got Garrett Stedham, like, to me, you knew New England was going to come out playing, okay, you know they're going to run the ball. Like a play action pass on the first play of the game, I think would have probably been something really, really to go for and just give them a shot. And then after that, and then even on the one where he fumbles, it's a 3rd and 5 from like their 15. It was the way that they were formatting. It was pretty obvious that they were going to try to do a screen pass. New England had it played perfectly. And, you know, Stedham's just running for his life and then tries to throw it forward and it ends up going backwards. And New England, of course, recovers it. I thought that play call was A, very predictable, B, was snuffed out, and just Sean Payton could have done something totally different, not taking the 3. And then when he does go for the 3 in that driving snowstorm, which granted, you know, New England the guy gets a hand on it, maybe it would have been good if he doesn't, but like that would have maybe been the better time to go for it, just because I don't know how anyone could have felt confident about a kicker getting a kick through with the way the winds were swirling in there. You just had no clue. And there were 3 missed field goals in that game. You know, I think New England's kicker got a little lucky that his was earlier in the 3rd quarter. So yeah, I agree with that. I think sadly, if you're a Broncos fan, there was many chances to win this game, and Sean Payton did not do well in this game at all.
Yeah, I'd like to jump on that too. You're right, and Coach is right too. Because you know, you sort of saw both coaches be tentative the entire game, especially when the weather got bad with their if you will, young quarterbacks. I know Stidham is 28, 29, but
right,
unproven quarterbacks, if you will. And now Vrabel, we're slowing this game down, and we're not going to put him in a bad position. And if we got to punt, we got to punt. You got to throw it. Now, I think to the detriment for Sean Payton was he kind of did the same thing. And Sean Payton isn't the type of coach to do that. Sean Payton needs to go and have a little more oomph in Stidham. Let him do a little, like you were saying, play action pass. Those are unbelievable. It changes the defense, and they both played real tentatively. But one coach did it right and one coach did it wrong.
Yeah, and I got it when New England did because they're up 10-7, and the way that their defense was playing, he basically was daring Denver to score points, and they couldn't do it. That was the bottom line. They just couldn't do it at all. So, Sarah, any thoughts on Peyton and his screw up?
I'm not really great on the knowledge of coaches. I mean, I judge some just based off like names that I might recognize. But I mean, yeah, it's not great decisions. But I can't say that any other team isn't, not guilty of it. It happens.
Yep, I agree. All right, so before we get into the game, here's who's coming on the show tonight for at 7 for Pretenders and Contenders. He's got an action-packed show. Coach Ed Allen Frederick, Douglas High School head wrestling coach, Keaton Gannett, senior linebacker for Laurel High School. That's his team that he coaches, and then highly opinionated podcast host Josh, and highly opinionated is another cross show that has some guys on it that check in every now and then through Sideline Junkies, but they also have their own show and podcast on highly opinionated, which is a really good one too. I recommend that one too. So there we go. All right, so let's get to that one. That was kind of the not boring, but the less scoring of the two games. And then you had the fun one at night, and this one lived up to everything I was hoping it was going to be. Seattle wins 31-27. This game was back and forth. Sam Darnold finally gets the monkey off his back about performing in the big game, because he was fantastic in this game. 25 for 36, 346 yards and 3 touchdowns. Stafford equally as impressive. 22 for 35, 374 and 3 touchdowns. Apuka Nakua went 9 catches for 165 and the touchdown. Adams 4 catches, 89 yards and the touchdown. Kenneth Walker had 111 yards, which really pisses me off watching how well Kenneth Walker's ran these last 2 games, because Seattle didn't do this the whole regular season when he was on my fantasy team. Like had to sit Kenneth Walker so many games because it's just they forgot that he existed. So now they remember that he exists. So but this game was back and forth. Really, the 2 key things here too was the big, the muff punt that Seattle got the 7 points from. And again, like I know the Rams didn't have much time at the end, but they could have gone for the 3 when they could just kick the field goal. And yes, if Seattle scores a touchdown, but you're still only down 8. So again, they left 3 points on the board, and maybe with where they were, they could have tried a long field goal at the end, but they couldn't because they were down 4. Because again, another coach just gives away 3 points. So that would be my only criticism of McVay in that situation. But besides for that, this game was just fun. It was a good one to end on for sure. So Scooter, what are your thoughts on this one?
Yeah, that was fun, entertaining, went all the way. I love the games that go right down. Like I enjoyed the New England Denver game, especially in that fourth quarter. But boy, that was a fun game to watch. Puka went all over the place. Those quarterbacks were going like crazy. And yeah, the fact of Sam Darnold finally getting it. He's seeing ghosts when he's with the Jets. It was just it's always a bad situation with the Jets, but he was able to rebuild his career. Had to deal with a few problems here and there, but the guy's going to a Super Bowl. He's got 2 straight 14-win seasons. If he wins this thing, wow, redemption.
Yep, and the first quarterback from that class to make it to a Super Bowl, not Lamar Jackson, not Josh Allen. It's impressive for sure. So, Sarah, did you get to watch any of this one?
I believe I watched some of the start. Ironically, my grandma was on the phone when it started, and then Seattle scored, and then I found out that my aunt is a Seahawks fan for some reason. That was a whole thing. But that's like the only part I really remember. I believe I watched it until the end of the first quarter, so it was still, I think it was like a respectable 7-3. But I mean, you can just kind of tell. I am kind of disappointed that LA got out, because that was my prediction. I thought it was going to be a rematch. Hopefully, a little bit more exciting than the last time, but it's fine. I enjoy watching Stafford play. I mean, he's a great quarterback. And seeing with Seattle how Oh my God, what's his name? Why is it dipping on me?
Darnold, the quarterback.
Yeah, sorry. Darnold, seeing Darnold, like I don't know much about how he plays, but I give my kudos to the Rams for sure. I don't know how this is gonna go for the Super Bowl though.
Well, speaking of said Super Bowl, let's give the big game breakdown because we're going to do ours this week because we are on next week, which there is the 2 weeks in between. But next Monday night, drive time is going to be coming to you in prime time at 8 o'clock because we're going to be doing our Olympic hockey special. Not only the Olympic hockeys, but I think we are going to go ahead. We're going to throw in a couple other sports too. It's going to be basically a great Olympic preview because the Olympics are coming up just that following week too with the opening ceremonies, everything like that. So we're going to go ahead and give our predictions here this show. But the game is, of course, in Santa Clara, California, aka San Francisco. New England makes their 16th Super Bowl appearance. It's their first, though, since 2019. And for Seattle, they make their 4th appearance, the first since 2015. And of course, in that one was when they lost Super Bowl 49, when for whatever reason Pete Carroll would not run the ball with Marshawn Lynch down at the goal line and instead threw the ball, which was then, of course, intercepted. So here we are with this one. And so we'll start with you, Scott. I'll give it to you. Who do you like and why?
I like Seattle. They just seem to be a much stronger team, especially offensively. But I do see a good game. Don't ever count out the Patriots, especially in these kind of situations. But I see Seattle probably like 30-20, that range. And I think like NK, I'm trying to figure out who's going to be, is it going to be Smith and Jigba or is it going to be Darnold for the MVP? Because I think Smith and Jigba gets like 3 touchdown passes. And he could wind up with like 170 yards.
I
think
very
this is where he makes his big mark. So,
Showtime, what do you got?
I think in my heart I would like New England to win, but in my gut, in my head, I think it's going to be Seattle. Multiple people have said that it's Seattle's game to lose in the end. But the legacy of Drake May. The football rivalry goes on, but it is kind of nice seeing like at least players from local universities, like in your state, doing so good. I think it'd be good if Drake May could give UNC, that little, I guess, rep in a way. There is some NC State players. You got Drake Thomas on Seattle, and then there's 2 on New England. Their names aren't clicking on with me right now, but it's just nice to enjoy. So I'm rooting for New England, but I totally expect Seattle to win at the same time. I think I'd be happy either way.
I said going to the championship game, so I honestly thought that whoever won the Rams and Seattle game was going to win the Super Bowl. I thought that was the Super Bowl game, and that decision still stands for me. I actually don't think this is going to be close. New England went through Justin Herbert, C.J. Stroud, and Garrett Stidham to get here. So yes, New England's defense has played incredibly well against 3 mediocre to below average quarterbacks at best. Sam Darnold is not that. This offense is not anything like these offenses that they have faced. I do think that New England's defense, if they're going to win this game, it's going to be because of their defense. My concern too for New England's is their offensive line. Like Denver showed the key of how you beat New England. You get a lot of pressure on Drake May. And Denver is able to do that, and Seattle's defensive line is going to be able to do that as well. I honestly don't think this game is going to be close. I think it's got a potential of being one of those 42-14 type Super Bowls, unfortunately, unless Sam Darnold's and goes back to his pre-Sam Darnold self and throws 3 interceptions. Then maybe there's a chance for New England to make this a game. But if Sam Darnold plays like he did last night, that this thing is going to be over quickly. I have a funny feeling. So there we have it.
Close?
I don't think it's going to be close. I think Seattle's just going to, unless New England's defense keeps them in it by getting a couple turnovers, that's the only way this game stays close. But if Seattle can play like they did last night and not turn the ball over, I think Seattle's defense is way better than New England's offense, and I think Seattle's offense is better than New England's defense. So,
I can
but we'll
see it
see.
being close in the first half, but then maybe Seattle gets away with it in the second half.
And that could happen. We'll see. I just, I don't,
What do
I really,
I-
the way Seattle's playing right now just is really, really good to me. But so is New England. I mean, that defense, I can't take anything away from New England's defense. When you're only giving up a touchdown a game through 3 games, that's still saying something. So,
Oh yeah.
all right. So there we have that part. So real quickly, let's get into some of the coaching moves because we did have 2 more coach spots get taken up. We had Jesse Minter go to Baltimore. For those that don't know who he is, he was the defensive coordinator for the Chargers. This is just the 4th head coach in Ravens history. This is his first time as a head coach. Before this, he's basically been with Harbaugh the last few years. He was their defensive coordinator also in Michigan when Harbaugh was there. But before that, he was an assistant for Baltimore. So he does have familiarity with Baltimore already, which I think probably played a big part in this hire. But Jesse Minter is to Baltimore. Scooter, what are your thoughts on it?
So it's funny. We just talked about Seattle with Mike McDonald, their coach.
Mm-hmm.
So it's funny because he was the old DC in Baltimore, and he's a really good defensive coordinator. So Jesse Minter actually coached with him in Baltimore. And in fact, when McDonald got promoted up to being a position coach, the guy who took his place was Jesse Minter to become a defense backs assistant. And so it's funny how that progressed. But Minter's a very good coach. He comes from a family of coaches. I mean, never mind Harbaugh's family of coaches, and he has just done Harbaugh's stuff. So, and he is a fiery guy. So he is a perfect head coach for Baltimore. What they need, defense, that kind of thing, they're going to bring that back.
Yeah, I like that. I think that's all true for sure. Is there any thoughts on Minter going to Baltimore?
I personally think this is a great hire for them. I'm still kind of shocked that Harbaugh got fired in the first place. I mean, in my opinion, I feel like it was one bad season, but I guess having one bad season, that's it for them. I mean, Minter's gonna have Jackson and Henry to use. I think it's gonna be some pretty good assets. So I can see this being a benefit for them.
Okay. I like it. And then this was the fun one because this news broke when I was getting ready to drive home from hockey on Saturday, and I couldn't wait to see Jared's reaction to the news that his beloved Pittsburgh Steelers had hired Mike McCarthy, and it went just about as I thought that it would. It was fantastic for me. I don't know. I'm a little bit shocked by this one just because it's not the typical coach that Pittsburgh brings in, but at the same time, he is a Pittsburgh native guy. Does this help or hurt them keep Aaron Rodgers? I don't know. Does this change anything in Pittsburgh? I don't know. But he has also worked with this GM before, so I get it kind of. It still kind of surprised me, but here's Mike McCarthy getting his 3rd shot, and his prior 2 were with a couple of the historic franchises with Green Bay and Dallas, and now he gets the Pittsburgh Steelers. I guess the only thing I probably can say, I don't think he's going to be coaching for 17, 18 years like all of his predecessors did because he's already 62. So I don't think he's going to quite have the term that his other guys did. But Scooter, what are your thoughts on McCarthy going to Pittsburgh?
So it's interesting because there's a reason why I'm putting it this way. From the TV show The Office, there's a scene where Pam has to look at 2 pictures of an office building, and she says they're the same picture. So you have both of the mics here, and you go, they're the same picture. Okay, one's offense, one's defense. They both Tomlin and McCarthy have not been to the Super Bowl since 2011, and that was the Super Bowl they coached against each other.
Right.
And I think in that time period, McCarthy has like 2 more playoff victories than Tomlin does in that time frame. I may be wrong by 1 game, but I mean, all in all, it's not a horrible hire because you're going to bring in McCarthy, he's bringing in professionalism in there. He has successful background, obviously. So if you're a Pittsburgh fan, you can't be scared. They really didn't rock the boat any. Maybe they should rock the boat a little bit more, but at least their offense is going to be exciting, I would think. And McCarthy has known to have some good defensive coordinators, so we'll see what he brings in down there. But I know it's not going to last that long. But the whole Aaron Rodgers thing, I don't know what Pittsburgh's still doing with that, but I guess. I don't. Yeah, it's weird because McCarthy and Rodgers together, but I mean, I don't know. Rodgers is just a little old now.
I like it. That's a perfect one too. So Showtime, what do you got on it?
This is something Pittsburgh would do, if I'm being honest. They have all these great options to choose from, and this happens. I'm trying to remember because I think they were interviewing other people. What it was like Chris Shula with the
Hmm.
Rams and somebody else. I can't remember the name, but like I think anything would have been better than this. Um, I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what to think on this one. I'm just gonna have to be proven wrong or right that this is just gonna give them the same results.
I think it has potential to turn to this, a 100% gong show, and I'm there for it. I hope it does. So.
Right.
All right, there's the hire. So that leaves 4 vacancies left: Buffalo, Vegas, Cleveland, and Arizona. It seems that Buffalo's going to be going for Grant Udinski. That seems to be the guy that they are really wanting. Cleveland, Udinski has withdrew himself from the Cleveland hire, which, oh, by the way, that's now the 3rd coach that has withdrawn from the Cleveland thanks, but no thanks, between Josh McDaniel, who took the OC job for the Chargers, and then the mentor did too, because he got the job obviously at Baltimore. And that kind of leads me to believe that I think that's where Buffalo's going. Vegas has interviewed Joe Brady twice, previous OC for Buffalo, and they've interviewed Davis Webb. There's his second interview. That's the quarterback's coach from Denver. Cleveland seems to now be focusing their attention on Nate Shelsey from the Rams. It sounds like that seems to be someone that they're at least going to be able to bring in. And then the funny part is, I've not heard anybody say that they're going to interview for Arizona. I've not seen one single clipping of anybody that's interviewed for the Arizona job. So clearly it seems like the Arizona job is the one that nobody wants at all. But yeah, that's what we have left on the table here. Scott, anything that you've heard or want to comment on these 4?
Well, the Arizona thing. So there's Mike LaFleur, offensive coordinator for the Rams. Anthony was it Campanile is his name, I think. He's the defensive guy. Yeah, he's young. He's a defensive guy with the Jags. He's really good. So you're speaking of Buffalo. And then there's Raheem Morris. So those are 3 guys who I've heard that there's something going on there. But yeah, what's it? Joe Brady. That's a good. He would be like, if I was Buffalo, I might want to bring him in, but he would be good at Vegas. Like Brady brings in Brady down in Vegas, kind of like that.
I would not be upset if that ends up being the Raiders coach, if it's Joe Brady, because I think they need an offensive thought process that's way better than what they have, because they do have some weapons on offense. It's just, especially because you're going to, oh, by the way, you're going to have Mendoza if you want him, or, whatever, if they pull off a deal, then they pull off a deal. We'll see, but that'll be a subject for a different day.
Yeah, and then Cleveland, they're going to have a head coach. Kind of like when Jim Zorn became the head coach of the Washington Redskins. You're going to get a head coach. You may not like it, but you're going to get one. However, I think the one name, and I'm glad that Showtime actually brought him up with the first name mentioned, is Chris Shula. That's a name. There's a guy he's got a little coaching pedigree in his system, and He is not afraid. He's a defensive guy. I mean, he's young, and we've heard of there is a former Shula out there in the past that really was a great coach when he was young as well. So something we'll think about.
I agree. Is there any thoughts on any of these?
Not really. I mean, once Vegas does choose who to hire, I'll obviously do some research on it, because I mean that's the team you kind of put upon me. Carolina's not firing their coach, so I'm okay with that. I'm not shocked that nobody really wants to go to Cleveland. I am kind of shocked that nobody really wants to go to Arizona. I know they obviously aren't great, but I still think they do, like, I think that they're just pieces of the puzzle, and I don't know. Like, I think they'll be able to make it work. Just obviously just depends on who really ends up going there. It might just be like you get picked last kind of thing, like in a team, but it's whatever.
I agree. Whatever sounds good to me. So, all right, that's all the pro side. So, real quick, let's hit a little bit on the college side. There's a little bit I mean, obviously, the game happened last Monday. Indiana beat Miami. The guys on the network have done a phenomenal job of covering the game. So, I don't want to spend too much time on the game itself, other than it was closer than maybe I think a few have thought that it was going to be. Which I really was not surprised. Miami's defense came to show up, and the only thing, as a Raiders fan, the only part that kind of had brought up a little bit of concern for me on this game was, okay, it does go to show that as great as your quarterback thinks it is, once you start getting some faces in the quarterback's face, he can look normal. And Mendoza looked a little bit normal in this game. So tip of the hat to the Miami defense, but Indiana does get the job done. They run the perfect season, and that storybook is complete. So Scott, any thoughts on the game at all before we get into what college football is doing for next year?
Well, Mendoza didn't look like the greatest ever, but who made the game?
He did.
He did. So, and he won the game. They won the game. So that's all you could. You play to win the game. So play to win the game, and that's a national champion. There was no other games after that. You win that one, you're the greatest. So all they had to do, and they did it. Go. Kudos to Miami. To you, God bless them. They almost pulled the upset. That would have been amazing. But Indiana, one heck of a team, and we'll see what they do next year.
I agree. I think they'll be right up there. And I think in the preseasons, most of them, I think I've seen Miami in the top 4, Indiana's like around 5 or 6. So we'll see how that all plays out. So Sarah, any thoughts on the game itself before we get into the changes for next year?
Obviously I have to take back my word because I thought it was going to be a complete blowout. I said that very clearly for 2 weeks. But I mean, Indiana still pulled it off. Congratulations, Fernando Mendoza. You are now a Las Vegas Raider. Thoughts and prayers. You're going to need them. He's always so smiley, and I think once he enters Vegas, you're just gonna see his mood slowly shift. Like he's always gonna be like, he's always God bless, God bless. He's gonna have to start praying a little bit more, I think. But
my favorite Twitter person, Annie Agar, who does her things when she had the stuff about the Raiders and Mendoza going there talking about that it's going to be the second one that they ruined since Indiana Jones, and then also her comments about firing a coach and a quarterback that can't play, and it's like that's just what we call Tuesday in Vegas. Like I was rolling. She had that going so good. So slight sidetrack there. So all right, so here we go. So let's get into this here. So they have just made some announcements for next year. The first big one is it is staying at 12. ESPN had given them a deadline of last Friday. The Big Ten wanted 24 teams, which is ridiculous to me. The SEC wanted 16. They could not come up to an agreement, so it sticks at 12 teams. So that's the first big bit of news. Then, of course, there are still the 5 conference champions, but the ACC, the Big 10, the Big 12, and the SEC champs are all guaranteed spots. And then the top seed of the group of 6 will get the 5th automatic bid. So they all still kind of take in. You also now have the Notre Dame rule that will go into effect, that if they are in the top 12 of the final standings, that they are then guaranteed a spot. And the last little bit of fun is we go back to the 4 highest ranked conference champions all get the bye. So if this would have been in place for this year, Miami would have been out, Notre Dame would have been in, JMU would have been out, and Duke would have been in. Not only that, Duke would have been a number 4 seed because they were slightly higher than Tulane, and that would have meant that Ohio State would have been a 5 seed going into this thing, which is just ridiculous. I hate that they're going back to the conference champions get the buys, and I hate that they're going back to this where it has to be where the ACC, Big 10, Big 12, and SEC are guaranteed a spot. Really, I hate all of these. They all suck. That's my bottom line figure on this. So Scooter, what's your thoughts on it?
Well, first, I mean, when it comes to the 5 conference champions, I mean, it should have been that the ACC obviously should have had their champion go in, but that wasn't the rule. So for the ACC, anyways. But then you get to the Notre Dame rule. Is that also called the UConn rule? Because, what happens if UConn, they end the regular season and they get in, they're independent. They're the only other independent team. And they're the 11th ranked team in the country. And Notre Dame's the 12th ranked team in the country. Does that mean both of those teams get to go to the playoffs? Because, You know, if Notre Dame gets the exemption, why shouldn't the only other independent school, which would be UConn? And so, yeah, with all these rules coming up, it should be definitely interesting. Can't wait for 11 months from now.
Sarah, what are your thoughts on it?
Notre Dame fans complained for weeks about this, and now they got what they want. But it just, why are we giving them these little bonus, being like, oh yeah, we'll put you in if you make this? But it's just like next year, my rankings, Notre Dame will always be at 13. I'm saying that now. I don't care if they're 12-0. I'm putting them at 13 just to spite them. Like, I love Notre Dame. Don't get me wrong, but this rule is stupid. And like Scooter said, what about UConn? Like, what even happened? Like, it just doesn't. Now, I will say, like, the 5 conference champions, that makes sense. I mean, obviously, I said it earlier, like, I would have loved to see Duke in, but I get why Miami made it. And, hey, they even made it to the freaking, the championship. So the fact that with this rule that they would have been out is just completely crazy to mention. 12 teams to buy, it's still going to be messy. Like, it doesn't help at all. And I don't think – I haven't seen any, like, a single person say this is a good rule. I don't even know if I've seen a Notre Dame fan say that this is a good rule, but maybe I just kind of ignored it because I don't want to even start.
Midnight Rider and KG will be all in on this, because here's Notre Dame's going to be in the playoff next year, because in case you haven't seen Notre Dame's schedule next year, they play Wisconsin, Rice, Michigan State, Purdue, North Carolina, Stanford, BYU, Navy, Miami of Florida, Boston College, SMU, and Syracuse. They're going to be in the top 12.
Okay, but people thought that last year. People thought that last year with their schedule, and their schedule was probably worse than that, and they didn't do that.
Wisconsin is trash. BYU might be a tough game.
They're going to beat North Carolina, I can tell you that.
It's just, but realistically, it's BYU and Miami of Florida. Those are maybe the 2 games I'd be like, okay, maybe they could lose those games. And they do go to BYU, so we'll see. But I doubt. I don't know. We'll see.
SMU is questionable. Sometimes they're good at the start of the season, and then they die.
It's definitely a favorable schedule for sure. I hear you, Anthony checking in. Good afternoon, Anthony. You just got your props from that. Okay, I knew he'd have a good comment. This one, this pisses me off. Notre Dame can get away with that.
You missed it. You missed my part.
Forcing their way into playoffs because they have a weak schedule. Yep. Yeah. We're with you, Anthony. Well, I should say this. At least Showtime and I are with you. I don't want to throw Scooter in that bus. I don't know if he's fully on board with the hate for Notre Dame about this rule, but I don't know. Scooter, are you on board with us, or are you okay with that rule?
I just think it's ridiculous that UConn is not exempt.
Right.
Like, you just there's only 2 teams. And what are the odds that UConn is going to be ranked in the top 12? So just do it.
Right.
Like, okay.
I need to hear Uncle Tom's opinion on this. I need to.
Then they're afraid there will be more teams that want to go independent. And it's like, well, we deserve our spot too. Then, okay. Yeah. But, if it's only 2 teams, why don't you just allow UConn to be a part of that fun?
Yep. All right. So it's time. Well, let's leave all the football stuff behind here. It is time to get into a new segment, and then we're going to call it Around the Track. Like that, huh? See, you got your own segment title and everything, Scooter. How about that? Didn't even know that was coming, did you? So there were some changes for NASCAR. So I'm going to turn this over to Scooter, and you give us the changes to NASCAR and what you think that's going to mean for this coming season. And then Sarah, you can throw in some comments on it, because I know you watch some NASCAR too, and I will just sit here and listen.
So just go like real brief history, like in the Dale Earnhardt days, they would get series points, and there's no playoffs. They would build up these points through the regular season until it ended, and then at the end of the race, you could win the whole thing before the last race. Then they wanted to change it up, and they made something called the Chase, which was kind of cool. It was that 12 teams, or I think it's 16 now, but 12 teams would get in. 12 racers would get into the 10 playoff races, and then they pick up points through that period. And at the final race, every race car can still be that are in the top 12 or the top 16 could still win the championship. Well, then they changed it to a playoff format where every few races racers get knocked out. So it'll go from like 16 to 12 after 2 races, and from 12 to 8 after another 2 races, till you finally get your final 4 of the last 2 races. And people just thought that was too much. You're taking away from like good racing. You're giving, you're just allowing too many non-decent racers to get in there. There's a few other things too, as they used to in the regular season just last year. If you won a race in the regular season, you automatically make the playoffs. So you can have 16 cars and 17 cars and 18 cars. So there are these guys winning yellow flag races because there's a big wreck and all the guys in 23rd, all of a sudden he's in first and he wins the race. He's in the playoffs. He probably didn't deserve to make the playoffs, but you won a race. Cool. Good for you. But now this is the championship race, the championship playoff time. It's going to be 10 races. The one who's in first place going into the playoffs gets a 25-point edge on everybody. Then it goes like -2, -4, -8 to build up to that 25. But from that point, it's just all on point races. But if you do win a race, you get more points. And that's the regular season also. So it's different. The funny thing is Kyle Larson won the whole series last year, won the playoffs, did the whole thing. And if they went to the point systems that they just changed to, Kyle Larson would still have won. So there is that kind of aspect to it too. But it does make it a little more interesting.
All right. So overall, do you like it, the changes, or wait and see?
No, I like it. I like it because I like the chase format back in the day. And instead of like, 4 guys get knocked out, like a good racer could get knocked out in the first round, if you will, because he had a bad, he wrecked and he finished last.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because that could happen. You finish last, you're done.
Yeah. Then you'd be cooked. Sarah, any thoughts on this?
Yeah, no, I like it. It makes sense. It's a fair style. And I mean, of course, with how last season turned out, I mean, it was devastating for Hamlin. He played great the entire career. But I mean, obviously, he was just this close. So I mean, it's different. It's going to be interesting to try out. But I'm excited for it for sure. I think Denny Hamlin said that he would be okay for the season. I think he obviously with dealing with his father's death, but he's doing okay. I think he said he'd be performing for the clash that they have going on in Los Angeles. Right. Or was it I can't remember.
And make no mistake, this was contentious too, because you had former drivers like Mark Martin just big time ripping what they did with, like, oh no, they shouldn't be getting knocked out and we should go back to a better way. And so he thinks this is a great move also. Hated the old format, loves this new chase format. So it's a lot, there's much more positivity than negativity.
All right, I take your guys' word for it. This is not my expertise. A few comments on it. The correspondent checking in. Thanks for checking in. Correspondent was on with the guys yesterday. He's on all over the place. He comes in and jumps in on shows, but he's always good. I love him. He says, I like going back to the chase. There was one funny comment that I do have to read that Chuck put in here. They turned left for a few hours. That's kind of how I feel about NASCAR, but I know that there are people out there that love it. So I try to cover everyone, but I do think that was pretty funny. Correspondent also says can't have a driver already qualify for the next round with multiple races left, almost nothing to race for, and terrible for the fans. Yeah. And Anthony checked in with this. What I wish NASCAR did is a mix of the old Winston Cup format with the chase format. So he's kind of looking for a little bit of both. And then he did have a question.
You kind of have a little bit of that.
Okay.
Yeah, a little bit of that. So it's like this is the best way that they can come up with doing that.
And then he did have a question in here for you, and I don't know this. Do you have an update on the lawsuit that was happening with the drivers and the family who owns NASCAR?
Was that's the Michael Jordan one where it was Jordan Raceway? Yeah. Okay. So it was Denny Hamlin and Michael Jordan. It was a settlement,
didn't it? Yeah.
There was a settlement, but make no mistake, NASCAR, if you will, lost. Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin, and I think it was I forgot the other race team. But it was those two guys won. Make no mistake about it. It really opened it up for free agency. There's a big contention about like, oh, you had to have all your racers. There's a lot of stuff going on that certain race teams such as Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin's team felt that it was hurting the business in general. And so
wasn't it Bubba Wallace too, or no? Is it Bubba
well,
Wallace?
he races for them.
Oh, okay.
He wasn't in the lawsuit, but he races for 2311.
Okay. I don't remember if he was a part of.
Yeah. He wasn't officially part of it, but that's Michael Jordan and Denny Hamlin 2311 is their race team.
Right.
And then he did have this one back to football. If Ohio State was independent, do you think they would be able to get away with what Notre Dame has consistently doing a weak schedule? And they finished off with 2 or 3, maybe 4 good points. I mean, look, some of Ohio State's schedule is dictated by the fact that it's conference play, and the conference decides which conference teams you play. I don't think Ohio State has too much power in the Big Ten, so it really is kind of a moot point. They're never going to go an independent route unless something just, as long as the Big Ten and the SEC have as much power as they're going to have, they're never going to be an independent. That's just my thoughts on it as an Ohio State follower. That's not a really concern. If they did ever go independent, I think they'd play a lot more tougher teams than what probably the Big Ten allows them to play. They've never backed away from playing anybody. It's just, Penn State was on their schedule this year. Who knew Penn State was going to suck? Sometimes those things happen when going into the season, everyone's like Ohio State, Penn State, that's going to be the game of the century, and then Penn State turned into shit. So sometimes that happens. So, but Ohio State's playing Texas again next year. So I mean, they try to schedule one. Now, look, these teams are always going to schedule cupcakes for at home. And as a mid-major person, mid-majors seek these games out because they get paid. Like when Kent State goes to Kent State next year, which I will be in Columbus for that game, Kent State is probably going to make about $1.5 million in that game. That funds the entire Kent State athletic program. So these mid-majors need those games still too, because they fund a lot of the other stuff that goes on at these universities. And if they don't get those paydays anymore, because everyone wants to see these big schools play nothing but big schools, you will have no mid-major athletics left, because they won't have any money to play. So that's my thoughts on all that. Kind of off subject. So,
good. 100%. You should have said that.
Okay. All right. So let's get back on track here. See, on track, around the track. We're doing all kinds of track stuff today. So some baseball stuff. I did want to talk a little bit quickly about the Nats trade. They trade away Mackenzie Gore to Texas for 5 prospects: Gavin Fine, Alejandro Rosario, Devin Fitzgerald, Yeremy Cabrera, and Albamek Ortiz. These guys all move up into the Nats prospect system as their 5th, 11th, 12th, 17th, and 24th prospects. Gore he's a left-handed starter. He was an all-star last year, but did struggle at the end, and he ends up right around his career ERA of 4.17. I know this went around in our comments section a lot, but Scooter, you're a Nats fan. I kind of root for the Nats as my favorite NL team, but I'll let you go first on your thoughts on the trade.
Well, I thought it was a great trade. I mean, it was good for both teams, but it was really great for the Nats as well, because they really have to refill that their minor league farm system. They got to get guys in there. And I mean, Mackenzie Gore, he's a great piece to trade if you're going to have a Mackenzie. I mean, he's not this great player. He's a good pitcher, and he's a left-handed pitcher, as you said. And there's something to that. And he's good. He is going to be 28 in the upcoming as next contract in a few years, which makes him right around that average, younger to average age of baseball, anyways, for starting pitchers. So now's the time. The Nats. I mean, they're not going anywhere this year. They weren't going anywhere this year with Gore. Now they're not going anywhere this year without Gore. So that's okay. And they did replenish that front set. They have a bunch of shortstops. Fine. He's good. He's fine. And he'll probably play third base at one point because he's like 6'4", something like that. He's 6'3". He's a tall guy. So it's just really good. And so they brought in 5 guys. There's a left-hander in there there's a pitcher in there who had Tommy John surgery, who was really up there doing well in the minors until he tore it. And then they have another outfielder who can hit the ball long. So
I think you talked me into this trade, because at first I really didn't like it, but I think you kind of talked to me, because I do get your points on it. I do think maybe they may regret, only because I do think, look, you still got a young left-hander starter who maybe still hasn't quite figured everything out. And I think I think he's always gotten off to these good starts and he's faded down the end. Now, some of that too could be the team that's with him maybe makes it harder, and he's going to have a much better, stuff around him to work with. So we'll see how it goes. But I do like the prospects, and I really didn't think I realized how bleak the Nats farm system was. And so you're adding 5 pieces to that farm system. So you talked me into this being a better trade for the Nats than I first thought. So
I mean, they've been the past few years. They've been consistently like 24 to 27th worst or best farm league in the major leagues. So
okay, Sarah, you got anything on this one?
Sorry, I'm super tired. I had a weird dream last night. Well, that's a different story. I mean, I don't really know much about this trade, nor about the Nats. I mean, I know they didn't do great, obviously, last year. So I'm hoping the best for them.
Nothing but best wishes. So now let's get into the fun. Midnight Rider got into this a little bit last week. The contracts that came out, and I was going to bring this up last Monday, but I knew our show is going to be just too packed to be able to really get into this at all. Kyle Tucker goes to LA for $60 million a season. Some of that is deferred money. Kyle Tucker's just is not a $40 million a year player. Let's just leave it at that. The Dodgers also signed closer Edwin Diaz away from the Mets for a boatload of money. And then you also have, of course, then the Bo Bichette contract where he goes to the Mets. Now, Bo at least is a 311 batter, but he still probably isn't worth 3 years and $126 million. So you have these deals, and then you have the Bellinger deal. You throw in the fact that you now have 8 teams that, thanks to FanDuel / Bally Sports / whatever it's called before, still having financial troubles, is now back under major league control for their TV rights. You have the fact that LA, when they were struggling, got this amazing deal where they could keep more of their tax money from the TV deal. So now instead they're still getting taxed because they signed this deal through 2039. They're basically keeping $60 more million than what they should be allowed to keep on their huge TV deal. And you have these deferred contracts, which basically I think the LA Dodgers now have as much salary as the entire AL Central. The contract is up after 2026, folks. What I am feeling and what my son is feeling and what Ben has kind of thought along the lines too is enjoy the 26 baseball season, because I'm not very optimistic that we're going to see a 2027 baseball season. The writing to me is just on the wall. There's enough fan outrage about these type of contracts that the Dodgers and stuff are signing. I think that the support has kind of gone away from the players, more towards the owners about the need for a salary cap. The bottom line is you see a salary cap work in every other sport, and you can have a cap floor to make teams like the Pirates and look, the Guardians are consistently at the bottom of the payroll, but I will get this for the Guardians. They do their work and they do still put product on the field that is competitive. But something has to happen, and I think it's going to take a work stoppage for it to happen. So, Scott, I'll turn it over to you. What are your thoughts on all of this fun with baseball and what it means for the future of the sport?
Well, to get to the contracts part of those players, I mean, everyone is nobody's worth their contract. But that's how the Major League Baseball contracts work right now.
I'll give you one example of a player that is, because Jose Ramirez just signed his 7-year deal, and it's actually a pretty favorable deal, but that's a whole nother story. All right, you go on again.
I mean, there are some of those players that outperform, or they're given these crazy contracts. Like, okay, well, like it's, he's awesome. But like Kyle Tucker, I mean, I know his batting average is around 270. And he hits around 25 home runs. But here's the thing, too. He's a 4-time All-Star. He has a Gold Glove to his name, so he can play defense in right field. And he's also a 2-time Silver Slugger as a right fielder, which means that the managers and coaches in his league are voting him in as the best offensive producer as a right fielder for 2 different seasons. So there's something to be said about that. And never mind the fact that he's been averaging about 25 stolen bases a season over the past 4 seasons. And I mean, he's a good player. And if you got the money, you'll probably overpay him if you're the Dodgers to bring him into your team to hopefully win a championship again for them. Anyways, and the other guys, it's the Mets. They're gonna dish out a little more money than the average team would. But I mean, we'll see. When it comes to the second part, we'll see. It probably is going to be one of those big, like when they make another baseball Ken Burns style documentary. This will be a big part of one of the innings, if you will, if you remember those. So
yes, I do.
I think it could be an extended work stoppage. So yes, 2026. They got to figure something out, because I mean, things are working in the NFL. They have salary caps, and they do it in the other sports too. So salary cap things work, but don't be fooled that like, oh, Pittsburgh can't afford it. Pittsburgh can afford it if they want to afford it. Pittsburgh just doesn't. They choose not to afford it. Whoever the owner is, I forget the owner's name. But
we said that about the Guardians for a long time, that they could afford to spend more money on the players that they wanted to, but they don't. Other than Jose, they'll give Jose the money, which I'm okay with, But that's a whole other story there. So Sarah, any thoughts on this?
This just like pains me, because I do believe that there won't be baseball after this season. I don't like the Los Angeles Dodgers just because of how good they've been, but don't you worry, nothing beats my hate for the New York Yankees. If this was the Yankees, I'd be going on a complete rant right now, just done, throw in the towel. But no, I mean, goodbye baseball. And if you want someone to blame the Los Angeles Dodgers. It's like the Alabama of the college football playoffs. It's like, oh my God, what's another good one I can use for public sports? You get the point, though. Just it's not good, and a lot of people are upset about it. So, yeah, enjoy this season. I think the season next, a lot of teams have just released the regular season. So,
yep, it could be bad. That's my thought on it too. So we'll see how it goes. Maybe they'll prove me wrong, but I'm gonna enjoy my Friday nights this year at the corner of Carnegie in Ontario, because who knows when the next ones will be after that. So we'll hope for the best and see what happens with that.
2028 MLB Raleigh coming in. Trust me. I'm still going on about that.
Let's see. I still think that, I think they have a shot whenever they decide to do that. So all right, let's keep rolling here, because we're going on an hour already. Quick little crash the net, another new for if we do hit some tennis, which we are in the middle of the Aussie Open. We have 4 U.S. ladies into the quarterfinals. Coco Gauff, Jessica Pegula, Amanda Anisimova, and Eva Djokovic. We are guaranteed 1 U.S. lady to be in the semis, because Pegula and Anisimova play against each other later this week. So we have 4 U.S. ladies in there. The men's side, we do have 2 in the quarters, Blake Sheldon and Lerner Tien. They've got some tough matchups, though, so we'll see how far they get. Tien's got to play Alexander Surev tonight. He's the 3 seed, and then Blake Sheldon goes against the number 2 seed, Yannick Skinner. So we'll see if either one of them can pull off the upset to get into the semis. Of course, Novak Djokovic is also still in the quarterfinals, and so is number 1 seed Carlos Alcaraz. So on the men's side, it's been pretty heavy as far as for chalk. On the women's side, we have had some upsets. Pegula upset Madison Keys, who won it last year, to get into the quarters. So it's been a decent showing for the U.S. so far, but I'm not confident that Blake Sheldon or Lerner Tien is going to end the curse on the men's side for sure. But I do think that one of these 4 on the ladies' side has a chance to bring home another Australian Open Championship. Scooter, any thoughts on either of them?
Well, Jessica Pegula's had a better week than her dad has had. That's for sure.
That's true. Yep.
But yeah, it's good to see the Americans finally getting back. I mean, the women, we've always had the Williamses, but it's really good to see 3 out of 4. Hopefully we can, as American tennis players, women in this case, can sweep them all.
There you go.
Sweep the majors.
Anything for it, Sarah?
I just keep thinking that Blake Shelton is the singer.
It's not that. No. All right, that takes care of some tennis talk. Now let's real quick because we are getting basically we have about 10 days until we hit the Olympic break on the NHL side. And speaking of the Olympics, of course, we'll talk more about our show coming up next week, which we will break down the Olympic hockey very well next week. I promise you that. So let's take a real quick look at the East, and this kind of got me into the little part. You're starting to see some separation, especially in the Metro. The Carolina Hurricanes are 6 points ahead of Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh does have a game in hand. They're 10 points clear now at the third spot. The Atlantic is still 1 and 2. It's Detroit and Tampa. And then you got the fun. You got the third seed in the Atlantic right now, which is Buffalo. You have Montreal also at 63 points. Boston at 62 points. Florida hanging around. They've come back a little bit this week. They're at 59 points. You have the Flyers, Toronto, and Washington at 57 points. So my question that I've been having fun leading into this, Scooter, are your Washington Capitals cooked? Or do you think they've got a shot to still stay in this thing?
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't think they're cooked yet. Thank goodness they have a long break coming up in 10 days or so, because they really need it. They've only won 3 games past 10. They got a tie in there. I love ties. Overtime loss. I call them ties.
Right.
But yeah, so it's kind of rough. But they're still, of all the teams that are underneath that are not in the playoffs, the Caps have a plus 11 on goal differential. They're the only team that's in the pluses of all the teams that are not in the playoffs right now. So I still look at that as a positive, but that can keep the creek. It was plus 15, so now it's plus 11, and then you got teams like Florida that are just ready to, jump up there. So, but I think the Rangers are officially the only ones that are out.
Yeah, seeing the Rangers only 48 points is a beautiful sight. That's for sure. I'm enjoying every second of that. So
don't you worry, they're gonna make their moves.
Yeah, well, yeah, but I mean, it looks like Panarin's going to be gone, and which we talked about that last week, and Vinny's going to be going somewhere. So it's just a question of what do they get for him. So, any thoughts on the Eastern Conference standings there, Sarah?
I remember looking at this I can't remember, it was probably like a week ago by now, but the Metro Division wasn't as close as it was now. Obviously, you have Carolina on top with 69, nice, and then you have Pittsburgh. It's only 6 points behind, so it's only 3 games behind. But I mean, I would still say Carolina's got a comfortable lead, unless Pittsburgh goes on a win streak, we go on a lose streak, etc. And then just the Metro with New York at 59, it's only 4 points behind, but it's not. It's just a little separated, and then of course Philly and Washington are both right there at 57. But it was basically, you could see basically the top 3 being locked in: Carolina, Pittsburgh, New York, and then everybody else was way a little bit more behind. But I don't know. I'm not really sure. Seeing Buffalo in is already a little weird. I would say Tampa and Detroit are just kind of hashing it out, and there's Buffalo just being like, "I'm just happy to be here." So it's a very confusing sight for sure. The wild card, that's just the Atlantic at this point. I don't really see a Metro team getting in there other than
they're 5 back.
yeah. So I think the wild card is the Atlantics to win. But the Atlantic is I think just the Atlantic is way more close than the Metro. The Metro, you obviously know who your good teams are, what your mid teams are, than what your bad teams are. So I mean, it's definitely a little separated in the Metro, but I mean, I'm sure it could still shift around. There's still time.
What's crazy to me is, remember, when we started doing these standings, about 2 weeks into season, New Jersey was on fire to start this year, and they have completely fallen apart, which is very surprising to me. I'm not sure what's going on there. They should be better than what they are. It's kind of baffling to me. Columbus has kind of creeped back up there. I think a lot of us had Columbus as a sleeper playoff team, and they're getting there where you almost got to start talking about them again. I mean, they're only 4 points behind the Islanders for that third spot in the Metro. So yes, the spots that are going to be fun are the third spot in the Metro, because you got a lot of teams still close for that. And then you got that third Atlantic spot and the 2 wild cards. And I kind of agree with you, sir. I think it's going to be the Atlantic there too, because the fun thing with all these guys being so close together is just like you see these teams going like Philly. They were in second place like 2 weeks ago when we did this, and now they've gone on one of these losing streaks, and now they're out. Like it's just you cannot afford a 4 or 5 game losing streak at all. And I think that's the one thing the Canes have somehow been able to avoid. They've avoided the long losing streak. Like they've lost a couple in a row, and then they'll get a point or two maybe, but then they go on a decent heater again where they win a few in a row. So they've avoided that long-term losing streak, just like Detroit and Tampa got off to a slower start, but now they were on fire there where they had won like 11 in a row there for a little bit in point time. So and I think Florida's just still waiting there, and now they got Kachuk back. I think Florida's going to we're going to see Florida make a move unless Bobrovsky just can't find it, and he's been a little off so far this year. So we'll see how that all goes. So anything else on the East, guys, before we take a look at the West?
No, let's go. Let's head west.
Head west. So we're not really seeing much change out here. It's still Colorado and everybody else's game. Minnesota and Dallas has kind of started to fall back a little bit to the pack, but not really. I think your top 3 in the Central really aren't going to see much change at all. Utah's hanging around, but they're still 9 points away from Dallas. So they've got a lot of room to go. The fun in this is going to be still in the Pacific, because right now you have Vegas in first, you have Edmonton in second, and Anaheim is back in third again at 59. That's 3-point separation there. San Jose is sitting right there at 55, LA at 55, Seattle at 55. So of those 5 teams, it's going to be 3 are going to get in, and maybe another one is a wild card. It's fun right now kind of seeing Utah as being the team that's going to get in there. Nashville hanging around at 52 points. Chicago, Calgary, and the Winnipeg and St. Louis still kind of in the mix. But the bottom part, the hard part is when you're down at 12 or 13, there's just so many teams you got to jump above, and that means that you've got to play great hockey, and you need a lot of teams to either play mediocre hockey or crappy hockey to jump all these teams. But I think it'd be fun if Utah and Seattle Utah, Seattle, and San Jose, if those teams can figure out a way to get in it, especially San Jose. Celebrini is just a fun kid to watch. That's not a team I'd want to play in the playoffs. But again, what does suck with this Western Conference is by the time you get to the conference finals, 2 of the 3 teams between Colorado, Minnesota, and Dallas will be out, because 2 of them are going to play each other in the first round, and then whoever wins that one is likely going to play Colorado in round 2, which means that only one of them is going to make it to the conference final, which sucks. But I get it. They're trying to get these rivalries installed, but it still sucks that only one of them is going to make it to the conference final. So, Scott, what do you got?
Well, all I noticed is we were talking about the Caps earlier, and the Caps are on their West Coast trip right now, and they are 2-1-1 right now, and they've lost to Colorado, they've lost to Vancouver, they lost to Edmonton, overtime loss, and they beat Calgary. They play Seattle tomorrow, and then they finished up in Detroit, going back into the East. But it's a slog fest out there. The teams just, I don't even know if teams are scoring goals anymore out there, because it's just like they're just not that good right now.
Yeah,
a lot of those teams, like some are amazing, and then there's just the rest of them.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. You got the 3 really good teams, and you got everybody else. But I guess you kind of have that a little bit in the East too, where you got these top heavy teams, and then you got a good group of middle teams. But really same thing here, other than Vancouver. Everyone probably thinks that they at least still got a shot at it, but some of these teams, I think you have to look at too. If you're the number 8 team and you're going to draw Colorado in the first round, yeah, you might make the playoffs, but are you beating Colorado? I don't think so, because I watched a good bit of that Colorado-Washington game, and damn, Colorado just right. They're just a different level right now of where they're at.
Yeah.
Sarah, what you got?
Everybody knows in the playoffs, nothing really kind of happens how the standings are. You can get a bunch of upsets. Something doesn't go the way, but it just looks like Colorado's Stanley Cup at this point. They've taken away with it. The Central, I would say their top 3 is pretty much locked in, unless, any of these other Central teams just kick off. Pacific, I would say, Vegas and Edmonton honestly, the top 3 are still kind of moving around. The Pacific is kind of like all over the place, where you could still see some stuff shift. I do want to mention one of Colorado's loss was to Philly. They lost 7-3. Owen Tippett scored a hat trick against them in regulation at Colorado's home. So I think that's got to hurt their ego a little bit. God, I wish I could go back to when we were doing our little predictions, because what did I see in Vancouver? What is what is going on? It's so
Yeah.
bad. They're the worst team in the NHL, and I put them in the playoffs. I had so much hope for them, and it just gone, reduced.
It's because you were giving me all the grief about Calgary's picks, and then the hockey gods
Oh
came
yeah,
out
but
and
I
said,
mean
"Okay,
Calgary's still out too, so I mean it's not
I know."
exactly doing me any bad, but
We'll do that again where we take a look at our picks compared to the standings here as we when we get to probably about 60 65 games, probably maybe after the Olympic break we'll do that, because most of these teams have about 3 or 4 games left before their Olympic breaks hit. So that's a good segue if I ever did hear one myself. So down the road, I do want to give a shout out because I saw the quick little trailer for this today. I cannot wait to watch it. On January 30th, Netflix has come out with a documentary. It's called Miracle, The Boys of 80. It looks like, from what I could see in the little tidbit of it, I think they have every living member of the 80 team involved in this with interview segments. Mike Aruzian has come out and said it's amazing that it puts Miracle to shame as far as some of the content and stuff that they have in there. So I cannot wait, but that comes out on January 30th. So I have a funny feeling on our Olympic show on Monday, February 2nd, you will probably at least get my review of the Netflix documentary. And if you two get a chance to watch it before then, I'll let you two chime in on it too. But like, I was sitting here just a minute and a half of watching the trailer, and I was already getting the goosebumps and everything I always get. And of course, I'm wearing my Miracle shirt today too, so I wanted to wear that when talking about this today. So that looks very, very cool. But yeah, then Monday, February 2nd, we will be coming to you in prime time at 8 o'clock. We're going to do this show at 8 o'clock because I think it's going to be a little bit longer. We put a lot of work into the show for getting it ready. We are going to be doing all the teams' jerseys. We're going to rank the jerseys because it's important to, of not only of how well they play, but how they look. So you're going to get our rankings on the jerseys of where every team fits. We're going to break down the women's side of the draw, because the women's side is going to be amazing along with the guys. A lot of NHL talent is in this. This is going to be the first, where you got best on best since 2012. Granted, no Russia. We talked about that a little bit last week, which on the hockey side of it sucks, but I get it. Like, political side of it, I'm 100% on board with it. From the hockey fan side of it, I would love to see Russia in it, but that's just to have the total best on best there. But again, political side of it, I 100% get the why of it, and I support the why of it. So, but it's going to be fun. It's still going to be a great tournament. There are a lot of great teams. Don't just assume that it's going to be USA and Canada, especially on the men's side. There are a lot of teams with a lot of Olympic talent and a lot of NHL talent that have just as much of a chance as USA and Canada to be in that gold medal game. So that is what's coming up for us down the road. And then, of course, as we talked about at the beginning, you can watch our shows live on YouTube and Facebook. Listen to us on Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Amazon Music, Pocket Cast, Podbean, Catbox, and Odyssey. And if you don't just want to hear the three of us ramble on, there's plenty of other shows for you to choose from too. You got the Pretenders and Contenders with Coach Powell at 7. That's coming up later, and we talked about his guest. Let me go back here real quickly if I can, and I'll pull back up who he's got on his show, because he did have that here. So that's who's going to be on with Pretenders and Contenders tonight at 7. Then you got Unapologetic Sports at 6:30 tomorrow night. I was on with them last week, had a lot of fun. That's a great show too. They seem to dive more in on the football side, but they give their thoughts on everything, and it's a really fun being with Brian and Lee Ice. So the Ices were together as one, which was fun. Then you got the Tuesday night flight after that, Nothing But Net on Wednesdays. In the passenger seat with Jim and Jack, he's got a lot of great interviews lined up. I think he's got like guests lined up, he said, for like the next 2 or 3 months. So we're gonna have plenty of stuff there from him. Thursday night throwdown, the Gridiron on Saturday, WrestleMania Saturday night, which started us all, and then the Sunday morning rise on Sunday. So that is everything that we have to offer you. So with that, Scott, any last thoughts before we say bye-bye?
Are we going to have the gentleman on to give us the starting 5 of the Finnish team?
I have asked. I've offered to have both the gentleman Jack, and I also would not mind if we can get KG or Midnight Rider on for some of the names. I think we could have a whole fun segment there. So yeah, I'm working on it to confirm who's going to be willing on stepping out of their comfort zone and do name that player bit. So hopefully we can get a couple of them on.
And my guess is going to be some pretty good Italiano names in there too. So
yes, I know. I got to look at the Italian roster. I haven't looked at that one yet too. So especially on the ladies side, because the ladies don't have. They've got a couple, but I don't think. Well, even on the men's side, I think they did not go the route of trying to. Okay, well, this guy's dad his granddad was Italian, so he's going to play on the Italian team. So I don't think they have anyone like that.
They hosted it in like the mid '90s. I forget where it was, like Turin or somewhere. I forget, but they hosted in mid '90s. And their starting goaltender was a guy named Jason Muzzatti, who was the backup for the Hartford Whalers. And we're like, yeah, come on, go Italy. I mean, he got smoked, but Muzzatti.
Hey,
Muzzatti.
He figured out a way to get in there. And with that, here, hold on, I gotta go ahead, Sarah. You got any last thoughts on anything?
Okay. So I have a fun little bit for you guys. I'm not sure if you have heard about this, but Harry Styles, I'm sure some of you guys might know, but post One Direction, he's going on tour for next season, right? He's touring at Madison Square Garden, obviously, but I want you to guess how many shows he has at Madison Square Garden. If you haven't
5.
seen already.
I didn't. I'm totally guessing 5.
5?
Yeah.
You guys are both wrong. He has 30 shows at Madison Square Garden, but this goes into my next point. So he starts Madison Square Garden late August, which isn't a huge deal because preseason hasn't really started yet. But this goes until September, which New York, the Rangers, are having their preseason. Then it even goes into where the actual regular season, October, and he's in New York until the end of October, meaning the New York Rangers might not see a home game until November.
I bet there's probably some off days where then they'll have.
There's a little bit where they can make it work,
yeah.
But I just need you to know that there's 30 times where Harry Styles is going to be at Madison Square Garden.
Because Billy Joel had a residency like that at Madison Square Garden, where what was it? His residency was like 11 years, I think, where he played so many dates there a year, but it wasn't that many that quickly. But I guarantee you that the Rangers are still going to they have their dates to get their money. I promise you that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. But it's just absolutely crazy. Like
that would be.
I listen to Harry Styles, but I'm not like going to be obsessing over this. But
maybe the Rangers have to go on a road trip like Carolina does at the beginning of every hockey season.
Oh yeah, like the
North Carolina State Fair,
right? But I think it's only going to stay fair trip.
Well, that was good stuff. That's always fun stuff too. So, well, there you have it, guys. That's a full show for us. I don't really have anything else to add on top of it from my side of the sports stuff. So I'll say what I always say. Make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them and hug them, because tomorrow is not guaranteed. And with that, then we will say adios. Good night. We'll see you next Monday.
Don't hit any deer. Nobody hit any deer.
Oh dear, do not hit any deer.
No deer. No deer.
And besides for that,
I get my estimate.
Scooter's doing his best Bambi impersonation right there. Although, well, no, not Bambi, because they don't have the horns. Can't be a Bambi if it has horns. So, we'll see you guys.
Bambi's a boy.
Was Bambi a boy? Oh
yeah. Yes.
Never mind. I can't remember. How long has it been since I've seen that movie? That tells you that. So, and it wasn't one of my favorite Disney ones either. But all right, we've completely digressed. But we'll see you guys all next Monday, 8 p.m. for our Olympic hockey preview show, and we'll see who joins us and who's here or not. But we'll see you next Monday. Until then, everyone, adios. See you later. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Monday Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. This is Pretenders or Contenders, starring the man with the plan and the place to be. I don't know if you went to John Jay University or not, but we got Coach Devon Powell rocking us, taking us through the PG County sports scene the only way he can, the only way he do. So with that being said, Coach Powell, talk to me, baby. How you feeling?
What's going on, man? How you feeling tonight?
I'm good, baby. I got this ugly color blue on my TV.
Am I delayed?
I think I'm delayed. You good? Just keep going.
Okay. Yeah, but ain't no ugly color blue on here. You know, this is the greatest blue of all times. We're actually playing right now, so you know that shows you how dedicated I am to the show. That I'm missing my Blue Devils continue their undefeated run in ACC play. Right now, being on the show, so it's called dedication.
We're playing Louisville, Coach.
I feel like I'm late. I'm a little off, man.
You are, but it's okay, man. We'll figure it out. All right, let me do this. Hold on.
All
I'm
right.
gonna hop out and hop back in.
All right, man. Welcome back today.
I'm gonna hop out and hop back in and see if I can get us back on schedule.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, everybody. Seemed like there was a little delay coming across, but you know, welcome back, and I appreciate everybody joining us again. We got a great show lined up tonight, as always. And there go my co-host, Midnight Rider. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we good. We good.
Okay, yeah. Yep, we good now. All right, sorry about that, everybody. But, you know, like I was saying, we got a great show lined up again for you guys here on Pretenders or Contenders Coaches Show. I'm your host, Coach Devon Powell, Law High School head football coach, assistant basketball coach. We got the man with the master plan sitting next to me, the guy that's the hardest working man in podcast land. We call him Midnight Rider. And then we got on the show. Hey, man, look, like I said, I've been in the house all day because of the snow. No practice today. Didn't have to leave out except to go out there and break my back, picking up some heavy ice snow. And I just found out earlier that all my games are canceled this week, man. So it's going to be a restful week for myself.
Nah. I think tomorrow I do the back breaking and shoveling because I gotta try to get out by Wednesday. But I know for a fact, like the way they plowed the snow today, they blocked off one of the side streets. So, yeah, I'm calling the boss right now. I'm like, hey, we can't make this happen. So, I'm gonna be tied up at least until tomorrow.
Gotcha. Well, you know, you work so hard, man. You need a little break anyway. So
I appreciate that. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Well, we got, like I said, we got a great show lined up. We're gonna go ahead and bring in our first guest of the night, Coach Edward Allen, head wrestling coach from Frederick Douglass High School down in Upper Marlboro off of Croon Road. What's going on, Coach?
Hey, not much, fellas. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. Thank you much.
Can you hear me, Coach?
Yeah, can you hear me?
You good, Coach? You good?
Okay. Yeah, you're good. Yep.
Hey, what you do on the weekends? Like you do love talking slow jams on Saturday nights? What we got going on, Coach?
Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Once I get retired from wrestling, I think I'm gonna go into it a little bit, do some voiceovers.
All right, that's what's up, man. Go ahead, Coach.
Yo, look, just remember us on the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, man. Once we start doing these commercials, we can bring you on in here.
Absolutely. I'll give you some shout outs.
All All right, man. So, go ahead and tell us about yourself, Coach. How you got into wrestling, man, and what you got going down there on Croom Road.
Yeah, so I got into wrestling kind of, I would say, a non-traditional route. So I never wrestled. I'm from Prince George's County. I graduated from Central High School many, many, many years ago. Played football, ran track and field. The way I came across wrestling is I have two sons. I have 24 and 22 right now. When they were younger, they were 5 and 7 years old. They played football for Boys and Girls Club. And after the fall season, I wanted something else for them to do. They were a little small for basketball at the time, so I came across a wrestling flyer. We joined the team. I really enjoyed the sport, and from there, the person that was running the program at the time, her son was going to high school, so she let me rotate it for you. So they need somebody else to take over the program, threw my name in the hat, and I just kind of took over from there. So I was doing the Boys and Girls Club for the last 16 years or 15 years. And then this year now, I actually started my own club and with a couple of us other coaches. And I've been at Frederick Douglass. I've been there. This is my 7th year as a high school head coach.
Okay, so Coach, tell me this, because I like wrestling, but of course the wrestling I pay attention to has three letters, WWE.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
So, but I also understand the whole Greco-Roman nomenclature and thing. So here's what I want to ask you, in a long, circuitous way. How do you prepare your lineups week in and week out when you guys wrestle? Like, I know guys got to make weight and things of that nature, but like, what's the strategy behind that?
So a lot of times, I would say a little bit unfortunately with Prince George's County, like you don't have a lot of competition within your lineups. So oftentimes it's whoever's going to kind of make weight. For my program, I've me and my coaches, we built it to the point where we have 31 wrestlers this year. Last year we had about 45, so we did have an opportunity to have some competition. You do some wrestle off to kind of see like who's going to take that spot for that year. I mean for that match. This year's a little bit different. So I have a varsity lineup. Building my team a little bit differently. I also expanded to a JV program, and we also have girls. So with that, what tends to happen is because we're doing 3 programs within one, we tend to give up some points a little bit on the co-ed side in order for my other wrestlers to get competition as well. So I'm gonna just rotate my phone because it kind of rotates me a bit, but
no, you good, man. You good. So the other question I want to ask you is, like, being in PG, you talked about like, do you have feeder programs or people that send you people to wrestle, or are you always starting brand new?
yeah, so that's one of the biggest challenges I would say with Prince George's County is that you don't have a lot of feeder programs. You have a couple of programs like Glenarden has a feeder program. I think they go in the Flowers. Up in Marlboro, that was a program that I was a part of. Went into Gwen Park and Wise. I rarely get any of those kids from Douglas just based on the zoning. So this year I started a program, PG Combat Club. It's not so much to feed into any specific school, but it's to give kids an opportunity to wrestle in the off season as well. But for the most part, I would say with most of the high schools, they're starting from scratch every single year. So you're fortunate if you can get 1 or 2 kids that have wrestled in the you know what I mean, in the youth league.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the issues. And again, that's the reason I started a club to just really kind of expand that grassroots and to build that, to be able to, to be competitive against other counties, other regions.
Okay. Real quick, couple comments. Coach Mark says, hell of an intro. You know what it is, Coach Mark. Coach Mook, what's up, fellas? Been a minute. Yes, sir. It's been a minute, Coach. You slacking. If Coach Powell was here, he'd probably fire you and then rehire you in the minutes that just happened. MFVA Sports, All Sports Network. What's up? What's up, my man? Let us know where you at this week. probably won't be anywhere because of this snow. It's been crazy and treacherous. Coach Jerome says, "What's up, y'all?" Matty Ice from our show Drive Time at 5:00 said they got 15 inches of snow here in Ohio. Coach Mark comes back saying, "We tired, boss," and then he says, "She's 7 years already."
Yeah, it's crazy.
Man.
Yeah,
So,
I took over right when 2019. So
okay.
right before COVID, you know what I mean? We had a little bit of success, COVID hit, and then it's definitely kind of restarting from there. I say the same thing, 7 years is crazy.
Hold up. Here we go. What's this? Man, I want to invite you to our county tournament. Hit me when you get all right, I got you, baby.
Yeah.
And Coach Malik Lives. And then who's this? Shimzu David said, appreciate you providing opportunity outside the norm. Of course, man. That's the whole point of this show is we want to give coaches and people opportunities to shine and let things know, let people be known of what's going on in this area. We got a great community of high school athletes, and I'm gonna say it that way. We're not worried about basketball only. We do basketball. You're the third wrestling coach I think we've had. We've had like 2 track coaches. We did the young ladies flag football league. We had one of their coaches on. We had the Wise special teams coach, Coach Mitchell on. Like we here to support everybody, and if it doesn't come across that way, then we are failing you as a show, and hopefully that doesn't happen because we don't believe in failing. We don't believe in us, if that's what you want to say. Coach, I appreciate your time and I appreciate you doing this. Give me something that you got coming up soon. I know your camera flipped. You good?
Yeah, I'm flipping back.
Yeah. What you got coming up in terms of wrestling and the program?
Yeah, so what we had this week, unfortunately, the snow was canceling it. We actually had an event on Wednesday. It was going to be a dynamic event where our co-ed team was actually going to be competing against Bowie High School.
Okay.
And we also were going to have a girls duel going at the same time. So we're going to be in the same in the main gym on 2 mats. We'll be going against Northeast High School. Hopefully, we'll be able to reschedule that. If not, you know what I mean. We'll just we just gonna have to eat it for this year. And then we also had our girls competing at Queen Anne's High School this weekend. Not sure if that's going to happen. Something I'm super excited about is next Saturday is our senior day. So we go against Friendly High School. We do a big show for our seniors. So we'll compete against them, and also have some exhibition matches with our guys.
So I know the guy in the picture that just popped on. He's going to ask the question, and I'll ask it for him because I know what it's going to be.
Okay.
Tell us about some of your athletes that you want to like give a little shine to, and where the program's going.
Oh man, so I have a couple of them. I'm debating if I'm gonna have to send them my Cash App, so they got to Cash App me to shout them out. But no, but on my boys varsity side, I have a couple of seniors that are dynamic. Braylon Pippins, my 138 pounder. He made it to states last year. He's won a couple of tournaments. This is 3rd year wrestling, so I expect him to make it to states again, and just hopefully he can place this year. 157 pounder Gerald Carter. That's our leader. You know what I mean? He's the heartbeat of our team. He's been wrestling for 4 years now. He just missed out on states last year, so try and give him the states. And then on my girls' side, have an amazing young lady at 115 pounds, Lizzie Galvez. She's one of the hardest workers in the room. She's a sophomore, doing big things. And I have a girl at 170, Amir Butler. She placed 5th in states last year at 190 pounds, so she decided to drop down a little bit. So she's at 170 this year. So again, those are actually my captains, and I have a couple of JV kids too that's coming up. Elijah Kingsland and Andres Myrick.
Okay, all right, good to hear. What are some of your successes?
All right, guys, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Coach.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Go ahead, Coach.
All right, cool. Just make sure I was back. I don't know what was going on.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can repeat the question.
No,
one of the things I was going to ask you about was I know you run a youth organization as well. Speak a little bit on that, your youth program, and how it helps the the younger athletes get into wrestling at the high school level?
Yeah, so the club that me and a couple of my guys started up this year is called Prince George's County Combat Club. So we're running out of Forestville. We go from 4 years old all the way through 8th grade for the winter season. They run the same time as the high school winter program. And then what we're going to do in the spring is we're going to offer a high school program. So kids that want to, I know Coach Tooley talked about a couple of weeks ago, for athletes that want to continue wrestling, they can. So what we do, I mean, I just feel like, again, I've been doing this for 16 years now, working with the little kids, it allows me to bring that that coaching style and the teaching to the high school level. You know what I mean? So we always say if we can teach a 4-year-old, we can teach a 14-year-old. And it just helps us to, eliminate a lot of the wasted repetitions. But again, one of my biggest goals is to be an ambassador for wrestling in the county for girls and for youth. With our club, we're part of, and I don't think most of the county coaches know it, but we're part of the Prince George's County Youth Wrestling League, which started this year as well. So there's 5 programs: PG Combat Club, Marlboro, Boys and Girls Club, Glenarden, Rush, and Laurel. So those are really the only clubs right now that are in Prince George's County. So my goal is to be that gap between the youth league as well as the high school. So I'm also on the coaching board, Prince George's County coaching board for Coach Association for our high school. So I'm going to eventually link these 2 associations together and really, get everything, growing in the county.
Cool. That's good. That's a good thing to hear, Coach.
Yeah.
In terms of just like, what do you want this to grow into? Because you're 7 years in at Douglas. Like, where do you see this going next for you as a coach and doing this? Like, what do you want to reap from this? That's the better way to say it.
Yeah. So for me, from specifically for Frederick Douglass, I feel like I've accomplished probably 95% of my goals, right? So when I started out, we maybe had like 15 kids, grew the program to as many as 45 last year. And now what we did this past year is really broke it out into a girls program, a JV program, and a varsity program, right? So just like with football, you need the JV program to be able to develop those kids so they can move into the varsity. What happens a lot of times with wrestling in the county is that you have these tremendous kids and these amazing athletes, but they haven't wrestled before. So now you have 9th graders that's coming in 14 years old, and because you need to fill a space in the lineup, they have to go against 17, 18-year-olds. They have a horrible experience and they never come back, right? So what I want to see in the county level, at the high school level, is really for us to promote a junior wrestling, junior varsity, division. So the kids have an opportunity to develop and grow, and then they can move into those varsity programs. That's the main thing that we're lacking from the high school side. And then from the youth league side, I'm kind of doing that, starting up the clubs. Want to go around and show some other individuals how to start up clubs right and do it the right way. And I mean, that's the biggest thing that we need in order for us to be competitive with other counties and in the regions. I mean, we do it with football and basketball and other sports, so it's really no different. We just have to, we just got to build it.
No, that sounds great and amazing. And it's funny you even said, like, when the kid comes out, they have their first experience and it's a terrible experience because a couple weeks ago we had a coach on, I can't think of his last name, but he was somehow he didn't win a match his first year wrestling. And then I told him about perseverance and fighting through adversity. And I think wrestling is one of those sports where, what did he say? He said something about your whole team can win, but individually you failed because you lost your match.
Yes.
And that's the difference in wrestling than any other sport is you can lose, but your team can still win. What are your thoughts on something like that?
Yeah, I mean, as a coach, it's all about you trying to find that silver lining for the kid. I'm big on finding out, a wrestler's why. Like, why are they doing this, and helping them to define that. Oftentimes, we start out telling them like, hey, you're probably not going to win a lot of matches, especially against better competition. So we have to find out, why are you here? And my background is in project and program management, and I also do like system assessments. So I kind of take the opportunity to look at each wrestler as a project. So when they come in their freshman year, where should they be, within their time in high school? And you have to you just have to be patient with them. Sometimes you have to be that motivation for them, you know what I mean, for them to stick around. And again, it's just coaches just have to be patient. You know what I mean? You have to be patient with them. Like if you have a kid that's coming out that's trying wrestling for the very first time, you have to really temper and lower your expectations, because a kid that goes on that wrestling mat, like to equate to football, you have to be the offense, defense, and special teams.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like you have to be it all. So to go out there and have higher expectations than what's realistic, you just kind of mess up a kid's experience.
Go ahead, Coach.
All right, can y'all guys hear me? All right, couple comments in this section. We got Kelsey Miller saying EA is the best in the game. Prince of PG Wrestling. I got Carson at the MFE All Sports Network with the draw for sports like football and basketball. What do you do to get them interested in wrestling?
Okay, so for me, what we do specifically, like a few years ago, I went out and I helped out on a football team as JV football player, JV football coach. The reality is, like, even as that coach, I got a couple of kids, maybe like 2 or 3 kids from there. So what we started doing is around the end of September, beginning of October, it's about 6 weeks out from the beginning of our season. What we do is we just have open conditioning, right? And I'll go around the school because I'm not in the school system, but I'll post flyers. A lot of my other kids will start recruiting, but we really don't even focus on wrestling, right? What I tell the kids is just come out, and I'm serious about this. I just want kids to be healthy, right? So come work out, and then we go from there. Like I tell them, I honestly don't want you to wrestle. I don't want you to have the expectation of wrestling, because I don't know what they're going to be like on the wrestling mat. But if you can just come out and work out and get in shape, you know what I mean, then we can have that conversation. And a lot of times I just make that barrier to entry really low. And a lot of kids, I don't want to say they buy into it, you know what I mean, but that's the reality. You know what I mean? Like I just want them to be healthy, and then we go from there. So it's like, again, just kind of lowering the expectation, and yeah. Yeah, if you do that, I mean, because the reality is, if you go to somebody like if I go to you, coach, like, hey, you want to wrestle, you're gonna look at me like you crazy, like I'm crazy, right? So, like you just, but hey, do you want to, can I help you get in shape? Can I be your accountability partner? Would you like somebody to coach you through those things? And you do that, and most of the kids gonna say yes.
Nah, that makes sense, Coach. A couple other comments real quick. Coach Mark says Northeast and Bowie. Ooh, that's fire.
I was trying, Marcus. I was trying.
What we got here? P's about to be fired for his connection.
Don't read none. Don't read none of those ignorant comments.
I'm saying, look, yes, sir. Nah, facts, yes, sir.
Nah, so it's the ice. It's the ice. It's not you, coach. I got you.
That's all I'm gonna be fired. Don't worry about
it. Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun, coach.
Yep, they all getting fired on the day off.
What else you got, coach? Talk to me.
All right, man. Coach, I appreciate you coming on, man, and I'm sorry for the connection issues, man. So, good luck the rest of the season, Coach. I tell everybody, good luck until you come against our Spartans, if you have to come against them. And my guy, Coach Marcus, and them. So, but good luck with regionals coming up and states and stuff, man. And hopefully you guys and girls are ready to rock and roll, man. And I appreciate you coming on.
Yeah, thank you, guys. I appreciate y'all promoting wrestling. It definitely means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah. We appreciate it, Coach. Thank you for coming on, man.
right.
Thanks for answering our questions. You gave us some great information, man. So I
Right.
appreciate that, all of that. Even though Coach's Wi-Fi sucks right now. Oh,
It's
good.
all right. All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Coach.
All
You
right,
good,
that was
Coach?
Coach
There you
Edward
go.
Allen, head wrestling coach at Frederick Douglass High School. I appreciate him joining us tonight on the show. We're gonna keep on moving. We're gonna bring in my guy. Where's he at?
There
My
you go.
guy, Keaton Gant, number 11, linebacker at Law High School. What's going on, man?
I can't hear you, Coach.
Keaton, can you hear me, Coach? Can you hear me?
Oh my God.
All right, he hopped out. All right, let's try to get him back in. To get a better connection.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, can you
Hey,
hear Can you hear me?
We
Can
good.
you hear
We
me
good.
now?
I can hear you. You on time. So, but I'll let you know if something happens. I can't hear you. I'll give you a signal. All right, let's see. Let's try this. Uh-oh. You and I did the same thing at the same time. Go ahead, you do it. There you go.
I can hear you, Coach. I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
All right.
Yeah, we can hear you,
We
Mr.
got our
Gant.
guy Keaton Gant, senior linebacker, Law High School. What's going on, man?
What's up, Coach? Chilling. Ready to go to college.
So
Like I said,
go ahead.
like I was
You good,
saying,
Joe?
like I said last week, during the season, man, I don't know, man.
We can hear you, Coach. He logged out. All right, what's up, Mr. Gant? How you doing, man?
Hey.
You don't know me, but I've been at a bunch of y'all games. You make things happen, sir. So what I want you to talk to me about real quick is your experience. This is your senior year. What's your experience been like as a senior? Recruiting wise and everything.
One thing I could really say is my senior season taught me a lot. That's pretty like working hard, team chemistry. That means a lot. But one thing that I can say that I messed up on was like my recruiting process. I started like extra late. I started like after the season, even though that like I'm in a good position now. But like looking at it now, like everybody that's getting like bigger offers and that's really going out there. I feel like if I would have started before, I could have really been in that type of category. But I mean, it is what it is. But I am in a great position right now towards college and committing right now. And just on the football field, working hard. I've been with Laurel since my ninth grade year. And it been a good experience for me, man. With Coach Powell, of course, he came to pick me up when I was playing youth football. He came down there, told me to come and play football, and then just built a family from there.
One of the worst decisions of my life. I should have left him right where he was at, Midnight Ride. I shouldn't have picked him up, brought him nowhere.
He said he should have left you where you were because the worst decisions he ever made. So for real, let's your experience at Laurel this season, like how did it go for you? Like what you thought it was going to be and what it actually became. Talk to me about that.
So this our 7-on-7 season before like everything really started rock and roll. I tore my meniscus, and like, but my 10th grade year, I tore my ACL. So like the start of the season, like workouts and everything was good. I tore my meniscus, and I thought like it was done like after that. But then I went to the doctor. They told me it was like a little repair. Came back in 2 weeks, and like everything just went from there. It was like it started off rocky. I wasn't really like moving high when I was scared on my knee, but then like after hearing my coaches, like Coach Powell, Coach Jack, my coach Moot, all of my coach CJ telling me like I need to start like really like worrying about start being afraid. just go do what you gotta do. As them telling me that, I got to that point was like, all right, like I didn't even start this recruiting stuff. So it's like I have to do something to put my name out there. So then, like, started getting the hang of it, starting to get my knee back, going to therapy, and then going to Miss Murray, athletic trainer, doing all that got me to where I am right now. And at the end of the season, it started getting better, even though we did lose the first round of the playoffs, which we shouldn't have. But I mean, it's just all the learning process. I got bigger things that I need to worry about. And now I'm more like to a bigger route right now.
All right, so here's my next question for you is what schools are you looking at and why are you looking at them?
Really, it's been a couple schools like Arkansas Baptist, Judson U, Hudson Valley, what other schools? Chestnut Hill, New England. I think that's a D2 school. Really,
Mhm.
right now, my biggest choice is Hudson Valley. One, I don't really like going like far, but like I just came from a visit from them 2 days ago. Yeah, I just went down New York, Troy, New York for a visit. Everything was cool. Coaches talked to me. And then I like Coach Powell, them they know the coaches down there. And they just like it seems like a good environment. I've seen some of the players, I talked to the players. We were just like just chopping it up. And then they just signed they forward to seeing me, knowing what you call them this upcoming season and stuff like that to play for them and stuff.
So as an athlete, do you have other players like that you watch on a professional level? And if so, who's like your guy in the NFL that you rock with?
Really, probably Fred Warner. That's my guy. I like how he plays.
Yes, sir.
That's my
I'm sorry.
guy.
I'm a big Warner guy.
Yeah, that's my guy. That's like one player that I actually would sit there and like watch and like actually like try to take notes from and stuff like that.
All right.
That's one.
So you know where he went to school?
I forgot where you went to school, but I know I've been watching for a little minute.
That's a setup question, dog. Now he went to BYU, I think, if memory serves me correctly. But nah, I like the fact that you picked a guy at your position to be somebody that you look up to or you look at because some cats will pick players in other spaces and they don't operate in the same space that you operate in. So I like that about you, man.
Appreciate it, coach.
No problem, man. What else? Let me ask it this way. Um, being at Laurel, what's the one thing that you learned from Coach Powell? Um, even though he didn't want to pick you up 4 years ago, but he did. You know, like what did you learn from him in the process?
You better pick a good one.
Pretty much just like Coach Powell's the type of coach like he just wants you to work hard. Like one thing I
Mhm.
learned about Coach Powell: win, lose, or draw. Like lose with 100%, win with 100%, draw with 100%, 150%. Like going out there and just playing 50% and losing, which we did some games in the season. It wasn't a good look. And losing the teams that we know we were better than, that we could beat. It's like really just like play through your game. Like even if you lose, you still gonna be looked at. We still gonna be up there. Even though we've still finished the season with a cool record. But that's one thing like I can say about Coach Powell that I learned.
Go ahead, Coach.
No, I was just gonna say he better pick a good
I can't
lesson that he
hear him.
learned.
He said you better
Can you
pick
hear
a
me,
good
man?
thing that you learned from him, because if not, we got problems. So
That's a good.
Right.
so Keaton, real quick, before we get you out of here, like what's going to be the thing that makes you decide on a school? Like, what do you want from a school? Because I've heard coach say this many times: go places where the coaches want you, not where you want them.
Um, on that I could really say, well, the school that I'm choosing to go to, they want me. They've been hitting my phone like
Okay.
they want me. They want me. For
All
sure, they
right,
want me.
cool. And then what's your like what do you want to get out of playing football from here on out?
But I want to get out of the game. Really, like, it's really nothing to. I love the game too much. I want to make it far. I want to be big in life.
Okay. All right, couple comments.
Well, hold midnight.
Go ahead.
Keaton, can you hear me?
What do you say? I can't hear him.
He said, "Can you hear him?" We've had this connection issue. Real quick, I'm gonna hit a couple comments. Let's see.
Here
Mook
go
said,
Coach
whatever.
B.
Yes, sir. And then P's lost connection to the server like Madden and NCAA.
They all gonna be fired. They laughing now, but they all gonna be fired.
Peace to you, Coach.
Oh, Coach sent me a note. He said, give a shout out. Oh, actually, hold on. Coach Monty said, proud of you, my boy. Nothing but love. And then Coach Powell asked me to ask you to give some shout outs to some of your bigger supporters, some of the people that have been there for you in the process of you becoming this man that you are growing into.
My biggest supporter that been there from me start, my mom. And then right after that, like really my coaches, because they the ones who got me to this point, especially Coach Powell. He's been there from the start. And that's really my siblings, my grandparents. That's really it. My circle.
Okay. Are your grandparents here with us on Earth or?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I have to ask you that way because, I know people that
I understand.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. I didn't want to be insensitive to your
That's cool.
situation.
I understand.
Before we get you out of here, what's the one thing that you like about being at Laurel?
One thing I like about being like, are you saying like as I'm leaving? Like, what's one thing I'm missing?
Like you walking out the door, what's something that just is gonna stick with you? You're gonna be a parent one day, and you're gonna tell your son, "Hey, your dad did this." Like one of those type of moments.
Like just the team. I'm gonna miss Laurel, but like being a family with the team, us like. Even though like we lost, sometimes we had bad practices, like we all still was a family. We all like, that's what I'm gonna miss. And I'm gonna definitely miss all my coaches.
Even though coach fires them every week.
Damn right.
From that last Blake game, what motivation are you going to take with you for college ball? That's a coach from MF All Sport Network.
I know what that is. Oh, that game made me mad. Really, just play to the whistle.
Okay.
I'll just make sure I always play to the whistle, and make sure that one thing that Coach Powell actually told the whole team was do your job and stop being Superman, and everything would just fall in.
That's great stuff, man. That's great. Anything else you want to get out before we get you out of here?
Everybody that's upcoming, class of 2027, class of 2028.
Did we lose him? We lost him for a second now. Coach, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. All right. So
I don't know why he couldn't hear me, but
I've had that issue a couple times where a guest couldn't hear the other person in the chat. So just why don't you talk about the young man that we just had on, the impression he made on you?
So, some of the players will tell you that they don't understand why I got the connection to that fool like I did. But he's one of those guys, man, that Keaton is just one of those guys that just grows on you. He wants to be good, he wants to be great. He has some setbacks with some, the injuries or whatever. But he's just one of those guys that you just root for. He might talk a whole damn lot, and I had to limit him to one question a day because he used to ask too many daggone questions. But but that's my boy, man. And he had to face that adversity with his knee, and he just he ain't give up. He kept coming back, and that's just my guy, man. So he one of those players that just grow on you, man. And me and him are locked in for life. He called me Pops, so I call him my adopted son. I don't know why I put that title on him, but God dang it. Nah, that's my guy. I love him to death.
You too, Coach.
One of the things that I love about doing this show with Coach and, being an old coach is the relationships that we have and we develop with these young men as they come through our doors. I got a message probably a couple of days ago from a kid that I coached in 8th grade. And he was like, Coach, watch my game, you know what I'm saying, at 6 p.m. And I couldn't watch it because I was in traffic. But, that's the type of thing that we do is when we get kids that I always tell my kids that if I don't talk to you, then we got a problem. But if I yell at you and I'm always on your case, I believe and I see something in you.
Yeah, I got cursed at every day.
There you go.
Hey, see, they don't understand. That's how I show my love. If I'm not cussing you out, then I don't care nothing about you. That's how it is. Just like I'm gonna cuss all my coaches out for talking trash in the comments. Hold a couple more comments, then we're gonna move on to our next guest. Coach Mook said his phone died. I told y'all he's special.
But not like I was saying, Coach. Well, for the question you had asked me, but like I was saying, for the classes behind me, like 27, all those classes, don't go in there, work hard, listen to your coaches. It will help you and it will teach you a lot. And then don't start your recruiting process late. Don't do it at all.
Well, I look forward to it, man. You rock the number 11. It's a number that I love. So yeah, man. Just wherever you go, just keep us in mind. Make sure you reach out, and we good because you got support for sure, man.
That's Coach. Appreciate that.
Coach Imani said she coming to the school with girl repellent. He don't need no girl repellent because he in love. So I ain't gonna get into that. Yeah, he a lover boy right now. All right, Keaton, man, I appreciate you coming on, man. And I'll be talking to you soon, man. And I ain't gonna say somebody told me you was nervous on here, but that's okay. All right, man. Have a good evening, man.
Thank you.
All right, love you,
Coach.
All right, man.
All right, love you too, boy.
All right, Coach.
All right, that's Keaton Gant, senior linebacker, Law High School, man. And like I said, one of my guys, man, and love him to death. Love him to death. We're gonna move on and bring in our next guest. Wrong one. Yeah. We got our guy.
Oh my gosh, you got a shirt on. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Mr. Josh Walker, host of the highly opinionated podcast show. What's going on, man?
What's up, Coach, man? It's a pleasure to be here, man. I was watching the show before I came on, man. I love your relationship with Mr. Gant, your former player. Good luck to him and his college decisions. And hopefully I'll be watching him at some point in time, man. Good luck to him.
What's up, Josh?
Appreciate that, man.
I'm sorry. What's going on? The hardest working man in the game. What's up, Midnight Rider? How you doing, sir?
See, I ain't the only one that think that. I ain't the only one that think that.
I hear that. Everything good, fellas, man. I appreciate y'all having me on the show tonight.
Y'all love that shirt. Oh God, I might do. You gotta hook me up on that.
Yeah, I got you. I'll talk to you, brother.
Yeah,
I'll talk to
off
you.
here, of course.
Shout out to Kobe Bryant. I got you. Shout out to Kobe Bryant, 6-year anniversary of his death, man. So shout out to everybody that died on that airplane that day. Tragic day. Had to rep for my guy. So.
Nah, I got an 824 shirt. So
Okay.
you know it's always real when it comes to that guy.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, Coach.
All
I'm
right,
sorry.
man. No, you good. No, you appreciate the brother joining us today, man, and just let the people know, Josh, what's going on, man, and tell us all about your show.
So I have a sports show inspired by a lot of people, including the two guys you see on the screen, Midnight Rider, Coach Powell. My sports show that I have is called Highly Opinionated. We are 60. Our 69th episode comes out this week. The guest that we have on this week is a guy that actually works on this network, contributes to this network, I should say. My guy, the correspondent, shout out to Keith. We actually shot that interview today, so we look forward to you guys watching that this week. But Highly Opinionated it's a sports show for everyone. It's a sports show for Black people, white people, Republicans, Democrats, Independents, you name it. We're for everyone. It's a safe space to come give your opinion, your sports opinions. It's a safe space to come give your story. Everyone has a story, and I feel like Highly Opinionated, we like to spotlight the stories that everyone has, including the gentleman that you have including the gentleman that's on the screen now. I've been on episode 51. I had Coach Powell on episode 59. So forever grateful for you guys, coming on Highly Opinionated, giving us a chance, giving us validation. And all we want to be is just the best sports show out, point blank, period. We've had professional athletes. No, we want the first spot. We don't understand nothing but first. We've had athletes on, we've had coaches on, we've had podcast hosts on. You feel me? You name it, we've had it on. So coming for the number one spot. We're not trying to offend nobody, but again, I don't understand nothing but number one. So
I don't know about your beginning. So like what made you start this? I know you worked with guys, but like what got you motivated to do a sports show?
I would say the friends that I had growing up, like very influential, like especially on my sports journey and my sports life, I should say. So it all started in a friend's house. We started debating about this, started debating about that. And then you move on to you meet new people. So I met Lee Ice, started doing a show with him, a great friend of mine. I worked on his show, Jeff. He has a show called the Let It Ride podcast. I worked with those two gentlemen, Lee Ice and Jeff, on their respective shows. Lee Ice show was all in sports. I worked with him for a year, worked with Jeff for a year. And then, when you work with others, when you're working with others, you start having ideas about doing your own thing. So the main thing for me was coming up with a name. And I had to fit a name that fit me, and I would run the name by certain people that I trust. Like, I'm thinking about doing a sports show. You think about Highly Opinionated. It was like, yo, that fits you well. You feel me? So it goes from the name of the show to now who you want to work with. And you guys have amazing people at the Sideline Junkie Podcast Network. I'm privy to it. I watch majority, if not all, you guys' show, from Contenders to Pretenders to the Sunday Rise to Unapologetic Sports, to In the Passenger Seat, just to name a few shows. So I try to stay locked in. But for me, doing shows with Lee Ice and working with Jeff, I wanted to, have a show that I could do on my own and, show my talents and show the talents of the people that I know. And I work with the best people in the game. I work with Tim. Love that brother. Tim is the best co-host in the game. I work with JG. Absolutely love him as well. The best co-host in the game. And the gentleman that makes our show what it is our producer, editor Ross. Without him, Highly Opinionated would just be me on the screen just shouting. Ross makes us look good, makes us look good in each and every way. So I'm grateful for the people that I work with, and we look forward to keep growing, man.
So what are you, as as I'm learning, getting into this podcast game is, it's important to have good content. It's good to be up on current events and things of that matter. So, what are some of the things that you do to get prepared for your shows each week? Because honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I just get on here and talk shit. That's what I do. What are you doing to get prepared for your shows each and every week?
So I think it's a misnomer when people watch a sports show and they think you're watching every game. Like there's no way you can see every game. I try to watch as many games as I can. I talk to the guys. We're all in the group chat, so we throw different opinions around, different ideas around. But as far as me, I try to watch the games. I definitely do my research. We know what topics we know what topics are going to be on the show. We just don't know what each other are going to say. So that's the great thing about it. We're not really scripted per se, even though my show is recorded. We're not really scripted. Like you say what you feel. If an interview, for example, I've had both of you guys on, and I always tell y'all before we hop on to do the interview, I say, all right, interview be 20, 25 minutes. Sometimes you get on there, you start talking, you're on there for 50 minutes to an hour. So I think the great thing about Highly Opinionated is it's really raw, it's uncut, and it's true, real conversation.
So I always see you with a pen. Do you actually write notes?
Yes, I do write. I have a pen now. I don't have no notes with me, but no notepad. But yes. So when people are saying stuff, I write stuff down. Like I'll give you an example. So we had Tez on a few episodes ago, and we shouted him out today on the Highly Opinionated page. In fact, we had Tez on episode 57. And he thought Seattle was going to go to the Super Bowl. He was a big Mike McDonald fan, former Ravens defensive coordinator. So I wrote that down. You feel me? Now, I didn't boost it. I didn't, spotlight it. Obviously, Tez did. But yeah, certain things I write down so I can know what's said, so I can remember what needs to be remembered, even if it's on my behalf, the guest behalf, or my co-host behalf.
So when you do your shows, like, if you don't mind, you had the kid from St. Francis on. What was something you took from that conversation with him as you interviewed him? I can't remember his name, but I think it was the QB from St. Francis Academy.
Jayon Williams, quarterback, St. Francis. He's actually committed to the University of Virginia. So actually, me and him actually have had several conversations before we did that interview. So I had a feel for him, and I actually talked to him before doing the interview. But one of the things I took away from that interview, I just took away his joy, his excitement for life, his excitement for his next chapter. And I'm happy for everyone. Whether it's Midnight Rider, whether it's Coach Powell, whether it's Mr. Williams, whether it's Tim, whether it's John, whether it's Ross, etc. You name it. Like I'm happy for everyone. Like I said, everyone has a story. And everyone wants their story told. Like, don't believe people when they say they don't want their story told. They want their story told. They just want to tell it their way. And I feel like my show allows people to do that. And with me, with Jayon, man, again, his energy is just infectious. It's just contagious. You feel me? It's contagious obviously in a positive way. You feel me? Like he can light up a room. You feel me? So I'm happy for his success. I'm looking forward to watching him play in Virginia. I'm a big college football fan, so I'm looking forward to seeing him play next year and seeing what he do. And we have each other's numbers, so I'll definitely be in contact with him. He know that. That's my guy.
All right, so since we got you on here, I'd be a fool not to ask you about what you thought about the games yesterday. And give your opinion on the games, man, and what you're looking forward to in the next matchup.
So I'll start with the AFC Championship game with New England and Denver. New England won 10-7. It was a defensive game, basically what we thought it would be. I thought Sean Payton made a critical mistake. It was 7-0. The team was driving. I thought the game changed on this one sequence on fourth down. He went for it with Jarrett Stidham. And listen, my co-host Tim says it all the time. Take the points. And especially in that moment with a backup quarterback, you got to take the points and run with it. As a Coach Powell, like you said, So I thought that Denver missed a clear opportunity with that. And obviously the weather the snow came after that. So obviously the snow was definitely going to affect the game. So congratulations to the Patriots. Mike Vrabel, first year New England head coach, guided that team to the Super Bowl. As far as the second game, Seattle defeated the Rams 31-27. Listen, I've been critical of this man. I said this on my show. In the 2018 draft, there were 5 quarterbacks selected in the first round. If you would have told me Sam Darnold was going to be the first starting quarterback that would have made the Super Bowl, I would have laughed in your face. Sam Darnold was not. Listen to me, Captain. Sam Darnold was not part of the reason why Seattle went to the Super Bowl on Sunday. He was the reason. Point blank, period. Every time Matthew Stafford said, "Hey, hold my beer," Sam Darnold said, "Hey, I got you. Hold mine." So I can't take nothing away from him. He leveled up in the biggest game of his career. He played the best game of his career.
I agree with you. I agree with you. And I agree with your statement too about you saying that if you would have looked at that draft and said he'd be the one to get to the Super Bowl, I would have said you's a damn lie because it wasn't gonna happen. But I agree. Yeah.
So Sam Darnold went from seeing ghosts to being 60 minutes away from seeing the Vince Lombardi Trophy in eyesight. So that's a hell of a story. So I've had my questions. I still got some questions. He damn sure he answered a lot of them. So I gotta give the man his credit. So shout out to Seattle. And I'm looking forward to Seattle, New England, and Super Bowl 60. A rematch of Super Bowl 40, 48, 49? So
one of those.
Yeah, Super Bowl 40, I think Super Bowl 49. So Malcolm Butler played at the end of the game. So I'm looking forward to the Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Can't wait to watch it.
So I got the whole midnight. I got to clarify something real quick. When you was talking about the Denver game and you said, Sean Payton, he should have took the points or whatever. And I agree with it. On that level in the playoffs, you got to take the points there right there. But I'm sure my coaches that are listening in right now will tell you that if I'm in that situation, I'm always going for it because I don't like the punt, and I'm superstitious about field goals. So in a Spartan game, a Law High School game, I'm going for it on 4th down every single time. So
I got you. Hey, Coach, let me just say this: if you was paying your kicker $1 million, you'd be kicking the ball at the 20-yard line. You kick the field goal. That's what I'm saying. So all I'm saying is, in the NFL, the kickers get paid. Like, not to be funny, in high school, the kicker might be a backup, whatever. You feel me? That's a little different. In the NFL, this is strictly your job. So yeah, you get to the 20-yard line with a backup quarterback. Listen, I hear all the analytics. I can hear all the coaches. I'm gonna throw the headset down. Will Lutz, go out there and kick that field goal, bro. Make it 10-0. Because if we up 10-0, we probably win the game. New England only scored 10 points.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Comment section for show, Coach. You needed the comments. All right, I got you, Coach.
I got
you. You good. Coach Jerome says Seahawks on top. Next up is if the Seahawks don't win, they are professional bag fumblers. Next up is bet Minnesota regret letting him go. Now I'm shaking my head because that was stupid on their part. I don't agree with that, but we got time to have that argument. Alabama went for it 4th and 25 from our own 45-yard line. He ain't lying.
Hey, look, I'm telling you, they all gonna be fired tomorrow.
That play was a touchdown, Mook. That's 2 possessions. Coach Mook, oh no, it wasn't Lafayette. And then Sammy J says, "Hey Tan. I don't know who that's directed to.
She talking about my daughter that just jumped in the screen."
Okay. Hey man, I don't know everything, so we good. Keep doing your thing, Josh. My guy. And he has a shirt on again. Ha. See, Jack.
I always wear a shirt, man. I always have a shirt on.
Coach, you don't know this, but
Just, I came on a couple episodes with a beat on. My bad.
No, it's all good, homie. Yo,
I was so excited. I didn't want to miss my thing.
No, you got a sponsor for your show. Give them some love. The Wolves.
So, we had Wolves of War, my great co-host Tim. That's this clothing brand. Great brand. I actually support it. Not only do I ask people to sponsor, I actually patronize the people that I asked to sponsor the show. So Wolves of War, great sponsor. Tim has an amazing clothing line. You guys should go check it out. He has an Instagram page. There's a website you guys can order from online. So definitely go check out Wolves of War. I have another sponsor, Ediblieri. It's they specialize in THC edibles. Great product if you're into that thing, into those type of things. So shout out to Ediblieri and shout out to Wolves of War, two great sponsors of Highly Opinionated. We have more sponsors coming in the works as well. So we look forward to unveiling those new sponsorships and having those people on the show talking about what they're doing and their ideas and where they are and where they plan on going.
Cool.
So what you got coming on the show this week? I know you said you just recorded today. So what can we look forward to this week on the Highly Opinionated podcast?
So we recap conference championship week. We'll have the great correspondent Keith on from Sideline Junkie Podcast Network. So check that interview out. Keith was amazing. We'll have JG on, Tim on, and myself on. We'll recap our NFL predictions. That basically our preseason NFL predictions, teams that we thought, will win divisions, our bowl predictions, stuff like that. We'll recap that, see where everyone landed. How right were we? How wrong were we? Things like that. That's pretty much be the episode. So we look forward to you guys watching. Hopefully you guys watch. And Jack, funny. Yes, sir, Jack. THC. Yes, sir.
So.
Oh, I didn't know. Jack, I got you. Ediblieri, man. Great brand. I'm sure you'll love the support, man. We'll definitely talk, Jack. I'll make sure I hit you up after this interview. But for as far as the show, man, we got, like I said, we try to give you guys a great show every week. Obviously, some shows, people watch a little more than others. We get that, but we feel like we give a great show every week, and we're grateful for every guest that has came on Highly Opinionated. We're grateful for the future guests that will come on Highly Opinionated. The guests make Highly Opinionated as long as the people that work on the show. So forever grateful. We just want to keep winning, and again, we're grateful and thankful for you guys' support.
Go ahead, Coach.
Hey man, one of the things that you mentioned earlier about your show is, and like you tell all your guests, you plan for a 20 to 25 minute interview, but things they go how they flow. They just go how you flow. And one of the things that I love when I was on your show as a guest is, you guys just you gave me the platform and gave me the spotlight to just talk about, what we had going on and as a coach and at the school, and you gave me the autonomy to just talk, conversate, man, and it led to a great conversation. Like I said, if y'all haven't listened to it yet, it was episode 59 of the Highly Opinionated. Y'all need to subscribe to Highly Opinionated on YouTube and check my guy out each week, man. But one of the things I wanted to ask you, as you're preparing for your shows and you're getting your questions together, what are some of the things that you try to focus on and get out of your guests when you're talking to them?
That's a good question.
Really amazing question, Coach. Really, I get the guest. I want to focus on you, so you would be the guest. So people might think this is bad, good, however you guys think. I don't plan questions because I let the guest take me to where the questions go. And I feel like that's the good thing. I feel like that's what a good host does. one of the sports shows I watch is Dan Patrick. I say this to my guys all the time. Well, I shouldn't say my guys. I say it to the guys all the time. When we're on this, when we're doing an interview, I don't want the guest to think that they're on camera. I want the guest to feel like you're chilling. You at home, you're having a conversation, and you just talking. Now, again, I know there's a red light or a white light or whatever color light the camera is, blue light, whatever, green light, whatever. Like, I get that. We understand that. So obviously, you're going to be keen of that. But when you come on the show, I just want you to be you. And I feel like being you is great conversation. So from the first guest I had on was JG, John Graham. Now he's a co-host. To the last guest I had on, we had on Coach B from the Liberty Chargers. So, like, for me, I let the guests take me to where the questions go. And I feel like that's a good interview instead of having pre-planned questions. So, Coach, I'm like, it's not a press conference. Like, Coach, so how do you feel about being 2-1? Okay, so what do you think about your last? Nah, like, you might not want to talk about that. Okay, let's talk about your beginning. Let's talk about something that you want to talk about. Because if we do that, then I know I'm going to get the best out of you. Now, I can still ask the hard-hitting, difficult type questions, but it's a lot easier to ask those questions when we're engaging with each other. So I let the guests take me to where the questions need to be and really go at it from there.
It's funny you said that because we had that conversation about 2 or 3 weeks ago. And I'm glad you remembered what you said because that's exactly what, like, you and I think alike. I don't have to write down notes to ask questions. I don't even have a notebook in front of me. So you figure out where my questions come from. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like, I'm interested in you. You're already doing me a solid by coming on the show. So the least I can do is be interested in you and what you have to say. And I'm interested because, like I said, everyone has a story. Again, people say that they don't want to talk. No, they want to talk. They just want to talk in the right situation under the right circumstances. And we allow that at Highly Opinionated. I had my great uncle Lee Ice on. Some of the things that he said in the interview, I thought he would not necessarily didn't think he would say, but he said it. So again, you take me to where the questions need to go. So again, I'm forever grateful for the people at Highly Opinionated, from Ross to Tim to JG to Dylan, my guy. Dylan, he covers UFC for us, boxing, MMA. So a great crew, man. Great crew.
Go ahead, Coach. I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yep, you're good. I appreciate that answer, man, because that's one of the things that, when Midnight Rider, jumped on and started helping me co-host this show. We don't sit on the phone for 30 minutes. Sometimes we don't even talk to each other until I'm ready to hit start stream or the show. But I know he's gotten used to me, and I've definitely gotten used to him, man. And we just know, what each other's going to ask. I don't write down questions. I have it in my mind some things that I think I want to ask him, ask the interviewee, who he or she, whoever it may be. But like you said, we're just having a conversation. I've never been one, and I think I even said this on your show, Josh, like, doing a podcast was never in my mindset. I like talking shit. I like talking trash. I like talking sports. So my first show, I was nervous as all outdoors, and I had to do the show by myself. So, but after that, as I got to going, man, and got to talking, and then your guests come on, and you just sitting there having a conversation. It's like you even forget that you're recording. I mean, you forget that you're live, that there's a camera right there. So that's the one thing that I've grown to love about this, doing this, man. And like I say, I watch your show. I watch Midnight Rider and all his 30 million shows.
On every day.
Right. And I'm starting to, I watch you guys, and so I can pick up, some notes, man, and take up some things that y'all like to do and how y'all handle situations, man. So it's growing on me, man. I'm getting a lot better, but like I said, there's always room for me to talk shit, because that's what I do. Midnight to tell you, I'll cuss out a referee. He exaggerates a little bit too much. My wife exaggerates. I'm actually pretty calm on the sideline, but when it comes to sports,
Okay.
man.
All right. Hold on. Time out. We're not gonna let this happen. There's no way that you gonna say you come on the sideline. That's not no. So Josh, you don't understand. I watched this man for at least 4 to 6 weeks of the season, and I laugh because I know how intense I can be when I used to coach. Thanks to the state of Virginia for giving me all 4 of my technical fouls that I ever got in my life. But when I watch
Well
coach,
earned.
well earned. Shut
Well
up.
earned.
But coach, man, he gets to the numbers. I'm just gonna say it that way. He gets to the numbers on the field, and he makes his presence known. We got comments in the comments, and I'm not going to even bring them up. Go ahead, you can bring them up, coach. But what I want to say, and what I want to take this space to is, yeah, exactly. So
Hey, coach, if you don't mind me saying, next year when you start, I would love a schedule. I would love to come out to a couple games and see this up close in person. I promise you, I won't record. And at the end of the game, when you I only talk to a coach when they win. I don't talk to no coach when they lose because I get, one of them games that you had one of your moments. I would love to talk to you after you win. I'm just gonna look at you and start smiling. So please give me a schedule. I would love to come out and support coach.
Hey,
you
man.
know that.
I got you, man. Look, the doors of the 300 is always welcome. No matter how the game goes, I guarantee you will be entertained.
Okay.
And you will see for your own self that everything that they've just said was lies, and that I'm like Coach K on the sideline when he's up by 30 points.
Okay. Sitting down, Coach K. That's Coach. We got Duke in common, so I know. When we up 30, he's sitting down.
Oh, yeah, and that's why I said it. I know he relaxed, chill, and that's how I am the whole game.
Okay, I got you.
And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
I can't wait to see it.
Gotcha. I'm definitely gonna send you the schedule, man, and let you know you're always welcome out there, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
We got a 2-for-1 special. Hold on, Josh. I'm sorry. We got a 2-for-1 special in Cambodian breast milk because coach out here talking like this. So we're gonna just offer everything up because everything is crazy today. He talking about he calm on the sideline. I ain't seen that yet. I ain't seen him be calm, but it's all good. It's my boy. You know what I'm saying? It's my boy. But what I wanted to do, because I got both of you guys on here, and I get to be big bro sometimes. When I watch you guys, and when I say you guys, the two of you, and the path and the journey you've taken, I can't be nothing but grateful and appreciative of where I've seen you grow. I never jumped on Coach's show to take over his show. I just wanted to make sure he had another voice. You know what I'm saying? So he wouldn't get you had these moments, and you know this, Josh, when you're doing the show by yourself, there are these moments where you just need another voice. So that's the only reason I jumped in. But when I watch him, I'm like a proud papa because this dude is taking it to another level. I don't see the nerves. I don't see the jitters. He just be flowing. And I'm just here. And when I watch you and Tim, and it's just natural. It's a flow. It's boom, we bouncing off each other. It's Q-Tip and Fife. It's I get a joy from watching you guys do what you do and the way you do it. So from me to you guys, I appreciate what you guys are doing, and I'm proud of both of you.
Midnight Rider, that means a lot. I greatly appreciate that. Tim and I have never been compared. Tim and I have never been compared to a Tribe Called Quest. So we will definitely frame that, clip that. We will use this every episode going out. So we appreciate that. By the way, I'm Fife and Tim is Q-Tip. I'm just letting y'all know. Fife and Tim is Q-Tip. Tim is the leader of the band. I'm letting y'all know. But yeah, I work with great people, man. And again, watching you guys, like Coach, I watch your show. I watch your show every Monday. Every Monday as much as I can. Obviously, I do my show on Monday, so sometimes that that conflicts. I try to watch Matty Ice. I watched a little bit of his show today, so I try to show as much love as I can. But Coach, I love what you're doing. You talk about you just getting into this space and you growing, man. You've already grown. You've already doing what you need to be doing. You're spotlighting something that really hasn't been spotlighted, and you're doing it your way. So to me, that's a win. And however far you take it, it's all about what you want to do with it. Now, obviously, you just like the gentleman right here got 30 different shows. You got 30 different hats on. You coach football and basketball. You got a beautiful family. You feel me? You got your hands on a lot of different cookie jars. You feel me? So I definitely understand that and get that. You can't kind of like give the show everything because you got your hands all over. I totally understand it. And then, but as far as what the show is amazing. Keep doing what you're doing. I love watching. I'm gonna keep watching. I'm a fan of yours. I had you on my show because I wanted the world to see who you were, and you just emphasize that more on, obviously, on Contenders and Pretenders. So keep doing what you're doing. Midnight Rider, again, I watch you religiously. There is no better way to start your Sunday than with the Sunday Rise. You feel me? So I watch this back religiously. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep being great. Keep hitting them with the old school, new school. You feel me? I love it. I even watched a little bit of the WrestleManiacs on this network the other day, and I ain't really truly into wrestling, but I just watched just to see. I think I'll just say this in all seriousness: you don't have to be in that sport or genre to like it. You can just see chemistry. Like the guys on WrestleMania, they just got chemistry. You guys just got chemistry. Lee Ice and Brian, they just got chemistry. Jack. KG and Ben, they just got chemistry. Hopefully me, Tim and John, me, Tim and JG, Ross, we got chemistry. You feel me? That's what the audience like. You feel me? So that's what we all try to bring. And imitation is the best form of flattery, and I definitely imitate y'all the best ways I can. So
wait, so you saw yesterday's show from the beginning?
I saw a little bit of the beginning. So I saw it was KG started off. Like he started off, and then you were like black for a little bit. Then you came back, and then I got out. Then I had a call pop up, so I missed a little bit of it. Then I came in like the middle and stuff like that. So it was you, KG, and Jack on that. And of course, mine. I think was Keith on it. Yeah, Keith was on that. It was the 4 of y'all yesterday.
Yeah.
I watched a little bit of it. I saw the clip where Keith said, "I wrote something on there," and then Keith said, "I shouted all you guys out." And then Keith was, you had basically spilled the beans that Keith was coming on the show. I appreciate that, by the way. Hey, listen, I'm all good with free shameless plug, so I appreciate it. You feel me? So,
man, we gonna make this thing rock. Like I tell people all the time, like even though we different brands, and even though you like to keep saying you the best podcast in the world, I ain't mad at you because you gotta love yourself. Because you don't love yourself. I mean, you talking to a guy that yesterday morning, if you didn't see it, I called myself the epitome. So
yes, I saw it. The epitome.
Yeah, there's no person that loves themselves more than me. So I'm good with that. So,
hardest working man in podcast land.
Hey, coach. It's Terrell Owens, Midnight Rider, right there. I love me some me. I got you.
Right.
I get it. But I ain't gonna lie. Theo right there, Ben right there, and I'm like right there. I'm like right there on their heels, man. I'm coming. I love me. You feel me? I love you. You feel me? I can't love nobody else more than I love myself. That's crazy.
So if you don't know, go back in the archives, Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, Sunday Rise. Yesterday morning, the opening of the show, in the first 5 minutes, you will see exactly what Josh is talking about. But before we go even there, let's not forget that in the audio platform, tomorrow you can watch this show or listen to this show on Podbean, Odyssey, and any other place where you get your podcast information from. So please don't believe that you missed out because you didn't catch us on time or in this space, because you can always come back and check us out. You can always come back to the YouTube channel if you just want to see these pretty faces again, and click like and subscribe, and it's there. Or you can go to Upon Further Review and check us out there because these shows air on a regular rotating basis. So wherever you want to do it, however you feel, you can get us and you can get everything that we offer you. And I hope you appreciate that.
All right, Josh, man, I appreciate you joining us tonight, man. And before we let you go, man, let everybody know where they can find you at and when.
So, Coach, again, appreciate you for having me. Again, Coach, keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate all the love. I love what you guys are doing, man. Keep winning with pretenders and contenders. Keep winning, man. I love the show. As far as highly opinionated, you can follow us on Instagram, you can subscribe to us on YouTube, follow us on TikTok, and follow us on X. Again, highly opinionated. We're just trying to keep growing and growing and growing, and we look forward to if you love sports, highly opinionated is the place for you. I'm gonna use my great co-host Tim. He came up with this tagline: highly opinionated, where sports meets opinion. So that's the place for you. We aim to please, and we're gonna keep giving y'all the best show. We keep giving y'all with the best guests. And we are very, very looking forward to Super Bowl Monday. We understand that Super Bowl Monday is everyone's biggest show. We are looking forward to you guys watching that. Yes. Can't wait for that.
All right. I appreciate you, Josh, for jumping in here with us, man, and just talking shop with us for a few minutes. Again, I check out your show every week, man. Always try to listen to you and Tim, man. We gotta get Tim on here as well. Gotta get you and Tim back at the same time, man.
Let me say this before I go. Shout out to my brother Tim. Tim, man, these shows need you, bro. I keep telling them, man, these shows need them. I know Tim busy. Got some. He's working today. Tim, one of the hardest working men in the game as well. So he's doing his thing. But yeah, Tim gets some free time, man. I'm sure he'll bless this show with his presence, man. Tim's a great football mind, a great sports mind in general, man. So you guys, definitely.
He follows the high school game too, so he got some high school knowledge in him. So
absolutely.
We'll make sure we set that up to get both of y'all back on here, man. And I appreciate you for joining us tonight.
Coach, man, I appreciate you for having me. All love, man. Keep winning. I look forward to keep watching your star rise, man. Midnight Rider, keep winning, sir. I'll definitely be in contact with you guys, man. Have a great show.
You know how we roll, bro. We waste an hour and 20 minutes of show content on a Saturday morning at 9:45 a.m. It's all good.
Hey, Coach, the only guy I can call, right? And I'm like, man, I'm going to talk to him for 5 minutes. I look at the phone. It's like an hour and 30. And he's like, bro, stop doing this. We're wasting a good show. You calling me. Stop calling me. So I'm like, all right, I got you. I won't call no more. I text this man. He don't even answer the text no more. Coach, I can't win. Coach, I'm going to get
man, can't win.
Coach, I'm going to get your number. I'm going to text you on Instagram. I'm going to get your number. We're going to chop it up. I love you, Coach. Keep winning, baby.
All right, man. Appreciate you, brother. And I'll talk to you. Yeah, hit me up. I'll send you my number.
I got you. I'm going to do that right now.
Hey, Coach, make sure Coach saying the right number because you might get the other number. That's between me and you, Coach. Don't worry about it.
Oh, man. Oh, man, that was our guy. Oh, I don't know what that was.
That doesn't sound good.
Didn't sound good. I don't hear nobody crying, so I guess they all right. All right, man. Well, let me go ahead and tell us what you got coming up this week, midnight, as we always close out.
Nah, you know how it is. This week we got Unapologetic tomorrow at 6:30. We have the Tuesday night flight at 7:45. Wednesday at 7:30, Nothing But Net. Taking you all around the association in 30 minutes. And then Wednesday at 8, we got In the Passenger Seat. Thursday, we have the Thursday Night Throwdown at 7:15. And then we go into the weekend. But, we do what we do, man, because things happen here. And this is one of the best networks you can, if you want sports, you want any type of sport. I don't even know if you caught the drive time today at 5. They gave you a little bit of NASCAR. They gave you a little bit of everything. Like we touched every sport. Yep, we touched every sport, man. And if you can't find a knowledge or sports knowledge here, then you in the wrong place because you just don't want to look. So
I know I say it all the time, man, but You're gonna get every sport you want to, and you're even gonna find out the best place to go get a sandwich.
There we go, baby.
Yeah. All right, Midnight. Well, I appreciate you, brother, as always, man. And another great show in the books. But I'm gonna get on out of here. Go ahead.
No, I just said I appreciate you, bro, because there are some days that it just, when you're doing shows, you gotta figure out and find the energy. And like sometimes just turn that light on, makes it happen, bro. And that's one of those days today, for sure. So I appreciate you, bro.
No problem, man. You're right about that, man. And going out, a couple comments. Told him after about 3 weeks, just the boss BJ would be second nature. You're right about that, BJ. And he finishes up with great show. When the boss tell you great show, man, you're doing something right. My guy MFV Carsten, great show tonight. Appreciate that, Carsten. We're gonna get you back on soon too. You've been covering a lot of basketball games, so we'll get you back on soon to talk about that too. I didn't even get into my PG County basketball update this week, but we'll catch up next week.
No, let's do it this way. Let's do a reel, and you highlight because that way we can highlight the athletes, and we'll just drop it sometime tomorrow as a reel. All right.
Gotcha. Yeah.
All right.
That'll work. All right, man. Well, everybody, I appreciate y'all again for checking us out, man. Thank you to all our guests, Coach Ed Allen, Frederick High School, Keaton Gant, linebacker, Law High School, and our guy Josh Walker from the Highly Opinionated Podcast. Appreciate y'all for joining tonight, man. Y'all stay warm, stay safe. Some of these neighborhoods are still a little rough out there, so stay safe on these roads, man. And we'll catch y'all next week. Have a good week.
Peace.
And the stories begin. Welcome to the ride.
That's all you, KG. Getting you hype, huh? It's getting you pumped, huh? Getting you ready, coming hot off of Saturday night's main event. Ready for the show, huh? We off the chain now. We coming correct now. We got the big Nubian Sumo, the big guy KG, and the People's Choice representing up in here now. We off the chain with it. Y'all mean. You know the rest of the daggone things that come with Jacob 5-2. But what's up, people? It is the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs. As I said, we are coming hot off the press of Saturday night's main event. And I think we got some stuff to talk about. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Hey. Hold up. there may be a change in the programming order. We got the Midnight Rider joining us online. What is up, Midnight Rider? I think I could be corrected, but I think that the Nubian Sumo has something to say to the Midnight Rider tonight. If you didn't catch it on Facebooks and social medias from what happened earlier, Sumo, what you got something to say? It's got to be good if you got to take a drink. You know what I'm saying, KG? You got to take him a little sip or something. Uh-oh. Wait for it.
Do I come on your motherfucking show and tell you how to flip burgers? Do I come on your show and tell you how to salt them fries? Put them shit in this bag and can do what you supposed to do, nigga. Don't be coming over here. Hey, we have had this discussion
Gotta be crying
on numerous occasions. You ain't even here on the show in order for me to break down the caveats and the perplexions of what needs to happen with this conversation, because it was a 5-10 minute conversation that we had to have with this dude before we even got started on that conversation. So for you to come on Facebook and call us out like this, I am not appreciative.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Obviously, Nubian Sumo's coming in hot, but give you a little bit of backstory. You can find it out there in your social medias. But the Midnight Rider did call us out earlier today, asking us to talk in a segment about the best intros. And I will say he did a good job. Shout out to Bobby Roode for that glorious assist in that video. But Nubian Sumo was like, God damn it, we talked about that already. Not saying we can't talk about it again, but he did want to go ahead and, rub some salt on the eyes of the Midnight Rider for calling us out on social, calling us out.
And then ain't even going to be on here.
What kind of shit is that?
And ain't even going to be on here.
And then go and leave a comment.
And go put a comment. And talking about, Don with a bit. What the fuck?
Where you at, Smokey? Where you at? Oh,
this well, a bitch.
If you ain't think we was wired off for Saturday night's main event, now, shit, who knows what's coming. But Midnight Rider, you're more than welcome to come in and retort. So feel free to dial that phone number so you can get beamed up to the mothership. We'd love to have you.
Hit the bat phone.
Yeah, you can do that too. Either way, gentlemen, with the world looming in, snow, winter storm, ice, craziness, up in Canada, where it's minus 7 degrees, not too far away from Chicago, where Lake Michigan is pretty much frozen over and then breaking up with nice little ice pancakes, as they call it. Saturday night's main event did happen. And we have 4 matches to talk about. It was a light event. But, KG, I want you to give us your reaction to the show in general, and then we'll talk about the matches. KG?
Thank you, Don. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I've been fighting a nagging headache all day. I'll say this. I was looking forward to Saturday night main event. And normally, I'm really feeling gung-ho. I'm ready to roll. I'm ready to do it all. I was not happy with this presentation of the Saturday night main event by WWE. It left a lot to be desired. As we'll get into it, the start of said show was interesting, to say the least. And as we get into it, match by match, I'll even tell you what my match of the night was. I was not happy with the intro. And it was just like, okay, I'm not even in. I laid on the couch, and it's been a long time since I actually laid on the couch to watch TV. I laid on the couch and watched TV, and I felt like I should have been going to sleep with my feet dangling off the edge of the couch. This was not my normal WWE watching experience when I'm sitting on the edge, calling spots in the match and things like that. This was not it. This was a poorly thrown together event, and I do not like it because I know WWE can do way better. Back to you, Don.
Well, actually, I'll turn it over to Sumo because if that's how you felt. Let's see if it's a consensus. Sumo, what's your thoughts?
It was the Monday night before WrestleMania show. I mean, it's a show. It's a precursor to a big show. You're not going to give so much. You're not going to give too much. You just want to give just enough to set up for the show that's coming. You got a pay-per-view that's coming, or PLE that's coming on next week. So you can't give them but so much. I mean, you still have some things to set up for, right? So we all knew Sammy was going to be right there in the forefront of everything because he's the new Mansoor. Somebody had to take over for Mansoor in Saudi Arabia. So he became the mascot for Saudi Arabia. There you go. Make him number one contender for the title and give a title match in Saudi Arabia. Will he win it? Probably not. But he's there. Now, the start of the match, well, I don't want to get too much because we'll be talking about it, but, things happen for a reason. Things happen because you don't want to give away too much on a Saturday night main event. You want to give just enough to bring the ratings in, but not too much to turn people off of what's going to happen next week. Right. So it did its purpose. It suited its purpose.
Okay. And by, beginning of the show, we're not talking about, the pyro and all that stuff. I mean, the show started after, the intro and everything with really the shot of Jacob Fatu doing Jacob Fatu coming out to the ring through Gorilla, talking his trash, getting the crowd pumped up. Cody came out, so the match was Cody versus Fatu. This is a callback to when Jacob Fatu came in and interfered in the cage match, which subsequently gave Drew McIntyre the opportunity to become champion because Cody was pissed that Jacob Fatu came in and they started fighting and Drew goes out onto the floor. So this match is happening. It basically became a Falls Count Anywhere match at some point. It's amazing how those things happen. But the match was rudely interrupted by Drew McIntyre, who sent Cody and Fatu through a table. So we're probably talking in reference to time. They gave them maybe 7 minutes to make magic happen and, promote the end of the show technically and promote the Royal Rumble match for whoever is going to be, quote unquote, in the championship match against Drew. Could they have done more?
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, could they have done more with it? Yeah. But go ahead, Sumo.
I actually like this. I like the way they did this.
Okay.
Because it protects Cody and it protects Jacob for later. You knew they weren't. You knew neither one of them were going to be in a match for the title coming up. You knew they both were going to be in the Royal Rumble.
Mm-hmm.
So why bring either one of them down, or as far as a loss, and make them less than coming into what could be potential title matches for both of them? So why waste a loss on either one of them? So, and for Drew to come in at the end and do what he did, to be like, okay, yeah, y'all two are doing whatever y'all doing, but hey, I'm still the man around here. So, yeah, I like the way they did that. I like the way they did that first segment. I like the way that happened, the way they were down.
Well, I'm glad you like some stuff because seek and you shall find.
Well.
Look who we have here.
Yeah. I heard somebody say the name, and that's all you gotta do. I mean, it's simple in life. You can put up a bat signal, and I'll come running. But I mean, if you want the greatest there is, the best there is, and the best there will be in podcast land, I'll come. You ain't gotta seek me out. You know what I'm saying? I'll be here. You know what I'm saying?
You should have been here anyway.
I mean, hey, if the world wants greatness,
if you gonna call us out like that, you need to be here.
What I call you out on?
What did you call it? What didn't you call us out on?
Hey man, I'm here because the world needs greatness. You know what I'm saying? The world needs levity.
All right, here's how we're gonna settle this. We're gonna do Saturday Night WrestleManiacs first. KG and I will be the judge. We'll give a point to whoever wins until somebody cannot name a top intro, because that's what you were asking, right? Best entrance of all time.
It's not even an ask. I just wanted you guys to.
No, you asked. You put the challenge out there for us to have a conversation.
Okay,
so
let's go.
We're gonna have it, but we're gonna do it a little bit, succinct.
Like I said, we've done this a few times.
Oh,
I know you have.
We've done this a few times, and
so
like I said, now
you called this out, Sumo. He was like, "God damn it, we done this," but he won't call us out. He to be on the show, so we're gonna put y'all together.
I wasn't even doing the bad thing was I wasn't doing this to be on the show. I just wanted.
Oh, he wanted some time, Sumo. He wanted some time.
You wanted some attention.
No.
You gonna poke the bear?
You gave the
now
post
it's time to and now it's time to deal with the dealer if you will.
If you will.
All right, let's go then.
All right, so here's what we're gonna do. Put y'all on the spot. Sumo, we'll let you go first since you protected the house.
Hey, I already said it. What's the rules up in this junk?
I'm about to tell you. Give me a second.
All right.
I'm just establishing.
We got like this.
I'm just establishing the order of operations. Sumo, you go first, and here what it's going to be. You name a top intro. It could be however you want to describe it, or you could just say the intro, and then Midnight Rider. You name one. Whatever one between KG and I think is better, we'll give you a point. And we'll see.
Oh, we doing it like this is head to head. Me and yo.
Yeah.
I didn't know this is gonna be the way it happened. And tonight we go face to face, place to place.
He's trying to go one-on-one.
One-on-one.
Great. There you go.
I didn't know this was gonna go down either, but
I hope you
stepped in. Show up,
in your best underwear. That's all I'm saying. Because they
I don't
say
wear draws. Challenge.
That's right. And if there's too long of a gap, that's the loser. So it's got to be point counterpoint. You can't be turned right around. And let me think about it. You got to come correct or not. So, Sumo, you gonna start us off the moment you say.
All right, so hold on. We got to do because Sumo's in the equation.
Wait a minute,
You can't go to like the Black Olympic Wrestling Association.
You said now you want to change the parameter. You said the best.
Okay.
Let's go. Okay, so let me clear something up. Because you said I was gonna pick one and he was gonna pick one, and then y'all gonna pick which one was the best out of the two. So the okay.
Let's go. We ain't gotta worry about it. Don't
I'm gonna make it a little bit simpler so it's not too confusing to everybody else. KG, you just say who won that matchup.
Let's go.
All right. So Suno, once you start, it's gonna go back and forth. We'll give a second for KG, and then that's how we'll do it. Then I'll keep track of the points. Best. What do we say? Best of 10. Y'all agree? Best of 10.
Let's go 5. Keep it simple because I don't want to take up too much of his time, and I don't want to get
snap. Snap. You. What do you want? 5 or 10, Sumo? Because obviously he's
just do 5.
Okay,
do 5 because I mean,
5. Fine.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Yeah.
All right. So Sumo, it's on you. Best intros of all time. Who you got?
Best intros of all time. Number 1, Backlash 2023. Bad Bunny.
That's tough. That's tough, but I'm sorry. The best intro of all time is the Hollywood Rock intro.
KG, who you giving it to? That's a tough one. God damn, y'all coming hard.
Oh, no. KG ain't got to think hard.
I got to give it to Hollywood Rock.
Think wrong.
Oh,
I got to give it to Hollywood Rock on that.
That was all pyro, man. That was all pyro.
No,
Sumo,
sir.
protect
No,
his
sir.
house.
Let's go. Come
Protect
on.
his house.
Bad Bunny came out and put everybody up on their seats. Out their seats. Oh, Rock needed help.
Hey, we just go by the judge.
Don.
Yeah.
There's an old school song by Run DMC that says "You down with the king."
Oh shit!
If you down with the king, you down with the king. Let's go.
Does not look
Intro
good.
2.
Rada, you got second. You start.
No. I want him to go first.
Okay, never mind. My bad.
It's his show.
He talking shit. He talking shit. He giving you concessions. These are your concessions. So go ahead. Go ahead, Sumo.
Okay. All right. One Night Stand.
Ooh.
Sandman.
All right. I want you to bullet on this one and waste this one. Any Ric Flair entrance.
No, you gotta be specific. You can't say any.
We'll go Starcade 83 versus Harley Race. If I gotta be that specific.
Dang.
Gotta go with that One Night Stand for Sandman.
Woo. All right. That's 1-1. All right.
I didn't know I had to be this. Okay, we got it. Okay. I got to go in the bag.
Ric Flair, there's a lot because y'all started off, naming times and places.
He started off naming time and places.
Well, you gave him first shot.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna deal with it. Let's go.
All right, Sumo.
I wasn't even gonna use this one, but since he wants to bring up Flair, a Great American Bash with the helicopter against Dusty.
All right, so I'm gonna take NXT Bobby Roode with the gospel choir singing Glorious.
Bobby Roode.
Oh, Glorious.
That right there was epic. That was a good one.
All right, 2-1 Midnight Rider. Sumo, you need to protect this house, right? I ain't got to tell you that again. Give him one. Shut this down.
2 words. Chris Jericho.
Damn.
Hold on.
Damn.
Which one?
You got to dial it in.
The original. The very first one. The introduction of Chris Jericho to WWE.
You can't. That's
auto.
No, that's a draw.
They don't draw. That's a kill shot.
No, it's not. It's not because that's the Y2J. Is one of mine. So I can't. That
That's
can't
one
be
of yours. You didn't say it. You can't claim it.
Oh, okay.
He just that's his intro. You got what are you going to say?
All right. So
you got to retort.
I'll just throw one.
Just throw one to the cannon fodder, dog. Just let that
do
one
love.
out.
Do love. I'll just throw that out there because the way the world is operating in this common place.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's automatic. Nubian Sumo.
Yeah. I'll give him that one. I'll concede.
Can't do that one. All right. So Sumo,
we at number 5.
Challenge.
This is your best shot.
My best shot.
No, that we still 2-2. They got to keep going till we get 5 here.
No, this is 5. Right?
This is number 5.
But y'all tied 2-2.
Yeah, this is a tiebreaker, right? This is it. 5. Okay. Triple H's return after the quad injury.
That's what you're gonna waste your number 5 on?
That's a waste. So. That's a waste. You think that's a waste?
Yo, give me AJ Styles intro to Royal Rumble when he enters the WWE. Come on, let's go. It's 3-2, Midnight Rider. Hey, put the women and children to sleep. Let's go hunting for dinner, baby. Because if you get up on top of that, you can't top that. This is what we do here.
KG?
Midnight Rider.
KG?
I'm a lead.
Yours
Wait,
is
hold on.
Yours
We need
is strong.
silence. We need
Yours is
silence.
strong, but
We
I
need
don't know,
silence
man.
on this one. Gentlemen,
Come on now. I don't know, man. I think mine's a little stronger. AJ came out hard. AJ came out hard, but come on.
You know what?
After a year,
Hold on. One at a time.
With the leather and denim jacket.
Sumo.
Come on, man.
We'll give y'all 60 seconds to state your case as to why. That's fair. Then we give it to KG. So Ryder will actually let you go first. 60 seconds.
No.
You're on the clock.
Big dogs come to eat, baby. You tell me. When big dogs come to eat, they come to eat here, yo. It's AJ Styles coming out. It was the whole point of the intro. You fed into the promo. That's the part that y'all don't get. Y'all fed into the promo. Hood off. Promo. AJ Styles. That's how I ended it. Y'all don't get this. I come here because I stand on business. Yes, I started with the Bobby Roode intro, and I told you that was the third best entrance. But what you got here tonight is the prelude to the best intro. I said, and I set it up for this hood to pop off my head because I knew number one was AJ Styles. And if you can't deal with it, then there's a problem with the world, and we got to reset everything, and we got to make Donald Trump president for the third time.
All right, that's time. Sumo.
Triple H has his quad.
Get that clock up, KG.
He was up there. He was up there. I mean, he had made himself something after all the shit that he gone through with the curtain call and having to make matches and hog shit and with Godwins and all that. He with all that. He hurts his quad. He comes back after a year. The jacket alone is classic. You don't see AJ Styles' ring gear at Big WrestleMania Access. You see that jacket from that intro. The crowd popped for 5-10 minutes off of that. Yeah, AJ got about a few minutes going down the ramp and whatnot. You know, I appreciated that. I love that for him. But come on, man. You got to give it to Triple H, the King of Kings.
All right, that's time. Now silence in the halls. KG, the decision is yours. Is it Midnight Rider, who has two wins, or is it Nubian Sumo, who has 2 wins in his head-to-head challenge for the best intro of all time? Do not want to be you right now.
I don't want to be me right now because let me just put it this way.
Oh, you know what? Let's do this because this is theater, right? Let's get to Anthony's comments. And
we're gonna get that.
Anthony.
No, we don't want to muck any ideas up. We're gonna get to Anthony, but we need KG to give us his decision, and then we'll go ahead and call back to some of Anthony's because he's called out some good ones out there. This is one of them times, side note, that I wish Perry was commenting because I know he would have dropped some gems too, Sumo.
Yeah.
But KG?
Well, he called Perry out too. He didn't call him by name, but he called him out.
Well, you'll see him later on next week.
I see him Wednesday. Yeah. We can have this discussion on Wednesday.
Now, I'm gonna be honest. This was a heavyweight bout of epic proportions.
I'm saw some ring general.
I'm surprised that The Undertaker's Ministry of Darkness wasn't on anybody's list, but I'm okay with it. But sitting here listening to the cases,
go ahead.
I gotta give it to the Midnight Rider.
That's
I gotta give it to the Midnight Rider. Because that's cold ass entrance. You know I love Triple H, but that AJ Styles entrance was cold as fuck.
Dude, the whole point of the promo. If you know what, ladies and gentlemen, I have to be first and foremost upset with the fact that the people that watch wrestling didn't even catch the things in the promo that I put out. The whole promo, the hood. I said I purposely put Bobby Roode in 3 because I said that there was a thing. I even got into the middle of the promo and I took the hood off because I was giving you the prelude to the greatness that was what it was and what it is going to be. But you know, sometimes in life, you know, being the Midnight Rider is a hard job.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard being the Midnight Rider. It's hard being this great at what you do on a daily basis. And when you come on shows, and I gotta give Don Rodriguez a hell of a job. Like last week, the last time I was on the show, he sold me over big time. And when I'm sitting here in all this greatness that is me, there's one thing I understand that I know is I know wrestling. And unfortunately for the sumo, he stepped out there and made a challenge and he failed. And it's not his fault. Things are hard in life. People take challenges. There's a guy right now on Netflix trying to climb the tallest building in the world. And that's what the sumo did today. He tried to climb the tallest building in the world by dealing with the Midnight Rider in a situation where it comes to the top 5 intros. So I know what defeat is. I know what things are possible. You know what I'm saying? And like ABC, if you ever watch the intros to ABC, it's the thrill of success and the failures or the
wow, you fucked that up royally.
Yeah, I know I did.
Wow. Wild World of Sports, thrill of victory and the agony of defeat.
There it is. But that's what the sumo has to deal with today.
Dang.
So, but I appreciate him just for participating in this exercise.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. I can see. I take
but no.
I take my loss with as humbly as possible. I concede to you, sir.
No, it's cool, man. I mean, you were a great challenge, and I appreciate you guys giving me this opportunity. And I also love you guys for also loving the bit. So we good.
Well, we appreciate you coming on and participating. But as promised, we'll get to some of Anthony's call outs. First one, I can't complain about it. John Cena coming out with his Mustang in WrestleMania. Talks about, you know, Triple H, where he throws the sledgehammer at the Titantron. I'm happy that he brought up Sumo's girl, Ember Moon, going up against Lizzie Hale. Sasha Banks rolling out with Snoop. And then, which I'm surprised neither one of y'all brought up, Shawn Michaels' epic entrance against The Undertaker. When he came down, I've used that in many a WWE 2K intro with him coming down off the riser. And, you know, that whole look was just epic. Or
I think we are
WrestleMania 12, right, when he came down with the zip line and became champion for the first time. So, you know,
all of mine, if you notice, all of mine were based off of crowd reaction.
Right.
Y'all's were based off of pyro and movie magic.
No.
That doesn't make it less great.
No. So like
So
there's a moment with The Rock.
Mine was organic. Yours had help.
You can't separate it too much because if it's still epic that people remember, it's epic that people remember.
I'm just saying, I'm just giving you the difference between what I think is a great entrance and what y'all think is a great entrance.
Hey, KG, this kind of sound like that conversation many moons ago about the greatest tag teams of all time. There's some conditions and parameters in this.
Which conversation that we need to revisit that you still get wrong to this day.
Specific about rules in the beginning.
I'm not going to put a rule on, if it's great, it's great. Whether it's great because of the pyro, because Lord knows I could go back to some OG Randy Orton where everything was perfectly timed out. And when he lifted his arms up, it was at the right time where they're saying, I hear voices in my head, and then he throws it up, But see, I look at things differently. Some people could say Cody Rhodes, his intros. They could go and talk about MJF.
I could have said Aleister Black. I could have said Aleister Black when he came down. When he came down and as he was walking to when he made that turn to ringside, as he was walking, his name came up on the board.
Yeah, and you could have did that one.
If you had used that,
you would have won.
Your number 3, I would have used Chris Jericho with the Y2J countdown.
Y'all already used Y2J.
Nah, you didn't use that. That was Jericho. That as your 3rd or 4th, and I would have countered with Y2J countdown.
So obviously,
I was ready for it. Like I didn't think you of all people. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't think you had Y2J countdown in your top 5.
Oh,
so I had that in my
career. Have I not said that Jericho is one of the greatest regular every day? Actually, I've said this on the show. I said Chris Jericho's entrance is the best everyday entrance for a wrestler. I've said that on this show.
Okay.
But for somebody, for an entrance that is done every show, every time, Chris Jericho's is, to me, the best out of all of them.
So I'll put it to you this way. When I walk into work some days, I will play the Chris Jericho Y2J as my entrance to work.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. But here's the counter, Ryder, because this is what you should have said when he brought out Jericho to make it a wash. If he brought out Jericho at his entrance, his first ever appearance, you should have brought out Jericho when he came back and he had the jacket.
No, what I would have brought up next would have been Chris Jericho, AEW, and the singing entrance that everybody does. That would have been my next.
You could put both of those on the same level. That
because no. Chris Jericho, AEW, with the world sings his song. Because that was
epic.
That started the sing along theme song. That's where it began. Is with him.
In AEW.
That was my ace in the hole, but he took my Y2J and I got flustered because I didn't have a comeback in the moment because I didn't expect.
I kind of guessed at that one.
Yeah,
I kind of guessed that that would happen with you.
Yeah,
that's why I did that. I got to pull that one out.
What he said is he was expecting you to have some performance anxiety.
Yeah, I did. So that's why I didn't have my Blue Chew in my pocket on my Roman XO. So I had to go back and get me I had to get my
BBL.
Yeah. We don't have that, but yeah.
Hey G, that was your cue. You should have been ready.
No. We already talked about this.
No, sir.
So
BBL Drizzy is put to rest.
I think you can do it 10 seconds. I think you can't do it more than 10 seconds. That's what Perry told me. So we can do BBL Drizzy, but we can't do BBL Drizzy more than 10.
10 seconds is a long time, I will say.
Hey,
that's the NFL.
BBL Drizzy percolating.
Ravens could be in the playoffs with 10 seconds, just saying.
Hey, Bruce Arians was KG's offensive coordinator. He said risk it for the biscuit.
Yeah.
Oh
but
man.
We got to be careful with those
BBL,
those songs
BBL,
because we got flagged so hard. If we get flagged again, we're not gonna be able to create content on Facebook.
BBL, Jizzy.
They really trying to go hardcore on me, huh?
Yep.
All right. That's tragic.
It's your fault.
It is. A lot of it. Most of those times.
All of it is your fault.
Hey, that's on me. That's on me.
All of it.
BBL.
But while we got you, see, there you go. While we got you here, I know we're supposed to be talking about Saturday night's main event, but they only have 4 matches. Let's talk about this. I'm curious to see what y'all thoughts are, because there's still technically 2 different viewpoints at play. First of all, I don't like WWE and Rio because it's killing kayfabe, but it has revisited a conversation and situation with R-Truth. So Triple H says, hey, it was a money thing. It was nothing personal. You know, we had to make some decisions, and that's where we went. So we couldn't renew Truth's contract. Truth says, hey, there were some agents. I was told that don't need to come into work. We're not renewing your contract. Your contract expires on Friday. Don't need to show up on Monday. There you go. Triple H says, well, you know, he went to socials and the rest is history. Truth says, well, I just assumed I was let go, and I just told everybody I was let go, and there you have it. How should that situation have been handled? Or were they expecting the backlash to be so big? They probably calculated there was going to be a storm to weather because everybody likes R-Truth, but they weren't calculating it to be as big. And then the third point is what is the issue with him going to social if his contract was they weren't going to renew his contract anyway? So on Friday, if he would have said it on Friday versus saying it on Monday or Sunday, that Sunday before, does it really matter? So that's what I want to propose to the group, you know, in reference to the situation. What's your thoughts? We'll start with KG because he just popped back in.
A phone call could have fixed all of this. You don't, everything does not have to be put on Front Street. A simple phone call can fix it all. Hey, this is the direction we think we want to go in. We'll pay you through the end of your contract. That's it. This is where the business side is where we're losing so much kayfabe, because contract details are talked about entirely too much on social media. Whatever happened to a point, Powerhouse Hobbs, for example, you heard rumors, but you didn't know that it was official until they showed up on WWE, AEW, whoever's programming. You didn't know it was official till they showed up. You was like, oh shit, I didn't know that was gonna happen. The suspense. Kayfabe is on life support, but it's on life support to the point that if somebody decides to unplug the machine just to charge their phone, there is no bringing it back.
Okay. Ryder, what's your thoughts?
First and foremost, all comments by the Midnight Riders brought to you by Scotty's Vodka. What we got here going on is
in other words, he's drunk.
No, not yet. I'm getting there though. I'm close. No, we have, honestly, guys, I love what y'all do. I love how we do this. And I think the wrestling aspect is the behind the scenes does kill the kayfabe to a certain extent. To us, the traditionalists, us the guys that are over 44, and I'm giving y'all some generousness because I know I just turned 50, and like Denny's fresh and fruity is
Damn, my bad.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's all good, dog. And so I understand these things that, you know, happen, but I think the world is opening itself up to what's happening now. And yes, kayfabe is a thing, and I think we are missing out on some of those things that we used to hold sacred. But I think they are adjusting themselves for what's going on. Like you see the things where Nia Jax sees Lash, I can't think of her name, hanging out with Trick Williams, and you see these little backstories just as like social media things, but you know, that's their way of breaking down the fourth wall for us. And I think that's something that we aren't used to and we don't want to see, but we as 40 plus year old men don't have the privilege to hold as sanctity because the world is different and the times are different, and we're outside of the demographic that they want to like have access to. Like the 25 to 40-year-olds don't understand, Dusty Rhodes being in the parking lot and them trying to break his hand, going to an insurance salesman. They don't get that part. That's not what they were brought up on. That's not what they always seen. So there's a difference. We go back to Eddie Gilbert and the UWF days, and we can go back to all these other times where there were these other promoters doing things outside the box. World class championship wrestling where what's my man? Chris Adams, the British dude, and he was blinded by I can't think of the guy's name, but like people call the police in these situations because they believe that the kayfabe was so real that they thought actual things were happening, and now things are happening, and like we just know it's the internet. There's a difference in time. There's a difference in this world. So their kayfabe ain't our kayfabe, and that's the thing we have to realize and remember. What was his name? Is that Dino? Because he died.
Gino Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry, Gino Hernandez. Yes.
Sumo, what's your thoughts?
Triple H is a liar.
Oh God, let's go. This sounds personal.
Tell us how you feel.
It's not personal. It's what it is. Let's think about this, okay? The whole thing was the whole thing behind this was that Triple H came back after everything and said that they never fired R-Truth.
Mm-hmm.
They never said he said they never let R-Truth go. Now you can say, well, he didn't really fire him because his contract ended. Okay, but they were trying to negotiate him to get back in. They wanted him back, but then it became a money thing, and they let him go. They didn't say like KG said. They didn't call him and say that it was a money thing, that they could have renegotiated and gave him less money, and he would have probably taken it because he enjoyed being with WWE.
Mm-hmm.
They weren't. It ain't like they were pushing him toward a world title. They were using him as the clown that they've been using him as since he first started. They don't recognize him as the two-time former NWA World Heavyweight Champion. They never even bring that up. They don't talk about how all the tag team titles that he's won and the singles titles that he's won. They don't talk about that. He's a 24/7 champion as far as they're concerned.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, he came back. They let him go. He went on the internet talking about, hey, I'm available now. If anybody that wants me, sign me up. Here's my email address for bookings. And everybody was like, yo, why they let R-Truth go? Who else can we compare him to right now that's going on right now?
Nobody.
Mr. Tendonism. Triple H treated R-Truth the same way Destination Smokehouse's owner is treating Mr. Tendonism right now.
Yeah.
Can't deny it. Can't say it's not happening. It's the same way. And what did R-Truth come back? R-Truth came back was like, yeah, I love WWE. Love me some WWE. Hi, Triple H. How you doing, my buddy, my pal?
Yep. Well,
and then they went back and then they tried to give us what we really wanted, what people have been saying that they've been wanting all this time. We don't want R-Truth. We want Ron the Truth killings.
Mm-hmm.
And they teased us with it. They brought us back thinking that we were going to get
Ron the
Truth killings. And then what did they do? Oh, I'm Ron Cena. Laugh at me. I'm the joke again.
In the words of the Midnight Rider, I would say that
R-Truth how you gonna quote himself? This motherfucker quote himself now. Look at this shit.
No.
See what happened when you let him win?
The Midnight
You see what happened when you let him win?
Wait, what are we doing?
I apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a wrestling show, right?
That was a raw reaction right there. That I didn't even think that just came out of my mouth. I apologize.
I'm just saying, in the words, I'm quoting like people don't get upset when you quote Shakespeare. So if
Shakespeare don't quote Shakespeare.
Yeah, he does. And like Martin Luther King.
In the words of
Martin Luther King says, "I have a dream." People don't get mad when he says, in the words of Martin Luther King, "I have a dream." So right now, in this moment, in the words of the Midnight Rider, I think R-Truth was done unjustly in this situation because he did everything to get the show over, and I think one of his greatest moments, speaking on behalf of the Midnight Rider, is that, when he entered the Royal Rumble in the Ladies Royal Rumble is one of the greatest moments of all time. And I will let him live in that moment. I think R-Truth was done unjustly because he's a great talent and he could get over any bit that you want to get over. But speaking on behalf of the Midnight Rider, I think the business, took over in that situation. So I'll leave it at that.
Can you tell the Midnight Rider to tell the Midnight Rider that he only gets one check, but he's going to have to split that check with the Midnight Rider, so that way y'all are covered.
So
make sure
the
Midnight Rider is aware that the Midnight Riders make the Midnight Rider aware.
Yeah. So with that being said, the Midnight Rider is comfortable with his compensation, but it's okay what we have going on here. But the Midnight Rider personally appreciates just being on the show.
Thank the Midnight Rider for working for free when you talk to the Midnight Rider, and that'll work out great. Now, as far as I'm concerned, I think that R-Truth did something that nobody was expecting, because I believe the reaction, if it was on, like I said, on that Friday when his contract was over, or if it was that Sunday when he wasn't sure, he just said it. Truth showed the power from the worker's standpoint of social media. WWE was bullied, in truth, pun intended, into hiring him back. Because if it's money, where the money come from? How do you sign him to a new contract? And I guarantee you, he didn't take less money. He got paid. He's getting paid.
Well, yeah, he got paid because now WWE is forced to see how valuable he actually is.
Well, they already knew. Somebody had to take.
Obviously, they didn't.
No, they did.
Because they're ready to get rid of
somebody
it.
had to take the L. Trust me.
Somebody had to remind them.
I'm seeing it at work right now. Just seen it. People with serious tenure. Somebody had to take the L because we had to get to a number. It happens. It's business. KG, you got something? Then Ryder.
If you remember, everybody was wondering, was it a shoot or was it a work? And then when it came back that they weren't going to release him because, you know, you guys said that you didn't want it to happen. And we would, R-Truth told us we were going to, R-Truth is dead. Remember that whole promo? R-Truth is dead. Ron the Truth Killings is back. There is no R-Truth. Every time somebody referred to him as R-Truth, nah, it's Ron. Mm-hmm. That heel persona was there for 2 days. And then all of a sudden he went right back to what he was doing. We were dangled a carrot. And it makes me really believe that this was all pretty much a work instead of a shoot. And it messed up a lot, but it also made a lot of us fans look at WWE with more of a side eye, especially in this situation, because we didn't get what you promised. You overpromised and underdelivered yet again. How many more times you think you can do that to us, and you think we're going to sit around and continue to watch this product when you keep overpromising and under-delivering, I should say.
This next episode is going to be big. It's going to be game-changing. It's going to do something epic for the business. Wink, wink.
Fuck the next episode. What about this episode right here? Why are we focused on the next episode? The hell with the next episode. Let's worry about what we got right here, because I got you in the palm of my hand. If I want to keep you there, I got to do something on this episode. Fuck what's going on next week. We still got 3 shows before the next one. So you telling me all of those are going to bomb because we got to worry about next week and being in fucking Saudi Arabia? Get the fuck out of here, man. We can't live like that. You can't run a business like that.
You can't do that if the one in the palm of your hand is somebody that you statistically are being told or talked about that you're not supporting.
That was.
I'll let you read between the lines on that one.
That was a shoot. That was a shoot that they turned into a work because they had to make it a work to make them look good, to make them look better.
Extra work.
Yeah, exactly. That was a shoot. That was a shoot because they fired him. They let him go. They had no intention of bringing him back. It was folks like us that said, "What happened to R-Truth? Where's our uncle? Why you take care? Why you do him like that? Why you doing dirty like that?"
And that's why they had to nerf him,
right?
Because they had to make him an example.
They saw his worth through people like us. They saw his worth. He was selling T-shirts. He was selling merch. He was making money. He was making money for the company. And they forgot about that. They wasn't worried about that when they let him go. They had to be reminded. You see all this money we about to lose off of firing R-Truth? So we got to bring him back. That's real. We got to bring him back.
And he's got to stay at the role that makes us money.
Right, exactly.
You can't give us Raw and the Truth Killings without sacrificing the merch, because they don't know how they're going to promote Militant Ron. Rada, I know you had something you wanted to say to us.
So my sources say that the Midnight Rider feels a certain way about this situation, and he thinks that and this is just me reporting what the Midnight Rider feels, is that the R-Truth thing is a work, and in his heart of hearts, the Midnight Rider feels like there isn't a place in the WWE industry that Ron the Truth, Ron Killings, whatever name you want to give him, doesn't have access, and he should be allowed to operate in any space he wants to. So that's how the Midnight Rider feels. I hope you guys operate in understanding what the Midnight Rider is trying to tell you. I'm just operating as his clairvoyant person to spread his word and his gospel. So thank you.
From the gospel. God damn. Sumo, you have one job. He wouldn't be so braggadocious.
I know. I dropped the ball. I take full responsibility for the bullshit that KG produced.
This shit is going to
right now.
What are you talking about? Hold on. I'm offended.
From the bottom left of the screen.
There's Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Midnight Rider.
And the power is going to go out thanks to Snow, because you'd have put them up there. He was a click away from Jesus. God dang it.
Oh,
In other words, the representative for the Midnight Rider has said that the Midnight Rider believes the lie of the twerk that is being created by Triple H about the firing of Ron the Truth Killings.
Before we get to that part, I'm offended that y'all don't understand that I'm God's third greatest creation.
I'm about to call Iyanla, and she's about to come over and be like, "Hey, beloved."
So I tell people
we're gonna have to talk to you.
Hold on, no, this is real. Because the second is Jesus. And Jesus' only problem is on his birthday you give gifts. On my birthday, I am the gift. So,
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he's mispronouncing it wrong. First of all, so who he's talking about is Jesus, that you find, open out in many places. He may be a little dyslexic in pronunciation, so we do not want to offend any other, ethnics or religious doctrines or anything like that. He's just simply talking as a representative of the Midnight Rider, who is related to Jesus, who may possibly be at the Home Depot.
I'm talking about Jesus.
Yeah, Jesus.
No, I'm talking about Jesus.
That's what I just said, Jesus.
Yeah, God's second best creation. I'm third only because he gets jealous if I say I'm second.
He already sounded like his damn namesake. I am the second most recognized athlete in the world today, behind Muhammad Ali.
Mm-hmm.
If recognized, if you will.
Goodness. That was a Saturday night main event that happened. Not sure if you guys were aware, something like that aired. Naturally, Baby Jesus wasn't on at Midnight Rider or Midnight Rider's representative, but we did see Green Shirt Guy out there in Toronto. So shout out the Green Shirt Guy. We're going to have to figure out what color scheme the Midnight Rider is going to be wearing for the Midnight Rider. I don't know if it's going to be, red, black. Well, unfortunately, it can't be yellow and chicken because Sumo couldn't do his job. So you could take the yellow out of the category. Thanks, Sumo. But
yo. So I appreciate you guys letting me come on and being great in the moment that I was asked to be great.
This is the first of a rubber match. I'm just saying, y'all got
no. It's sometimes when you have greatness blessed upon you, it's like God puts his light on you, and it's you, and you can't help yourself. So,
I'm just glad this guy doesn't have a championship.
I just thank you and the people that watch the show for being able to understand the greatness that has been bestowed upon you, and it is the Midnight Rider in these moments. So, there's a good thing because tomorrow at 11 a.m. you come to the show called Sunday Rise, and you get to see the Midnight Rider again. And now you might not get the same glory and the same glistening, but you will get him and all his blessings and bestowedness and his sports topics. And tomorrow morning, 11 a.m., Sunday Rise. KG, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, Farnsworth Bensley. Give a hand for Farnsworth Bensley. Appreciate you, man. Thank you very much for your presence.
Send him all the requests you need because he can make sure that he hooks you up with the supplier of the best baby oil in town. It'll keep you a slip above the rest, I'm telling you. KG, as we wrap up the show here, because it's been a crazy one, we take a moment to pause for the cause so you can talk about all the cool places, as you see down below, that they can see us and hear us as the WrestleManiacs, along with the rest of the Sideline Junkies podcast network. It is you, sir.
Well, you can always see us on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. You can hear us on anywhere you stream your music, podcast, whatever, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts. What am I missing? Overcast, Pocket Cast, Stitcher, Odyssey. I'm
sorry.
If they're making prayers,
we ain't got that shit yet. God damn.
If they have prayers and they pray to God, they can see the Midnight Rider and this show in their prayers. So boom, there you go.
As well as Castbox and Radio Public. And don't forget Google Podcasts.
I swear, if I'm saying to Our Father and I see the Midnight Rider show up, I'm out. Like, fuck this. What is going on?
You're that close. You're that close to God's purpose, yo.
What? Our Father, Art, what the hell is the Midnight Rider doing here? Like, time to go. This must be a Wayans movie. Time to go.
You think he's Joe Henry now?
Heck yeah. Say your prayers and he'll appear. Is that what that is?
Hey, y'all stay on for the backstage.
Oh God.
Before we go, let me say this, and I said this at the top, and I said I'd give my match of the night. The main event of Saturday night's main event was pretty good. I thought the entrances were better than the match itself. But you knew Trick Williams wasn't winning. You knew Randy Orton wasn't winning. We're in Canada. You knew Sami Zayn was taking home the W. That was not a problem. The match of the night, however, was the tag match, which we had a botch by the referee, was a tag match between Rio, which is Rhea Ripley and Io Sky, versus Liv Morgan and help me out.
Roxanne Perez.
Yeah, Roxanne Perez. I don't know why I got Deonna Purrazzo on my mind.
You could call her Lil Bubble.
Booty, 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 rocking everywhere. Booty, 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 rocking everywhere.
Whoa. Calm down. You almost at 10 seconds.
But that was match of the night. That's the one that got me interested. I laid on the sofa and I really I was not into it. It was just the production seemed so half-hearted. And that's why I said what I said earlier. Why are we worried about what's going to happen in a week? At 2:00 next Saturday, we still got Monday Night Raw. We still got NXT. And if I'm not mistaken, they probably tape SmackDown sometime next week before everybody leaves. You still got 3 shows.
No,
why are we worried about next week? Huh?
They do SmackDown from Rhea.
Okay, SmackDown from Rhea. And then before that, the last 2 Mondays, we done had Raw at like 3:00.
Because they were out of the country.
Right.
Yeah, Germany.
And they about to be out of the country again.
Now
they said that when they got the Netflix deal, they said that they was like they're gonna air the shows when they air it. Now SmackDown will be on at 8:00 on CW or Fox rather. Yeah. It will be on. It will be tape. It will be shown at 8:00. But if you have Netflix and you got a VPN, you can watch it at 3:00 when it airs, when it actually happens.
Or shit, if you have Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and every other social media platform, you can see it as well because they post everything. So it's like spoiler alert. No need to tune in the afternoon.
If you're going through your social medias while you at work and you happen to see what's going on, you know why.
There you
it's
go.
already happened.
Can I interject? Because at this moment, the Midnight Rider feels like he has to say things on the behalf of the Midnight Rider. And if you are obtaining this product in an audio fashion, you should, if you want to do it on a regular basis, you should adjust your schedule and take this product in Monday through Friday, whatever it is, at your leisure, and go to iHeartRadio, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iHeartRadio, and you should succumb to the greatness that is the WrestleManiacs. And then every now and then they get the greatness that is the Midnight Rider. I'm not going to say the Midnight Rider is the reason for the season, like, because that's like the Jesus thing. But I'm just going to say, if you want to just consume this product on a regular basis, you can do this through these platforms. And if you don't want to do it through that and you want the video version of it, you should select subscribe and join on YouTube, because this is also available. And then you get the KG, what's the YouTube joint called? It's called, what is it? Upon further review or further review? Yes, upon further review. Then you can go back, and then what you get to do? You get to see this guy right here on this show the next couple of weeks, because he's here tonight for you. God's gift. Third greatest creation. So, with that being said, that's Don Rodriguez. That's the Nubian Sumo, and that's the big guy KG, and I'm the Midnight Rider. I'm just here as a guest, but God
Ladies
sent
and
me.
gentlemen, when this show is over, you'll be able to go to DraftKings and make a bet as to which one stacks higher. The snow or his bullshit.
Got mail. You've got mail. You've got mail.
Well, it's beginning to look a lot like a brown Christmas. That's all I gotta say about that.
This feels like a
Thank you, Midnight Rider, for talking on behalf of the Midnight Rider to show the Midnight Rider is caring about the Midnight Rider's ride.
Yeah, I mean,
however, the ride is over because we're about to kick the Midnight Rider off this damn ship once we find him, because there's too many goddamn representatives up in here. Everybody, got their hand in a cookie jar. Somebody was in a refrigerator eating all the pig feet, all the hog maws, all the collard greens. I like collard greens, but all these daggone Midnight Riders eat too much. We had to go buy a bunch of bread and stuff because of this daggone snowstorm. So we're going to kick y'all out because KG like to make Hot Pockets, and we down to one, KG. I'm sorry. We down to one Hot Pocket.
We do have a 4-ton torpedo chute ready for his ass.
Load them up. Lock it down. So, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Come back next week. It's going to be immediately after the Royal Rumble. So that's going to be exciting, straight out of Riyadh. So, it'll be an afternoon delight. Ryder is more than welcome to ask the Midnight Rider if he would like to be a part of the show.
I'll talk to him. I'll talk to him.
Driving, he may fly by you. So don't take that flyby personally. He just mad still because he holds a grudge. Just wanted to let you know. We're going to hear about this shit for the next 7 days. But either way, at the end of the day, we just need you to do one thing. A, stay warm. B, stay safe. But more importantly, that one thing is diversify your bonds, ladies and gentlemen.
Konnichiwa, bitches.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the way to start your week, the Sunday Rise. presented to you by the Sideline Junkies Podcast Network. It's me, it's the big guy KG, joined off screen by the gentleman Jack. He's indisposed right now. The correspondent is joining us. What's happening?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good, man. How you feeling?
Good, good. Wanted to hop in and say hi. It's been a minute.
Glad you did. And then we're joined by this gentleman who came on last night. Let me tell you, if you didn't watch the Saturday Night WrestleManiacs last night, I don't know. The Midnight Rider put on the Midnight Rider persona and went full Midnight Rider. And you know, when he goes full Midnight Rider, it's going to be an epic show. He came in and he did his damn thing with the Sideline Junkies Saturday Night WrestleManiacs.
KJ.
Yes, sir.
If I can interrupt you for a moment, because last night, the Midnight Rider decided to do it the only way he could do it and go one-on-one with the Nubian Sumo. He took his time and his place. And then I went to sleep and I woke up and I had God on my right side and the devil on my left. And Jesus was in the background. And he couldn't figure out why I lived in this place called God's third greatest creation. But as I looked at God, he understood. And he said, you know what? I called him the Messiah. And I looked at the devil and he looked at me and he was pleased with my being and my space that I operated in. And this morning when I woke up, I came to this place. And there's only one other name outside of Midnight Rider that somebody can call me. It's simple. So with that being said, there's only one place and one thing we can do. You can't take it no higher than being with the Midnight Rider. Besides being the epitome. And if that's what you're going to do, that's what you got to live in. You got to be brave and bold. Now, this is only happens one time. This is a one-time thing because I can't pull this persona out being the epitome. Good morning, folks. This is a Sunday Rise. There's no better way to start your week off than with the Midnight Rider, a.k.a. the epitome. Welcome, folks.
I ain't even mad at you.
What an entrance, dude! Wow. I don't even know what to say. Like I'm speechless, which doesn't happen too often. You know, that's been in his mind for years.
No. Honestly, that happened this morning. Like at 5:45 this morning. Honestly, every step I took this morning was like, yo, I even like looked outside at the snow and I was doing like this monologue and I was doing it in this voice and in that tone and in that thought process. So yeah. So
yeah,
it's
you're
no
feeling
hat.
it. I can't wait to get these picks from you on these games.
Yo,
I'm definitely riding with you.
We got a show to go on, man. We got to make this thing happen. I hope Tim is in the comments because we got to definitely talk about the Steelers and their hiring. We got a lot of stuff to cover this morning. And it might not all be on the banners, but this is going to be off the cuff today. So, KG, take it away. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt the show.
No, it's okay because I got a few things I wanted to touch on at the start of the show as well. Jeff Rickard checking in saying, what's up, fellas? What's happening? That coach, I guess we'll do the sad part first. We lost a football legend, John Brody, over the weekend. I think Thursday the 23rd. It was after the show. For those of you that are too young, John Brody was drafted 3rd overall in 57, and he actually was the heir apparent to the great Y.A. Tittle in San Francisco. Played with the 49ers from 57 to 73. Most valuable player in 70, NFL comeback player of the year in 65. He was all-pro twice, 2 Pro Bowls. Led the league in passing in 2 years. Touchdowns, 3 years and leading in passing yards. completion leader twice, rating leader once, and in the San Francisco 49ers Hall of Fame. His number 12 is retired, and he's a college football Hall of Fame. He is in the NFL Hall of Very Good. So I don't know if you gentlemen are familiar with the work of John Brody.
Yeah, I mean, I got a little bit on Brody. I remember him as a senior PGA Tour player. Like after he played football, he played golf professionally with the over 50 group, and he also was a commentator, guys, for golf and football from time to time. Didn't have a long stint doing that, but I don't remember him playing so much, right? But he did play golf at Stanford, and he did after his playing career was over. He did play on the senior PGA Tour, which I don't think too many people could say that. So, yeah.
You know what? That's crazy because he has a PGA Tour champion. He got one professional win.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't say what the professional win is. I'm trying to find that now. It don't say what it is, but he appeared in the U.S. Open twice, missing the cut in 59 and 81. He earned a total of $735,000, and he had one win and 12 top 10 finishes in his golf career. So that's a career right there. But this is one of those things where you had to learn about the past before you could learn about the future.
Right.
So I had to learn about John Brody and Y.A. Tittle growing up before I could learn about anybody new. So it was a quote that Roger Staubach had. They did a practice. I think it was one of those practices where he had took leave from the Navy to go practice with the Cowboys. And, he was running around and Tom Landry was giving him all these instructions. And John Brody asked him, he said, what was all that? He said, he gives us points that we have to look for on every play. And, you have to look at this and got to look at that and da-da-da-da. And John Brody was like, man, fuck all that. Just go out there and throw the damn ball and win the damn game. That was it.
Yeah. Keep it simple.
Show, baby.
Yes, sir.
I don't have much on Brody, so it's all you guys. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Very good.
Well, we'll kick it back. Something happened last night. Let me throw everybody on the side. Because something happened last night that I was very happy for, very proud of. Where's my side piece at? Where is that? I don't see it. Oh, there you go.
You don't see your side.
They retired. Number 1 for Derrick Rose in Chicago last night. And all the stars came out, all his former teammates, everybody came out last night to honor the one that they call Pooh, Chicago legend. It's said that Michael Jordan has requested that his number 1 banner hang next to his. And I think it's only right. And this only the 5th number that's been retired by Chicago. You have number 4 for Jerry Sloan, number 10 for Bob Love, of course, number 23 for Michael Jordan, number 33 for Scottie Pippen, and now number 1 for Derrick Rose. So this is an excellent honor. And as a Bulls fan and a big Derrick Rose fan, this means a lot. Not just to the city, but to the fan base, because Derrick Rose is one of those players that never had any haters in Chicago. I'm talking Pete. When he got traded, people boo-hoo cried. Hello, I'm people. So I thought that was an excellent thing last night. You gentlemen got anything on that?
Yeah. Actually, Keith, you want to go first? Go ahead. Before I engage.
Yeah, I mean, his play on the court's documented. I just wanted to just give an opinion of mine on Derrick Rose. As a player, to me, he seemed sort of reclusive and held back and reserved when it came to the media and things like that, especially early kind of his career. But the man he's become now, you see how he spoke at his ceremony yesterday and how much his family loves him and cared for him, and how reciprocal those relationships are. It just seems like to me he's grown as a man from being, he was the youngest NBA MVP, right? Ever.
Yes. 22.
So, yeah, I mean, his play was exceptional. Obviously, he had some injuries too that hindered 2 full years pretty much for him. But I'm as impressed with his ascendance as a man, to be honest. Man, Ryder?
No, Jack can go ahead before I go.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I caught that on replay last night. I'm glad I did. I actually didn't see many of the tributes or the roasting of Derrick Rose, in which some of them did. I thought it was pretty funny. But to hear Derrick stand up and let people know that you were appreciated, you weren't overlooked, it wasn't unfelt love, I thought that was awesome. I mean, he had a big list to go down, and then his mama sitting there, dude. God, man, couldn't nothing make you any more proud to have your mama down there while you getting your jersey up in the rafters in Chicago State and in the arena. I got goosebumps right now just thinking about that, man. That's, And then he told that story about how he wanted to thank his mama for not aborting. Excuse me, I don't like talking like that because it's not something I like to talk about, but his mama was having a hard time already with 3 boys. Single mama. And in the streets of Chicago, So there was a possibility there might not have been a Derrick Rose. But she found the strength and the will to move on and decided to carry this child to term, and look who it ended up being, one of the greatest basketball players in Chicago history. And I don't just mean Chicago Bulls. I mean Chicago basketball, period. Yeah, I wasn't a humongous Derrick Rose fan, but I respect what he did, fellas. And I know that's KG squad, so I respect Derrick Rose, and I'm proud and happy for him. Go ahead, Fresh Cut.
When it comes to the city of Chicago, there are people that are the standard. There's Benji, and there's Derrick Rose. And for Derrick Rose to be recognized last night was a beautiful thing. But as a basketball fan, and I'm not a big Chicago person, but I feel like Chicago basketball has been cheated twice. Once by us not realizing the magic that is Benji, and then for injuries to cut short what was and what would be Derrick Rose's career. We don't know what we would have, and we don't even know the possibilities. This man came in and stole the shine from LeBron James, the guy that everybody considers the GOAT. He stole his sunshine. He made it hard for that man to exist in this world. And for us to be cut short and be cheated of that destiny and what he was going to become hurts as a basketball fan. And I'm not even a Bulls fan. I just love basketball. And every time I watch this guy, I'm amazed at the ability and the agility and the speed at which he played the game of basketball, the ferocity that he attacked the rim with. I just feel like we got cheated, dog. What a LeBron versus Derrick Rose series would have looked like. LeBron versus LeBron and the Heatables or whatever, the Heatles or whatever they were called against Derrick Rose. I mean, come on, man. We got layers and layers upon basketball that we could talk about. It's almost close to like talking about Lenny and Derek Lewis. I mean, Lewis losing to the Lakers in 6. Like, things happen. They inevitable. So that's all I got.
You brung up a name, and it's funny you brung up that name, and that name is Benji Wilson.
Benji.
And every the best player that plays at Simeon has to wear 25. And Derrick Rose wore 25 at Simeon. He wore 25 at Memphis. He wore 25 in New York to honor Benji, because that's a Chicago legend. And we, robbery, boy, you hit the nail on the head with that. And I just wish that we could have got more prime Derrick Rose than what we did, because people still post the highlights of D Rose during that his rookie year and his MVP run. And man, I just knew for a fact we were going to be world champions again with that kid. And yeah, I'm not even gonna get into it. So a couple of comments real quick. J Dub checking in. What's happening, J Dub? Good morning to you. He said if Derrick Rose never got injured, he was on his way to becoming the second best player in Chicago Bulls history, in my opinion.
Like that.
And he said, I'm sure everyone knows who's number one, and that's definitely saying something. I mean, you know, I got it that you got Scottie Pippen number one, J Dub. I got you. I understand that. No. But yeah, I agree. And last night was beautiful, man. It's been in the works for quite some time, and it was very, very beautiful. Very beautiful. So where you want to go next, gents? Midnight Rider, you want to take that reminder, or you want to go ahead and
know what the reminder is? So you got to remind me what the reminder is
about Aaliyah Chavez.
Oh, my girl. Yes, it's the young lady from Oklahoma, right? Scored 16 points in the fourth quarter. Overtime. I'm sorry. Yeah, I watched a lot of basketball, and I actually had to go back and watch the overtime. This young lady put on a show. I don't know if the world is ready for her or not. South Carolina doesn't have a South Carolina problem, but in the SEC, they got a Texas and an Oklahoma problem. And this young lady, Aaliyah Chavez, has put in some work. And people, I saw one of the guys in one of my groups try to talk about Dawn Staley's coaching ability in this situation, and where Gino wouldn't have lost to Oklahoma. Nah, this young lady just had a great night and a great moment. And it's not about the coaching, it's not about the people. It's really sometimes, you guys work with it every day when you do podcasts with me. When you work with greatness, you got to understand that greatness is going to be great.
Well, thank you for acknowledging me, Midnight Rider. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. That's why you don't have a nickname, and mine is. But we can go about that different ways.
Son, you know better than that. I'm a man of many.
We good. So what we're gonna do is operate, as professionals, and yeah, I just want to recognize her because that was a great performance. I don't know how you guys feel, but I'll let you guys take on this. Thanks for the reminder, KG, because I couldn't remember what the reminder was about, but I knew I wanted to say something about this.
Yeah, no, it was phenomenal. I think she had 8 points leading up to that, if I recall. 24 for the game. She averages 19 a game, so she's the leader of this squad. It's a freshman, a very solid freshman. And like you said, they got a lot of ball players down there in South Carolina, and they got one hell of a coach in Staley. So anybody shooting on Dawn Staley about this loss, they don't know ball. They don't know ball, because there's times when, just like the video game, man, little shorty was just on fire. And once you get on fire, ain't nothing a coach gonna do. So yeah, great game by the young lady. Great finish to the game, I should say.
I didn't see the game, but I do see here where she does have a 1.5 mil NIL.
Yeah.
And a Nike deal already. Mm-hmm. So if you guys are, I didn't see. I got to go back and look at it, but damn. I mean, that's coming in hot as a freshman women's basketball player. Highest reported ever NIL for a female college basketball player. So props to her. I'm going to go back and look at that before the game start this afternoon.
Keith, all you have to do at times when you see the NIL money come in, you got to remember the quotes from the great poet laureate named Deion Sanders. Must be the money.
Mm-hmm. And you know, Oklahoma, they're familiar with giving women big NIL. They gave that young lady in the softball pitcher, Kennedy.
Yep.
Kennedy. They gave her big money to come
was that
over.
Oklahoma or was that Texas Tech?
Ooh, Texas Tech took her from Oklahoma. I think you're right.
Okay.
I think you're right. But that's just showing where women's NIL is starting to blow up. And yeah, they're not getting the 6, 8, 9, 10 million that the men are getting, but they're getting millions, and millions means good to me.
10 millions. I'm sorry, my bad.
So yeah, you're right. I do believe Texas A&M took Kennedy from Oklahoma.
Go ahead, KG. I'm sorry, man.
It's all good. J Dub jumping back to Derrick Rose. He said Scotty was great for Chicago. Doesn't change my opinion though. Derrick Rose was like that before he was injured.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed. Switching gears, gentlemen. Mike McCarthy lands in Pittsburgh.
Where's Timothy Watkins right now when you need him?
I don't know if I've seen this coming because I did not. Now I'm looking at Mike McCarthy's coaching record. He's became a head coach in 2006. So from 2006 to 2018, he coached in Green Bay. He had 3 losing seasons in Green Bay, won a championship. Then he goes on to Dallas. First season in Dallas, 6-10. Then he goes 12-5, 3 years in a row. Then 7-10 and 24, and gets fired. But if I'm not mistaken, I don't think he only has one playoff win in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
One playoff win in Dallas.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you want to bring, if you have you claim you don't want, and I'm asking this question and I'll shut up. You claim you don't want Mike McCarthy because he's middle of the road mediocre. Because he gets you to the playoffs, but he can't win a game. But you hire a coach that can get you to the playoffs, but does not win games. What
do you mean?
You mean Mike Tomlin? You fired Mike Tomlin?
That they said that about Mike Tomlin, but didn't you just hire the same version of Mike Tomlin?
No.
But speak on it, Jack. Go ahead. You go first. Speak on it.
You telling me? All right. Let's see if I'm straight. McCarthy, he coached in Green Bay too, correct?
Yes.
He been in the playoffs in Green Bay too, correct?
Yes.
So you're just judging him off of his little stint in Dallas?
No,
I'm not talking to you, sir. KG,
No, I'm not judging all the stint in Dallas, but after winning that Super Bowl, Green Bay never reached the heights that they could have reached again. They never reached the Super Bowl again. They got close. They lost to the Falcons in the NFC Championship game. They lost to the Cardinals in the divisional, the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game, the 49ers in the NFC Championship game, the 49ers in the divisional, the Giants in the divisional. They lost to Arizona in the wild card, the Giants in the NFC Championship game. But you don't bring a guy in to get you to championship games. This is not Washington. You bring a guy in to win championships.
I think you're taking a crap on McCarthy is what you're doing, and I don't think he's that type of coach. I don't think Tomlin should have been let go. So
now that we can agree on, I agree with you there.
I disagree with you guys there because I think Tomlin
left on his own. Yeah, Tomlin left on his own.
I know he did. I just don't think it was time for him to leave. I'm not saying he got fired. I don't think it was time for him to leave. Let me rephrase that. McCarthy, I think, is a perfect fit here. I see a lot of people in the social media and on our 24/7 page, terrible fit. I think McCarthy fits good there. I like him there. He knows how to play cold weather football from his stint in Green Bay, as I said, and he's won. I mean, but all you said was his stint in Dallas, KG. That's all you said. You said he only won one playoff game in Dallas.
Well, that wasn't a shot at him. That was more of a shot at Dallas. But
all right, then.
No.
We better now.
No, but
I
McCarthy.
like McCarthy in Pittsburgh.
You gentlemen take it away.
I mean, let's start with this. I mean, who in the hell gets, I don't like any of these teams, but who gets 3 swings at it as a head coach in the NFL with 3 flagship quotations, air quotes here, 3 flagship franchises in Green Bay, Dallas, and Pittsburgh? I mean, who does he have, under his thumb?
Yep.
I mean, that's crazy. Now, look, for me, this doesn't feel right. I'm not saying, Jack, some of your points are valid. This doesn't feel right. It feels like almost like a homer pick. I know he's a PA guy. I thought he got pushed out of Dallas. Obviously, Jerry's Jerry, but I didn't see much innovation there. I didn't see any, new plays, or I didn't see innovative offense is what he's supposed to bring to the table. I mean, he's an older coach. So, I mean, I don't think this will end up working out. I mean, I think he'll be fine. It's, they don't have a crazy media, expectations are high there, but I think with the media and stuff, he'll be fine. I know he had some problems in Dallas with the media down there. So I don't know. I give this thing a 5 out of 10. I don't trust it. It just doesn't feel right to me. Ryder?
So last night I talked to Timothy Watkins, and I think he might have said 3 words that I couldn't bleep out if we had to put him on the show today. He wasn't the happiest person in the world, and for that I got the greatest joy, because I love when he's miserable, just as a sports fan, not as a person, of course. I love when my friends are miserable. He's a Celtics fan also, so I love when we beat the Celtics, as a Lakers fan. But
19.
This McCarthy thing is like, it makes sense and it doesn't make sense, because actually all they did is went out and found them a bleached version of Mike Tomlin.
The white Mike Tomlin. Amen.
Lady of Men, won Super Bowl championship, had plenty of opportunities, wins a lot of ball games, and that's all it is. To me, to be honest with you, this might be the first time in Pittsburgh history where this coach isn't a lifetime coach. I think he's only on a 5-year bid, and it's because Pittsburgh didn't like the kids that they saw. Because I personally, and I think I said this on our show time and time again, that I thought whoever the young up-and-coming coach was going to get this job. And obviously in Pittsburgh's mind, they didn't see that person walk in their door. They didn't have a young Don Shula walk through their door. They didn't have a young Vince Lombardi walk through their door. They didn't have a Joe Jackson Gibbs come in the door and blow their mind. They didn't have a Sean McVay come in. What they had was guys that they felt were okay. And with that being in mind, they decided to go the road travel by a man that's walked in the same footsteps as the man they just lost. And they'll take a couple years with him until they can find the of their coach in church. So there you go. Go ahead, KG.
I love how you threw in Don Shula, who took over the Colts in Baltimore at 33.
Very young. Mm-hmm.
I love how you threw in Sean McVay and a young Vince Lombardi, hell, a young Tom Landry. These guys were up and coming coordinators. Same thing with McVay and Kyle Shanahan. These guys were up and coming, and I feel like I was surprised, just like everybody else. I'm like, why McCarthy? And for you to say that this won't be a lifetime thing, of course. But I don't see McCarthy making it 14 years, in Pittsburgh, because Noel went 23, 69 and 92. Cowell went 14. I think Tomlin went 14. if I'm not mistaken. Tom DeMayo went 16. I can't remember how long time, but I don't see it happening like that for McCarthy because they're pretty much in win now. And reports are saying, oh, when McCarthy coming, Aaron Rodgers is going to decide his future. Aaron Rodgers got to go out the pasture. He like it's a glue truck waiting on you, buddy. You cannot win with the 43-year-old Aaron Rodgers. I'm sorry. You're going to have to pick one of these quarterbacks coming out this year, or you're going to have to find you somebody young on a quarterback carousel that you can mold. But McCarthy got a job ahead of him. And I don't even think the Steelers give him 5 years. And you know how I feel about the Steelers owners and the organization. It's such a classy organization. I don't think they give him 5 years. If he doesn't win within the first 3, he's gone. And I kind of sort of want to put Blue Magic guarantee on it, but I think I'll leave it alone. But I think 3 years is his max. He doesn't win.
You scared?
Yeah, I'm a little scared. I ain't gonna lie to you.
All right, thanks for admitting it.
J-Dub said, I was really surprised the Steelers would hire McCarthy. He's an older coach, so his career in Pittsburgh definitely not going to be as long as most of their other coaches, and they've only had a few. That's true.
That's a point. That's a good point.
Maddie said, my son's a Steeler fan and hates it. I'm sure most Steeler fans do.
Yeah. I got to reach out
And
to my Steeler fans.
Responds to Maddie and said, can't blame him. Can't say I blame him. And what's crazy is you got young guys out there like Byron Leftwich is still sitting out there. I would have expected Pittsburgh to bring him in for an interview.
To do what?
Huh?
What's he doing?
I ain't hear what you said.
You said you expected Pittsburgh to interview Byron Leftwich, and I'm just trying to figure out what he's interviewing for.
What?
Head coach.
Why wouldn't he interview for a head coach?
We talking about Byron Leftwich, right? The guy that Marshall carried down the field on a fourth quarter drive, and was a coach in Tampa Bay. And you do understand he's blacklisted, right? He's in the rest. He's in that little box where you put Russ Grimm, head coaching future, and Byron Leftwich, head coaching futures in that same little box, and is Mike Lowry's mommy's titties, they in there too, and you throw that in the middle of the ocean, you know what I'm saying? So only Jacques Cousteau can find them.
Houston.
That's the place where it's going. That's where they are.
But so why is that the case? Not to change the subject. Why is that the case? Because he went from being boy genius, winning the Super Bowl, being one of the hottest coordinators, it's not his time yet. It's not the same thing they did with Bieniemy, but we found out the truth about Bieniemy. But it's not his time yet to. Nobody's calling, and now he's not even an offensive coordinator. Oh, only reason why he was that good was because he had Tom Brady. He was good when he didn't have Tom Brady. So why is he? What happened that he's blacklisted? What did I miss? Please inform me.
He danced with the devil in the pale moonlight and lost. He challenged Trevor Baalke, and he didn't have the grounds to challenge Baalke because he made it him or me. And I don't know if you understand the reference, but I'll go back and make it ground for you to understand. There's a song written by one of the greatest poet laureates in the world called Prince. He says the beautiful ones. And at the end of the song, he asks you, do you want him or do you want me? And in Byron Leftwich's situation, he asks the Jaguars, do you want Baalke or do you want me? Because I want you. And unfortunately, he lost in that situation. Now, a year later, Cohen comes in and he wins that battle. And for him making that statement and being bold in that moment, unfortunately, sometimes when you are bold, you get left out in the cold. And that's what happens with him. He's out there just dangling. Something wrong is happening. and that's what he is. You know, he's just a mystery.
Well, I mean, he's at Colorado now as assistant coach, but he should be in the NFL.
And the thing about that is like that's even a wing and a prayer because Colorado has to do some big things this year for him to get back on the spectrum of being a coach of the future.
Look, guys, what shouldn't Flores have been the coach of Pittsburgh? I mean, didn't that make just too much damn sense?
Yo, I'm sorry, Keith, the correspondent. I'm 10 toes down and 10 fingers up on what you just said.
I mean, come on. I mean, just hard nose, no nonsense. I mean, it just
blitzes from everywhere. It's everything that you are and everything you want to be. But for some reason, well, we know what the reason is. They're not going to cross the line because they're the Roonies. The Roonies won't cross the line.
Come on.
And the line is the fact that
he must have fallen his face in the interview. I mean, that's the only way.
No, he didn't fall on his face in the interview.
Only way.
He's suing the league because of that situation in Miami. And that's why he won't get a job right now.
That's unfortunate, man. That sucks.
So that's why we get these, lesser known, underappreciated, and younger guys getting jobs because, yeah.
Hey, and
let's this cycle sucks, to be honest with you, because we got a lot of coaches that aren't good at coaching getting either getting jobs or, I mean, I'm sorry, I keep seeing
there's 5 left. There's 5 openings.
But I see guys like Bobby Slowick getting second jobs or third jobs, and Bobby Slowick sucked at his first 2 jobs. I got Zach Robinson getting the job as the OC, and I forgot where he got the OC job at, but he gets an OC job, and it's like, dude, everywhere I've listened on the radio, you sucked at every place you've been. Like, these guys just get to fail, and then go somewhere else and fail again.
Yeah,
it's crazy. It's borderline preposterous what we see.
Ludicrous.
But the NFL coaching pool is so incestuous that it doesn't make sense. And I'll leave it at that.
I heard this name earlier, so I want to mention this really quick. The honey badger of the coaching game is Eric Bieniemy. Okay, so he is back as the OC in Kansas City, which I find pretty phenomenal. I mean, you could have thought his reputation here was about as in the dirt as you can be. He went to the college ranks for 2 years. What was it, UCLA, right? Was that where he went? With Chip Kelly? And then Chicago, and then back to Kansas City with Andy Reid. So I mean, he ain't going away. Good for him.
Nah, he's like, no, I'm not gonna make that reference. Go ahead, KG.
J-Dub said they must be thinking there could be something because McCarthy and Rodgers won a Super Bowl together. Yeah, we're talking 15 years ago, 16 years ago.
I don't think Rodgers is going to be their quarterback, though, J-Dub. KG.
I don't think so either.
Right. So, J-Dub, I think Rodgers is done. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he would surprise me now. But I think A-Rod is done in Pittsburgh.
And Matty hoping for Flores in Vegas. I mean, that wouldn't be a bad idea.
I could see that.
You need somebody stern in Vegas, but you got to be able to recreate the magic that is the Raider mystique.
It can happen.
And then the good thing could be that if Flores ends up in Vegas, even though Flores rocks a baldy, his barber might go there, and then he could hook up, the owner with a nice little shape up and make things right. And like instead of that little bowl cut.
And Maddie, while I got you here, I can tell you this. I did this for Meatloaf. I started playing the Autumn Wind right before bedtime. Try that with Teddy. Try to play the autumn wind and see if it works, man. When you play the autumn
Hold
wind,
on,
they just be sitting and they be great.
No. There's a thing going on, and I want Maddie to know that I see what's happening. Because the moment I mentioned that Teddy was rocking the touchdown Jesus pose, they've hindered him from being able to pose as touchdown Jesus. I'm upset. I know Jack Carr is upset. I know for sure that the big guy KG upset about this. But y'all can't hate on what happens naturally. Because I don't know what the correspondent feels on this. That's the only reason I didn't bring him into this.
No, I don't need to be in on this.
Yeah. Maddie and his family have helped touchdown baby Jesus, aka Maddie's grandson, imposes where he can't do the touchdown Jesus. And I'm just upset. I can't do this. I found it appalling that they would even stoop to this level, hinder his touchdown Jesusness. Let him be. Let him be free. That's all I'm saying.
J Dub said he agreed Rodgers is done, and Maddie said he already has. Good. Autumn wind with kids right before bed. John Facenda, sleep through the night, baby. And J Dub said just trying to figure out why the Steelers will hire McCarthy. That's totally out of line for them. It is.
Yeah.
I think that's the only surprise is
no, Maddie. It's gotta happen naturally. Don't force this. You know what I'm saying? Because if you let it be, it's gonna be, and it's already built in his chemistry that he's a touchdown Jesus baby. But I know you guys are haters. That's all. That's all that Ohio State in your family. I got it.
All right, gents. We got games starting at 3:00. So you got Broncos hosting the Patriots. The Patriots on the road. They said if the Patriots would have beaten the Raiders week 1 and everything else would have went the same, this game would have been in New England under possibly 10.5 inches of snow. But instead it's in Denver, the Mile High City. Patriots 3.5-point favorites, over under 42.5. We'll go Jack, correspondent, Midnight Rider. I'll finish it up. Gentleman Jack, take it away.
I tell you, KG, it's still going to be cold enough in Denver. The elevation's going to be crazy on some of these cats. These cats coming from the East Coast. But Denver ain't got no quarterback. I didn't even practice or learn this backup quarterback's name because it don't matter. If he ends up pulling some rabbit out of his hat and having this sensational 400-yard day, four touchdowns, Denver Bronco victory, I will eat crow. I will. I'll put hot sauce on it, A1 sauce. I'll eat the shit out of that crow. But I just don't think it's going to happen. I think Bo Nix and the crew. Bo Nix. I think Drake May and the crew is going to come in there, and we can get Midnight Rider and KG's favorite wide receiver, Stephon Diggs. I got him balling today. I think Stephon's going to get you for 75 and a touchdown today. That's over his average. I think he only averages about 55 yards a game. But I think, like I said last week, Diggs is sold with this New England atmosphere. The glow is back, and Vrabel brought it back. It ain't been that long since Belichick and Brady won. So it's pretty cool to see New England bounce back and have an opportunity to be in the Super Bowl this quick after a rebuild. And I give all that credit to Coach Vrabel and the Crafts for putting the right people in the right places. Drake May should be able to handle that Denver defense. I don't think he's going to be able to put up a lot of points, but I don't think the Denver offense is going to be able to put up a lot of points either. So I got the Patriots outscoring the Broncos in this game 24-10, and I'll take the under.
So I'm gonna talk out both sides of my mouth here just a little bit, but I think Peyton's gonna have Jared Stidham a little more prepared than we think. You know, I mean, he's been in the league. He was drafted in the Haskins year, I think.
Yeah, a long time ago.
So it's been a minute. I think he'll be ready to play. The moment won't be too big for him. I think, you know, Sean Payton, maybe a la Super Bowl 44, knows he's gonna have to do something off script here to keep this game close enough. Guys, that pass rush in Denver is elite. Okay, elite. And what's my man Drake May done the last 2 games? Put the ball on the ground 3 times. So that's a concern for me. But as from a gambling perspective, I'm gonna try to thread the needle here. I think New England wins, but they don't cover. Okay. New England ends up winning this game. They don't cover, right? So let's call it 24-21. And we hit the over. Okay.
24-21.
Yep. 24-21 New England.
And
we got an over. We
interrupt you, man.
Yeah.
I'm just glad as a person on the show that you can actually do math. Unlike these Bladenburg boys, because they can't do
that ain't much better.
Fairmont Heights ain't very far from Bladensburg, by the way.
Hey, it don't matter, Keith.
About 4.5 miles.
Keep it real, Keith. Math is math, baby. Numbers is numbers. That's all I'm saying.
There we go. So
you take guns in the over.
Midnight Rider, it's on you.
Oh, damn.
No, you take a New England in the over, right, Keith?
What did you take, Jack?
New England and under.
You know what? Let's do it.
Okay.
I'm gonna be the man to be in the place to be. I'm gonna believe in Sean Payton. Give me the Broncos to win this ball game, and we're gonna take the under because I think you got to get dirty. We gotta live in the dark places to make this thing happen, and we get to the point of what is going to be the AFC team versus the NFC team that is the Super Bowl. So yeah, let's give me the Broncos. If you guys know any of my friends, what is it? My nephew Aaron, and there's one other person that's a Broncos fan. Don't let them know that I said this out loud in this space of having conversations. But yeah, give me the Broncos to win this ball game. Go ahead, KG.
You monster.
There you go.
There you go. Oh.
Well, if I had to pick, we know that the Broncos don't have a quarterback. I don't know Jared Stidham. I don't know him either. But depending on how the field conditions are, you're going to have to do something. You're going to have to run the ball. You're going to have to play defense. This is going to be a defensive battle if Denver has anything to do with it, which means they're going to have to play great defense to limit Drake May, who is an MVP candidate. But I will say this, whoever wins this game is just going to be the sacrificial lamb for the NFC. That's it and that's all. Because when we get to that game, I'll explain why. But I'm going to go ahead and trust my heart. And, you know, I'm going to do like SWV says, I'm going to use my heart, not my eyes. Give me the Patriots in this one, but it's going to be close. Patriots win this because I just got a funny feeling that it's some chicanery going on. But the Patriots win this one. They don't cover though.
There's a heart. There's a heart in the house tonight, and you want to just stand up.
Stand up.
That's right. Okay.
And let me know that you understand.
There you go. Okay. That's a me you joke.
Maddie, I said kids can Denver run the ball. I agree, Maddie. Stedham doesn't have to throw for 400, 200, no turnovers, and they win. If May plays like he did last week, Denver wins. Yep, I agree. And he said Denver defensive line should get lots of pressure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the guy that's going to be important today is I think his name is Will Campbell, the kid they drafted out of LSU as their left tackle. He's come under some heavy scrutiny, because he doesn't look like he doesn't fit the build of a left tackle, and they're trying to make him a left tackle. He doesn't look like Tunsil. He doesn't look like Jordan Malava, whatever his name is. And I think that's the same thing that we could say for a couple other players, but he doesn't fit the build. And I think that's going to be the problem. That's going to be where this is where Denver wins this ball, or could win this ball game, is because Campbell doesn't fit the mold. And he doesn't he's not there. So that could be one weakness that the Broncos expose. So let's go from there. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to track back, but
it's all good. J Dub said no QB. In Denver, Drake May has the Patriots balling. No QB in Denver. Drake May has the Patriots ball, and Pats will win and cover. I just don't have them covering. J Dub said Denver's defense is no slouch. Should be a great game.
Yep.
I hope it is. Because next up, I think this is the game that everybody wants to see. This is the Rams visiting the Seahawks. We have an NFC West showdown. And you got the Rams. The Seahawks 2.5-point favorites. Over under is 45.5. So I guess I had to throw it to the correspondent.
Yeah, guys, this is going to be a great game. Looking forward to this game a whole lot. You know, at the end of the day, to keep this somewhat quick, at the end of the day, I'm going with the probable Hall of Fame quarterback and the probable Hall of Fame head coach in the Rams here. You know, I love Kenny Walker over there in Seattle. Midnight Rider, ride with me here. But Zach
Charbonnet
is out with his ACL injury. He's not playing this week, obviously, and probably first part of next year. You know, Sam Darnold has the oblique injury. I mean, obviously he played well enough. He played good last week, so that's probably not an issue. I heard he only got half the first team reps. I don't know if that's, you know, that's posturing here, or gamesmanship by the Seahawks or not. So yeah, I mean, Nakua is the best player in football right now. Get in the red zone. You've got Adams right there at your disposal. So yeah, I like the Rams to win this game in a really, really tight game. I think I'll take the under 20-17. 20-17 LA Rams. McVay goes to another Super Bowl.
Go ahead, Jack.
Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, Keith, I like what you're cooking, but I have really enjoyed watching the Seattle defense play this year. I mean, you look at it, you got the top two defenses in the league in the championship games in Denver and Seattle. And New England's defense ain't that bad either. So I think Stafford, the 2025-2026 MVP, is that announced today or this week sometime? It's usually announced before the Super Bowl. Am I correct, KG?
No, that happens the week before the Super Bowl. That they
okay, so the gap week.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you know, I look for Stafford and I look for Devontae Adams to have a big game. Expect him to get a touchdown today. I just think the Rams are going to have more offense than the Seattle defense can handle today. I know they have split, I believe, on the season series. So I take the Rams on the road to beat the Hawks. And what do we got as a line here, fellas? It's covered up on my screen. 45 and a half. Yeah, we're gonna go Rams
and a half.
I
And
see it now,
45 and a
partner.
half is the over under.
Rams and the over for me. I will take the LA Rams, and they will score combined more than 46 points. So Rams in the over. Keith, could you please remind me what you said again, sir?
I've got the Rams in the under, 20-17.
Thank you. You know, Rob?
I'm a little concerned because I don't know what Keith had going on in his background, but somewhere in that, all I saw was boxes of baby oil and Diddy inside of them. So I don't know what we had happening there. Yeah.
Oh, geez, Keith. What you doing, partner? And he went back to it.
I love you guys, man. But honestly, I think today I'm gonna die on the cross of my beliefs. If you've been a fan of this show and you watched this show, there's one outside of B. John Robinson. There's one other running back. Actually, no, there's another outside of B. John Robinson and Jameer Gibbs. There's one other running back that I've believed in, and it's Kyron Williams. And I've said Kyron Williams' name too many times on this show and on the places where I podcast and I do podcast things. And I feel like he is the key to life. And if you are a music person, yeah, we talking about Stevie Wonder, key of life. If you don't get it, don't worry about it. But that pastime paradise is going to be happening right now in this moment. And this is the guy that is going to tell you as the world, you know what? I'm not even going to go there. Yeah, I will do it. Because Kyron Williams getting 100 yards, Kyron Williams getting a touchdown is the same place where if you don't believe in love and you don't believe in things that's going to happen, you're going to believe in 8 times 8 times 8 is 64. And you don't appreciate the world as you see it right now. So I got Kyron Williams, the Rams. I got them winning this ball game and give me the over. Stevie Wonder just gave it to me. He gave me sight. Like Stevie Wonder made me see what I just made this prediction to be. Go ahead, KG.
Now I'm gonna take it a little different because even though your Stevie Wonder plays in my mind on the key of life, and I got braids under my mental do-rag, I can see there, even when my vision's impaired, just knowing that I can go from switching to spare on the highway of life. This game is sharp in my sights. Oh, I am not a fan of USC quarterbacks. But Sam Darnold is changing my mind. He has balled out this year, 14-3 record again this year. The last 2 seasons have been the best seasons of his career. Okay? So maybe he wasn't a bust. Maybe it's just where he was at. He completed 67% of his passes this year, career high. 4,048 yards. 25 touchdowns over 14 interceptions this year, a 99.1 rating. Then on the other hand, you got Matthew Stafford. And I agree when Jack said, probably your MVP. And we've been saying that for a couple of weeks because we got a little pissed off that he wasn't in the graphic. This game right here, this is gonna be quite possibly your game of the year. But as much as I love Matthew Stafford, Sam Darnold's redemption got derailed last year. It won't get derailed this year.
Not his redemption.
Yeah, his redemption.
And
I think to be quite honest,
say it again. You're gonna say Sam Darnold's redemption.
Sam Darnold's redemption. That's this game is called. This game is gonna be called Sam Darnold's Redemption Part 2. And the final part will be in 2 weeks at the Super Bowl, because that's what Sam Darnold will be.
KG, grab my coattail and follow me. Follow me, because we about to make this happen. So you gonna tell me over here on this Sunday morning that when we ask for benediction and you got to die on the cross of your beliefs, you say that Sam Darnold is the man and the person that you believe, because you got to believe in something, and you got to believe in some things. And Sam Darnold takes the place of your beliefs. Is that what you want to be? Is that where you want to be?
I'm going to believe that Sam Darnold is going to lead the Seahawks back to the Super Bowl.
So over here in the First Baptist Church of the Sideline Junkies, I see you, Jack. Just give us a second.
You too.
This First Baptist Church of the Sideline Junkies, Sunday morning, praise and worship team coming out and singing in all their glory. What they're going to sing is Sam Darnold is going to lead us to the promised land. They're going to take us to another place. They're going to take us to another land.
Yeah, it just ain't Tennessee. Where's the Super Bowl at this year? That's where the land is. Because think about this. Sam Darnold has played his behind off the whole year.
Not mad at you.
And I'm not taking anything away from Matthew Stafford, because he's played exceptional. Now, he had 1 or 2 games where he only threw for like 230, 250. It was kind of, 2-3 week games. But the dude got it in. This is going to be a quarterback battle. This right here. Let me put it in the terms, old school terms. This is Dan Marino versus John Elway, or Warren Moon versus Dan Marino, where you got prolific passers that's going to get it in today. The Seahawks win this game, but it's going to come down to a field goal at the end of regulation. Sam Darnold is going to put his big boy pants on. He's going to lead them down and get them in the field goal range. You're going to see everybody hold their hands and do that little lean to the side to see if it go through. And all you're going to hear is the Seahawks are going back to the Super Bowl. That's all you're going to hear. I promise. This is a game you don't want to miss.
Jack Carr, go ahead. I saw you.
I just think we got to make an over-under for next week's show. How many times Midnight Rider going to be on the cross for his beliefs? Over-under 4?
I understand what you're saying. And you got to realize that I don't want to cross bits, because there's a bit where Sarah has her hates and Scooter has his Hartford Whaler mentions. So I don't want to dabble my toe in the waters of that field.
Okay.
So that's the only reason I wouldn't do that, is because I feel like I'm impeding on everybody else's territory.
Can I summarize something real quick?
Go ahead.
I just heard Sam Darnold's name in the same sentence as Elway, Marino, and Moon. So I find that pretty damn interesting. So my man better take a step today, because he don't belong in that sentence just yet. So he's got some work. He's got some work to do.
Agree.
Ooh. Do you know who sings that song? I got work to do.
Oh,
It depends on if you want the original or you want the remake.
KG.
of course, KG knows the original.
This is not me and you. We just shooting this to the correspondent. Nope, don't look at your computer. You know, I got work to do.
Aaliyah.
And just say no. It's okay.
Aaliyah.
No, I don't know. No.
He's looking it up.
Is it Aaliyah?
I'm not looking it up. My hands are up. Oh.
Okay.
Who is it?
KG.
Who's looking it up?
KG. It's on you.
Oh, I mean, if you want the original, that's the Isley Brothers.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now, if you want the remake, it's Vanessa Williams.
Was it?
And she did that. That was like late 80s, early 90s when she did I Got Work to Do.
Yep.
I didn't listen to Vanessa Williams' lyrics. I was looking at other things.
I was too busy looking at her. I wasn't
Right.
listening to her.
And she couldn't sing worth a shit.
I ain't mad at either one of y'all for that one.
She couldn't sing, man.
I ain't worried about her singing.
Mm-mm.
It's like the lady in Boomerang after they talk about the belt. She said, "You ain't murdered me for my cooking." Hey, I'm all for that. I don't want to murder nobody for their cooking. I'm okay with everything else. Go ahead.
Maddie said,
"Yeah,
the winner of this one."
I did. You know, hey.
Maddie said the winner of this one wins the Super Bowl. If Donald doesn't, Seattle wins. I think everybody's on the same page.
Yep.
Maddie said he won a Sam Darnold, Jared Stidham Super Bowl. And you know what? Speaking of which, people are talking about the worst quarterback to win a Super Bowl, and everybody keeps saying Trent Dilfer, but I'm like, Trent Dilfer is the reason why they went on that run. Stop it. Please stop.
Steve, what's his name? Jim McMahon. All the quarterbacks that played on defense strong teams usually suck.
KG, help me out. Is that I think that's CC Peniston.
What are you talking about now?
No, that's Shanice.
That's Sean. Okay. All right, there we go. All right, I'm sorry. Random. Yeah.
J Dub said, can the Rams keep that Seattle defense away from Matt Stafford? I think that's where the game will be won or lost. You got to respect Puka Nacua and Devontae Adams and Kyron Williams.
Oh,
absolutely right.
Hey, KG, I think you know when we say it. Puka Nacua.
What a wonderful phrase.
Devon, I don't think Seattle scores 20 points.
So what you think is going to be a defensive thing?
Like I said, I think it's going to be about 24-10, LA.
There's a problem fee, philosophy.
I don't see it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But like I say, shit can happen. I don't know everything. That's my opinion.
Yeah. Maddie says you can steal out the bit. Our bits, your bits.
That's what I thought. The network bit.
Oh, I love it.
And Lehigh said, Sam Darnold's story is cute, but cute don't get you to the Super Bowl. I don't think it's a cute story. I think this is the story
that you don't like Sam Darnold.
Now, granted, I didn't like Sam Darnold. I don't like USC quarterbacks. The greatest USC quarterback in my lifetime is Rodney Peete.
Jesus
That
Christ,
says a lot.
Here it goes. We about to get Rodney Peete. Good God.
Rodney Peete sucks.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead, say it, KG. I'm sorry. I killed the.
I'm just saying.
Rodney Peete was his wife.
He said when he was a young warthog.
Okay.
That's what Maddie said. All right. We coming down to it. Let's hit it, gents. What you eating today?
All right, so I'll go first because I know I got I don't know how many pounds of ground beef I have, but I have ground beef and I'm making chili. I got the onions, peppers, that whole setup, and yeah. So I know I'm for a fact that I'm making chili at some point today. Correspondent, since you're the only one on the screen, I'm gonna kick it over to you.
So I'm gonna make my pick quick, and then I'm gonna get on to something really, really quick I want to talk about and give you guys a little bit of a correspondence corner. What's that?
You didn't make your pick
for the Seattle game?
Yeah.
No, y'all bumped him right out of that jump.
Damn it, KG's an asshole. I'm sorry.
I picked her. I went first.
Okay.
Oh. My bad, Banana.
No, I already went. So yeah, I'm gonna make some chicken sandwiches for this afternoon before the game. But anyway,
what kind of chicken sandwiches?
Yeah, we got it.
Got to specify.
Yeah.
Chicken
I'm gonna take I'm gonna take some chicken patties out of the Tyson bag, and I'm gonna put them in the oven. And when they come out, I'm gonna dress them up a little bit. I'm gonna have the potato rolls heated up a little bit. So they got a little something.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. I know I'm interrupting you, but you're talking to my fat guy. So potato rolls, chicken sandwiches, Tyson's chicken. All right.
And fried.
What kind of cheese are we using?
And I got some deli style American cheese. I'm gonna put on there.
Deli style,
not out the package joint. I got the real joint. And then I'm just gonna top it off. I'm gonna top it off with some RB seasoned fries that I got sitting up there waiting on me. So
yo, Keith, I'm gonna let you know right now. You my best friend.
He does.
I love this. Yo, I just picked up a bag of Arby's fries.
I love them. I love them.
Last week.
Not
because it was the first time, but it was like, yo, I know what these are. And yeah, I've been Arby friesing all week. And yeah, dog. That's I rock with you, dog. Arby fries, chicken sandwiches. You got the middle of the day. I don't care what these other two dudes say. They can have like prime rib. It don't matter. You with the Arby fries and the chicken sandwiches win the day. Go ahead, Jack. Go with your meal.
Well, I tell you, our food selection stock up for this snow weekend. We had a little mix of everything because, like I say, if electricity goes out, I can't cook squat in the house. We got electric range, electric everything else. So I pulled the charcoal grill and the gas grill up underneath the porch so we could grill if the electricity goes out. But so far, the plan is we having chili. Mama gonna throw the beans on in a little while, and she's gonna have chili and cornbread. My wife makes a really nice chili. Not so spicy. Certain people might need more hot sauce in it than others, but yeah, chili and cornbread. And I'm gonna throw that cornbread right in the bottom of the bowl, and then ladle a couple scoops of chili on it. And then probably tomorrow we'll probably have chili over some noodles. You know, we do the leftovers like that. Go ahead and throw up some spaghetti noodles or some elbow noodles, and pour chili over top of that joker. So yeah, it looks like we're gonna have a chili weekend.
KG.
Chili Sunday.
Let me preface this by saying we cooked yesterday. Well, my wife cooked yesterday. We had spaghetti yesterday. Today we're gonna have what we found out a long time ago called the grizzly. It's pulled pork, pulled chicken, pulled beef, topped with coleslaw, and the coleslaw is homemade on potato buns and barbecue sauce. So that's gonna be my cold weather thing sometime today, probably during the game. So yeah, if I eat that during the early game, I should wake up about time the late game come on.
So KG, I'm gonna let you know right now. If you hear a Honda Civic sliding through the parking lot, hopefully here you live. I might y'all be there. You know what I'm saying? Y'all be there for real, dog. Yo, you know what? Tell Sparkle we got beef. Cause she couldn't do that last week. Well, actually, no, she couldn't because I was in a Crown World coma last week. So never mind. We ain't gonna talk about that.
Okay, G. Your wife has several nicknames with us. It's Sparkle, and then I call her Wifey or Lovey, and it's Lisa, correct?
Yes.
So right now, I just want to offer Miss Lisa a live apology on the air. Apparently, I had upset her last week or the week before, and in no ways I meant to hurt her feelings in any way. I was basically bragging that my daughter knows how to make bread now. That's all I was doing, and I just want to do this now in front of everybody. I tried to speak to her the day of the incident, and it just didn't work out. So if you can hear me, Miss Lisa, Miss Lovey, Miss Wifey, I meant no harm. I apologize if your feelings was hurt from something I said. Thank you.
She said accepted, Jack.
All right now.
Oh, and
She
let
said
her
thank
know she's still not off the hook. I still want my birthday bread. I just know that my love
She said she waiting on you to. She waiting on you to tell her when you want it.
My love for my inebriation, and alcohol consumption has a way with my times, so it's okay. We good.
Maddie said, could we also track how often Midnight Rider has peppers and onions and what you eating?
He has slowed that down though, hasn't he, KG?
He did.
It used to be an everyday
No, everything's
thing.
peppers and onions.
Everything. But then again, I was chicken parm for a minute there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was chicken parm and peppers and onions. Yes.
Yeah. I ain't had chicken parm in a long time.
That's how we know we are doing this show way too many times, or a lot of times, because now everybody knows our things.
I like it. I like it.
Now I'm gonna throw this over to the correspondent because I know you had something. So
yeah, I just wanted to give you guys just a quick correspondence corner, if you will. Just some of the stuff on the fringe that I'm looking at on the golf side. Welcome to the show, 18-year-old Blades Brown. I don't know if you guys know, but Friday, my man went out there at the American Express and shot a 60.
Yes.
0.
Whoa.
60. Okay.
16 years old too?
18 years old. 18 years old. Just recently turned pro. The final round of the Amex is today. He is he's 22 under. Right there tied with Siwoo Kim, and lurking is Scotty Scheffler at 21 under. So
and he's leading?
He's tied for the lead, going into the last day.
I might watch
so it's pretty incredible. TGL's Monday, guys. We got Boston Common playing the Bay. So Boston Common is Roy McIlroy, Thor Bornson, Keegan Bradley versus Shane Lowry, Minwoo Lee, and Wyndham Clark. So looking forward to that Monday. We are 21 days away, officially 3 weeks away from Daytona.
Yep.
And we are 74 days away from tradition like no other, the 2026 Masters Tournament. So that's it for me. I'm wrapped up.
My chair. I got a Masters blanket
right there. Since you wrapped it up this way, let me be me. I'm gonna live in this personality that is the epitome. I love the fact that we talked about Daytona, and for me this year, I'm gonna give my guy. I think I'm gonna go Denny Hamlin off the break. If he's riding in the 11 this year, I got Denny Hamlin winning Daytona this year.
Oh, it would be a beautiful thing. So do I. I mean, he's my favorite driver.
Is that right?
Perfect storm for everything he's gone through. So I want Denny Hamlin in that regard. TGL. I got to give you all of the praise and appreciation from you even watching, because you didn't even give love to this, and I'm gonna be a hater for a moment, but the albatross that happened a couple nights ago.
Yeah.
Really?
That was one of the dopest moments. Even though it's not like real golf, but it's real golf.
Yep.
The albatross that happened. The other thing is between the three guys on the screen and you, I'm gonna say something. They call I mean the nickname today is called the epitome, but I'm also the Midnight Rider. I'm also a guy that believes in telling people what they are and who they are. And at some point, Keith Bartholomew Hodges, aka the correspondent, you gotta give these people what they want. And what they want is a show where you show your talents and you give them your gift. I see you with Jack and you do the interview show. And I know what you got and what you do. I see you with us, but I think we holding you back. So at this point and from here on forward, I want you to know that we need you to operate in your space. We need you to be great. We need you to be, whether it's correspondent corner, the correspondent, whatever you want to call it. Be you.
Run with it.
Because I'll, you know me. I'm a podcast host, so I will be on your podcast if you need me. I'll be your sideline junkie. I'll be your assistant. You know what I'm saying? Let's make it do what it do, dog. But be you.
Thank you, Mr. Tirico. I appreciate
yeah,
that.
he admitted he's a podcast host. I love it. I love it.
No, I mean, I sent Boss Man a text. I think it was earlier this week, just kind of giving him an update on some of the stuff I got going on. So we've talked.
I know your schedule's crazy, so I know we might have to tape it or whatever. But
it's probably going to have to lean that way, where Wednesdays and Sundays are like my two best days, and just tape it and then launch it maybe. So anyway, that's possible. I appreciate you saying that. These are the things, we could talk to other things, but I'm on the fringe,
so now you're dropping golf terms.
Yeah.
Doing the fringe. Okay. All right.
So anyway, I eat the crust.
No. So we really need is a day where the junkies go to Top Golf. And like, I know you hooked up KG.
Yours coming. I got some of your clubs. I don't have them all yet, but you'll have them soon.
We want the world to know about that. Let's make things happen, baby.
You ain't getting no extra long clubs for KG, did you?
What's that?
You found some extra long clubs for KG?
Extra long. They're 1 degree upright. So
look at you boys. Well, we gotta wait. We gotta wait on this field trip, man, because I took a spill a couple of days ago. I got cracked ribs. Old man fell down. My light flashed before my eyes. It was scary. But now that the big guy's back on screen, let me give you my NASCAR chat. And I'm gonna start with boogity. Who's your driver? Who's your driver? KG? You got a driver?
KG?
Is that mute?
Well, everybody always knows. I mean, we talked about this. It was Dale Sr. for me for the longest.
Okay.
And then it became Dale Jr. Now, as of now, I'm just kind of I just kind of roll with whoever right now. I mean, if you rolling with Joe Gibbs, I'm rolling with you. You rolling with what's it? Jumpman 23. I'm rolling with you because I mean those are two of my favorite owners. But I think I'm more of an owner's kid now.
Okay.
Because it's all about wall trip racing and things like that. So I'm like, all right, it's just pretty much whoever catches my eye now.
Yeah, I know enough about NASCAR to probably get in trouble where people say I don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm not saying I know NASCAR. I don't. I've been to 3 races in my life, and it's a good time. But just my first race, you don't stand up and get excited when they wreck. You definitely don't do that. They were going to beat my ass. I was a Richard Petty guy as a kid. I had all the little Richard Petty cars and my shit, you know. And then I think I did go to senior after that. And then I went to that cat that was in the Crown Royal car because Crown Royal used to be my flavor.
There you go, Jack. Yeah, baby.
Everybody was buying me the Crown Royal NASCAR shirts and shit. And I'm like, I don't even follow NASCAR, but thank you. So yeah, I don't even really have a driver right now. 2026. Who's Jack's driver? I don't know. I don't. I just know drive fast, turn left. Drive fast, turn left. That's
I think the kid that you would like is the kid. I think his last name is Dylan, and you can correct me, Keith, if I'm wrong. I think he drives the 3 car.
3 cars back in.
I think the 3 car is back.
Oh, I thought they would have retired that car.
No. Keith,
I do better.
Yeah, I think his name's Austin Dillon, and he drives the 3. It's a different sponsor, but
you got a rare diecast. This here's apparently rare. Somebody told me the orange car. He only drove it once, I think they said.
Okay.
So Jack, I think you would love the 3 car Austin Dillon. For me, I don't. If we're doing NASCAR drivers, it would depend on the race for me, because I like certain people at certain tracks.
Really? I've never heard that.
Yeah. Trust me, Jack.
And I like Tony Stewart too back when. There's
another one of my guys because he was Joe Gibbs' guy. But Jack, I got a lot of NASCAR knowledge that you don't know about. Keep telling people, yo, I love me some Budweiser, I love me some left turns, and I love me some white women. So we good.
But just explain this to me. And
well, you'll find plenty of them at the NASCAR race. That's for sure.
I'm not being racist in any way, but isn't NASCAR not really a black folk sport?
Not in
the Or do I sound bad saying that? I'm not trying to be nasty, but
I mean, there are a lot of black folks, especially in the South, that love racing, that love American muscle, love American muscle, mechanics, guys that turn wrenches, guys that love to go fast. So when you go to Richmond, for example, they come up from the Carolinas and they hit those NASCAR races hard.
But the other part too is there's a lot of us that like to gamble, and I honestly will tell you right now, shout outs to my boy Wayne Vickers. I didn't get into NASCAR until he put me in our NASCAR league at Enterprise. Matty Ice Scooter will know the name that I mentioned, and that's
about that.
NASCAR. And ever since, I just been a fan, and I follow. I love the left turns, But yeah, it's not been a thing for me lately because I haven't concentrated on as much as I used to. But yeah, now that we got correspondent here, and he's gonna make this a thing, like, and Keith, I'm gonna put it this way. The one time the Sideline Junkies, Brian and KG brought up NASCAR, I predicted that Denny Hamlin was going to win a race. He won the race, and then they never talked about NASCAR ever again. Ever again. They just like, all right, we good.
They didn't give you any shine that you got it right. Everybody just moved on.
They didn't act like it existed.
They don't sound.
It doesn't approach me that you'd be one to let them get away with that, though. Sounds like you did until now.
I let it happen because I knew, like, haters are going to hate.
Right.
It's okay when you hate, because when you are
I'll tell you,
things can't change. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know nothing about in NASCAR too much, but it's fun to go watch. And them cars come rolling by. Oh, that's hype.
Oh, and before we get out of here, KG, I know you gotta talk, but our kid, Maddie Chaplin, is out there doing big things on the racing circuit. So if you haven't followed him on our page on In the Passenger Seat, give him some love and give him some shine because he does his thing too. Go ahead, KG. Close us out.
No, let me follow that up, KG. I'm sorry. Look at the eyes roll. Look at the eye roll. Maddie Chapin is doing some incredible things. His dad, Phil, sent me a little care package. I'm going to reveal it on In the Passenger Seat soon. Oh, he's doing big things, man. Thanks for bringing that up, Midnight Rider. We need to show the love for Matthew. KG, it's all you.
I'm sorry, I do dope shit. So what are you talking about?
Maddie said, quick plug again for Drive Time February 2nd for the Olympic hockey. It's going to be a great show. Get everyone ready for the best hockey tournament since 2012. And he said Netflix is doing a documentary coming out at the end of the month on A Miracle on Ice. Looks to be very well done. You know, if you followed us, you know that's Maddie's thing right there. Is the Miracle on Ice.
And hockey.
And, you know, Maddie can talk. I think if Maddie did a show, he could do a show for 6 hours talking about it. The movie, the event, everything. He could do a show for 6 hours. But now if I ask him, come on, let's watch Mighty Ducks, he don't want to talk to me for that. So Josh from Highly Opinionated said this show and cast is truly amazing. Jack is amazing. KG going to teach you something. Midnight Rider, true definition of a role model. My favorite guy, my favorite sideline junkie, the correspondent. Great show, fellas. Thank you, Josh.
Oh Lord. Damn, Josh,
Yeah,
it's
funny right now. If the correspondent doesn't end up on an episode of Highly Opinionated, then the world doesn't exist.
You gotta go with Josh.
The world isn't round; it's flat. That's how much I believe in the correspondent being on Highly Opinionated.
Breaking news! I'll be on there this week. You know that.
Awesome.
Dude, you weren't supposed to see that.
What's that?
I know what you know. We good.
And Maddie said,
I'm ready.
nobody
I'm
puts the
excited to talk to
correspondent
the
in the corner.
Nah.
You're damn right.
Nobody.
Now, I've been waiting to get to this one. Maddie said, when Jack said he fell, why did Eddie Murphy aunt falling down the stairs pop in my mind?
Lord,
Jesus.
Lord, that shit wasn't funny.
The fat bitch funny that fell down my damn steps again.
That shit hurts, boy. Shit hurts.
I hate y'all, man. Y'all stupid.
We stupid.
Hey, blame Maddie for that one. Oh man. He said Scooter's breaking down changes in NASCAR tomorrow on Drive Time. Speaking of which, Drive Time is prime time tomorrow, right?
I think they're doing 8 because they're doing hockey. I mean, the hockey breakdown.
Okay.
But we gotta make sure that the coach knows that, you know, he can't go over. He got a hard out at 8 tomorrow.
Yeah, let's talk post show a little bit about this, please, guys, because I got some plans I was trying to put into play. So let's talk post show, please.
And J Dub said we're all Americans. Yes, we are. And one thing we love, good food, especially here at the Sideline Junkies. Good food, a good betting line, and great sports. Now look, I'm not successful with the betting part.
Neither are we.
It's
no, Maddie said tomorrow's 5. He said tomorrow's at 5.
Oh, tomorrow's at 5. I heard it was at 8.
He's going at 5 tomorrow.
Hey, I don't want none of y'all this week trying to climb no damn skyscrapers or anything. So just get that shit out your mind right now.
Yeah, I seen everything but the finish. Did he climb that needle too?
Yes, all the way to the top and stood on the top.
I seen him when he had to climb around the lip of that, but then the girl
couldn't have been 36 inches. The top,
I did not see.
The top was domed, and it couldn't have been more than 36 inches in circumference. And he stood on the top, and it was windy as hell.
Oh, windy!
Wow,
that dude's batshit crazy.
Batshit crazy.
Right.
He did it.
No ropes. Yeah,
nothing. Zero.
No.
For the correspondent, the gentleman Jack. The Midnight Rider down there. I'm the big guy KG. Thank you for joining us and getting your week started off right.
Whoa.
Oh Lord. Whoa, Nelly.
What did you call me?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
for the correspondent, the gentleman Jack, and the epitome.
Thank you.
The epitome of an armpit. Thank you for joining us. Enjoy your week. Enjoy the snow. Stay safe and stay warm. We out of here. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the Thursday Night Throwdown. It's me, it's the big guy KG. As you can see, I'm sitting by myself, but I'm not going to be by myself for long. This right here is the show that we do on Friday evening. See if I can channel my inner Midnight Rider who's on his way. It's the show we do on Friday Eve. When you go into the office tomorrow, and you surrounded by the Keurig, and you're going to hear the guy that's always stealing people's lunches talking about, hey, did you guys watch Sideline Junkies Podcast Network last night? And then Carol from accounting going to come down and say, yeah, I caught it. And then Robbie from HR going to come down, yeah, we need to talk about you stealing them lunches, but yeah, I caught it. And you know what everybody's going to be talking about? The Thursday Night Throwdown. Yeah, baby. I'm trying here. That's my inner Midnight Rider there. But as you can see, this is the Thursday Night Throwdown. Welcome. We got a lot for you tonight, man. This is where we've been planning this for a couple of weeks. Get it off your chest when it comes down to the Commanders and their season and how you felt about it as a fan base, how you felt about it, overall period. So that's absolutely one of those things that I can't wait to get into because, it's going to be some hemming and hawing, some bitching and complaining too. So, I mean, we're going to put it there where it's at. But most definitely, this right here means the world to me right here. The Midnight Rider said I did good. That means the world to me, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. He'll be joining soon, so you're gonna be expect to see him running off from the wings and sliding across the stage like he Eddie Kane Jr. And I'm asking where Bobby at. I don't think he know where Bobby at, but let's do it. Little bit of breaking news. The Ravens have picked their coach. Do I agree with it? Not at all. You have so many, for lack of a better term, sexy candidates. I'm trying to pull it up here. You have so many sexy candidates that you could pick from, and you choose Jesse Minter, who is a former Chargers DC, to replace John Harbaugh. Now, I'm all for giving, the young assistants and things like that, their first shots. And what's happening, Josh? Highly opinionated. What's happening, brother? I'm all for that. Now, if I gotta choose who I'm gonna pick, I don't know if I'm picking Jesse Minter to lead this Baltimore team because they need somebody like a Brian Dable. And what Brian Dable did with Josh Allen, imagine what he would do with Lamar Jackson. Okay? That's one thing. Now, Jesse Minter, he's a young cat, and a lot of young coaches. He's only 42. Went to Mount St. Joseph, was a wide receiver. He was a defensive intern at 06 for Notre Dame, graduate assistant for Cincinnati from 07 to 08. Indiana State from 2009 to 2012. He was the linebacker coach and the defensive coordinator. Went to Georgia State as a DC. Was with the Ravens as a defensive assistant and from 17 to 20, assistant defensive backs coach, and then the defensive backs coach in 20. Left and went to Vanderbilt in 21 for DC and safeties coach. Went to Michigan 22 to 23 as a DC. Then went to the Chargers 24-25 as the DC. So he comes back to the Ravens in 26 as a head coach, and he's a national champion in 23. I believe that is with Michigan. So, I mean, he got some championship pedigree, first head coaching job. Perry checking in. He said, kept it in the family, came from the Ravens coaching staff. True indeed. True indeed. The boss says, y'all are super high on Dable, but here's what killed Dable in New York. He didn't have the personnel. You lose Saquon. You got Danny Dimes. Danny Dimes had more of a running game by himself than he did with Saquon. That's a problem. You didn't have receivers. It was so much that killed him in New York. Yes, I'm going to be high on Dable because I know Dable has an offensive mind and he's going to make a better offensive coordinator than head coach sometimes. But right now, it's like you gift wrapped it and you give him Lamar. Imagine what could happen. Josh says, Jesse Minter is fine as long as Cliff Kingsbury is the OC. Now, if Cliff Kingsbury goes up 295 and becomes the OC in Baltimore instead of getting a head coaching job, I'm gonna shake my head on that. But if it happens, remember you heard it here first. And Perry said needs to build a good staff, and he knows the building. Yeah. And you know what you do? You build a good staff with veteran coaches and things of that sort, and guys that know how to play the game, know how to coach the game. So, hey Josh, I agree with that. Dable going to Buffalo. I feel the same way. I've been feeling like that Brian Dable was gonna go back to Buffalo, and him and Josh are gonna make that magic, and he's going to wind up being the one that takes Buffalo over the hump. So I'm just going to say that there. And speaking of Buffalo, I've had such high praise for that team. They were my Super Bowl pick. So it's disappointing that they didn't get there. But again, I don't think McDermott was the problem. But yeah. There's still a couple of good coaches out there that don't have a home. And if you can find it in your heart to give a good ball coach a home, you got Arizona, you have Las Vegas, Buffalo, Atlanta's got their guy. You got a couple of different places to go. So, also, breaking news. This may not be big, but it's big to me. Christian McCaffrey has been nominated for MVP. Now, what's crazy is with all the injuries he suffered, he's still in the MVP race. But I think he's just a token horse, because if it winds up somehow, some way that Matt Stafford does not win this MVP award. Only other person that could take the MVP award from Matt Stafford, only person that could take it away from Matt Stafford is possibly Sam Darnold. Possibly. Other than that, nah. They said I hate Atlanta decision. I hate Dallas DC choice. I hated Atlanta decision too. We talked about that on Tuesday a little bit. And I talked about Stefanski. I said, I don't really have any faith in Stefanski because he rubbed me the wrong way. But I also understand that he was in a situation where he did not get the shop for his groceries. I know. I'm paying attention to the wrong stuff instead of paying attention to what I'm saying. But he was in a situation where he didn't get the shop for his own groceries. Now, the question is he going to be able to shop for his groceries in Atlanta? And with Penix coming back off that knee injury, you got Kirk Cousins. But are you going to nurture Penix? That's the question I have for Stefanski. You know, you can take your time bringing him back. You got Kirk in the building. Are you going to nurture Penix? Because you got Drake London and them guys. It could work. He says same can't get it. I don't think the defense and the running game are the catalyst. That's what everybody says. You got to play complementary football, and in this era, you have to play complementary football. And you were talking about the Dallas DC, Christian Parker from the Eagles. Here's something that I like. When Dallas makes moves like this, when they hired Brian Schottenheimer, if you are familiar with the Temptations miniseries, when Dave Ruffin and Flynn was in the limo, and he said, Barry Gordy jumped up and was like, yes, David, yes. That's what I do when Jerry makes moves like this. Yes, Jerry, yes. I will applaud your toxic behavior all day long because it makes me so happy to see y'all lose. And I don't think it was a good choice, but who am I? Who am I? It's a Cowboys move. And one thing we always say on this show, as long as Jerry Jones is running the show in Dallas, they're going to continue to do what they do. And for those of you that are uninitiated, let me give you a little history lesson. When Dallas was winning their Super Bowls, that team, when Jerry Jones took over in 89, the first thing he did, first order of business, and this is where he cursed himself at, he fired the legend in Tom Landry. No, unceremoniously, matter of fact. He fired him. You bring in Jimmy Johnson. Okay. You go 1-15 in 89. 90, you do a little bit better. 91, I think you make the playoffs in 91. 92, you make it to the Super Bowl win. After probably the greatest trade of all time in trading Herschel Walker. 93, you repeat. Win the Super Bowl again. But then you get drunk. And you have words with your Super Bowl winning coach who pieced this roster together. You let him buy the groceries. He did it, but you were mad because you weren't getting the daggone kudos and the pats on the back. That's where it all died. Ego is what kills Jerry Jones and his business aspect. As far as selling the Cowboys brand, he is astronomically head and shoulders above the rest. As far as putting a winner on the field, he does not know what he is doing. One thing you have to do in business, whether it's sports, whether it's in the boardroom, whatever you're doing, you can be the richest man in the room, but you got to have the smart people working for you. Everybody in the room has to be smarter than you that you have working for them. He does not have football people working for him. He has yes men working for him, and that's why they make moves the way that they do. When you know a Troy Aikman is getting older, why not draft a quarterback? Never did. You bring in a Quincy Carter, a Matt Stoner, what's the dude? Drew Henson. You know, Emmitt Smith's getting older. You bring in Troy Hambrick. You never prepared for the future. If you would have kept the line going, Dallas would have never had 30 years of a fall off. You have bright spots here and there, but Dallas is messed up. And this D coordinator position, this hire right here proves how messed up they still are. I'm just calling a spade a spade. You can call me a hater. You can call me what you want to call me. Just don't call me too late to dinner. But this is the truth. This is the truth. I don't understand owners. Yes, you own the team, but I don't understand owners that meddle in football business when you don't have a football background, i.e. Jerry Jones, Daniel Snyder. He did it for a long time. Let the football guys do what they do. You worry about the business aspect. One thing about the late, great Jack Kent Cooke, he would tell Joe Gibbs how he felt. And then he'd say, in one instance, he told me, he said, well, shoot, I just got bought out of this company and I got $18 million and I don't know what to do with it on taxes. But I'm not going to hamstring you. I'm going to let you do what you do, but I'm just telling you what I think. And he left it alone. That's how you be an owner in sports. I'm going to tell you what I think, but I'm going to leave it alone. I don't want to, if I'm the owner of any sports franchise, I don't want to be on the phone in the war room making fake calls. I don't want to do none of that. I want to sit back in the corner. Hey, you guys good? Y'all got who y'all want? Okay. Just tell me how we need to work the money. We got it. But that's that. That is all facts. Plus, there was no salary cap when we were winning. I mean, what was that? 92 was the start of Plan B free agency. So, you had that. But the thing is, look at the players you got for Herschel Walker. Look at the draft picks and the players you got. You got those things, and they made it work within the structure, but you wanted to be in Dallas. Is the crazy thing. You wanted to be in Dallas because they were building something. They built that. They stripped everything down to the bare bones and built it up. And you built the dynasty only to mess up. Jay Novacek was getting older. You don't bring in a tight end of Tony Gonzalez or something like that. You bring in an Eric Bjornsson. What? You never replaced the parts. They didn't replace they truly replaced Michael Irvin after his injury until they got Dez Bryant. That's that. But it's just, I don't get it. I don't get it. And J Dub checking, he said, I'm a Cowboy fan. The Cowboys not win again until there's no longer a Jones running the team. And that's going to happen. Midnight Rider. What's happening, brother?
What's going on, man?
I'm in this thing just giving out history lessons waiting on you, man.
Hey, I heard you talk about the mentor thing. And I think Josh brought up a good fact is he's part of that Harbaugh tree, that family. So he's done stuff in and around, up and down with those guys. So I think it's only a natural progression to go from Harbaugh to him. Plus, he's only 31, 32 years old. So
no, he's 42.
42?
42.
Okay, that's still good.
He's a young buck. He's a puppy.
Yeah, and that's
he's a
all
puppy
they
when
want
it comes
now.
to coaching.
That's all they want now. They want the youngest and shiniest.
You do realize why though?
No.
McVay, Shanahan.
Oh, yeah.
Because McVay and Shanahan were your boy wonders, and they had been. They're going to be your boy wonders. And Shanahan has been in 2 Super Bowls. McVay won a Super Bowl. So the boss BJ say he said you a damn lie. You're going to hear my mouth as owner. If you're going to hear my mouth if I'm owner, and that's not a problem to hear your mouth, but don't hamstring the guys that are doing the job for you. Don't interfere to the point where you ruin relationships. Don't do that. Say your piece. But when it comes down to draft picks, I don't want my owner standing on the table telling me I should draft X, Y, and Z because he feels that that's who we should draft. But I don't want that guy. That guy's not going to work in our system.
Hey B, did you send Mo the link to the studio? Because I know he said he was going to jump in with us tonight.
He recorded. I got his video already uploaded and ready to play.
All right. And then what about Jack? Because I know Jack said he was going to do one.
He hasn't sent the video. He's supposed to do a live check-in with us soon.
Okay.
Jack's on special assignment, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm over here playing catch up.
I got you. And B said, the boss said everyone should be working together. Yes, but working together does not mean interfering to the point that you mess everything up. That's what Jerry Jones has been doing for the last 30 some odd years. He's been interfering to the point where he's messing everything up. And Anthony said, who do you guys want them to hire as your OC? We already hired an OC.
Yeah, it was David Shaw. The kid, they just did a signing in-house. We heavy football already. What else you open with? You open with the hiring of the Ravens coach.
Yes.
What else? Just tell me what I missed. Get me caught up so I can.
We talked about the hiring of Jesse Minter in Baltimore. Perry said about that being in-house, and we talked about that, and we talked about Stefanski being in Atlanta, and a lot of people don't like it.
Yeah, but I think that's a better hire than they think, especially if one Kirk Cousins is your starter on opening day. That's where Kirk had his best years, is in Minnesota with Stefanski, and that offense with Stefanski calling it. You got Bijan, Kyle Pitts, Drake London. You're gonna have a good offense. I think sometimes the problem in Cleveland was he just didn't have the parts. He didn't have the quarterback. He had 13 quarterbacks in 4 years. One season he had 5. One season he had 4. And then I think another season he had 3. So I mean, you do the math. I mean, that's just not a good recipe for success in that city period. And then your best receiver is Jerry Jeudy. Yeah. So I think him going to Atlanta is a win-win for Atlanta. And I think it's a win-win for him because I think he gets to fall back in the good graces of, being an offensive-minded coach. I think the only thing he still has to shake a little bit is whatever people think about, he was doing with Shador, whether they thought he was trying to sabotage him or not. That's really the only thing we got on that.
I think that's what I'm looking for. Are you going to do the same thing that pretty much got you ran out of Cleveland? But I said that about Brian Dable too. I said that was the thing with Brian Dable. He didn't have all the pieces he needed in New York. He didn't have a run game. His run game was Danny Dimes. Shouldn't have been. Stefanski didn't have a run game until he got Judkins, and then once Judkins got on the field, he got hurt, and that was the end of that run game. So he didn't really have everything he needed. I'll give him that.
Okay, I'm cool with that.
I
don't want a big Dable argument today, so I'll save that for later.
Okay, I got that. Let me ask you this real quick. We got Arizona, Las Vegas. Who else is open? Arizona, Las Vegas. I said something else, and I'm missing who it was.
You talking about the vacancies?
Yeah, as far as vacancies.
Well, let's say who got hired. Let's do it that way. Pittsburgh is still vacant. Buffalo still vacant. Las Vegas. And then the other one you said. But some's gonna get filled.
Arizona.
Yeah, and one of those gonna get filled in the next couple of days.
And Cleveland.
Yeah, I think Cleveland is gonna be last minute because I think Cleveland, if they can't get who they want, I think their option is whatchamacallit. What's the defensive coordinator? That's still there. You know who it is? The Titans' old coach. He used to coach Detroit.
Jeez, hold on.
I'm having a day now, so I ain't get settled.
I know you, but let me ask you a question, and I want you to give me while I'm looking this up. I'm gonna ask you a question. I want you to give me your honest answer. What's the job that really makes you sit up in your chair? Huh?
Jim Schwartz. That's
Jim Schwartz. Okay.
All right.
What's the job that makes you sit up in your chair right now?
Which one that has been filled, or the one that's
which vacant job that makes you sit up and say, you know what? I if I had a chance, I'd take that job.
I mean, I'd be the oddball. I had Cleveland higher than everybody else. I think Cleveland would be a decent job because you got time. You can bump in with Shador for a year or two, figure it out for him, and then go from there. And last season they had one of the best drives in team history. So boom. I mean, I say go with them. You got the defense. All you gotta do is add a couple pieces, add some receivers, and I think they're fine. A couple receivers and O lineman, I think they'll make some noise.
Okay.
Let's get Jack jumped in real quick.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, on the road. It's Jack Hall.
What's up, fellas? You hear me all right?
Yeah, you good. You way better than last week.
Yeah, I'm set up here at the greeting desk over here at the front door. I got a little tripod set up. It's nice and still. Hey, practice makes perfect. You know what I'm saying?
For sure.
So what y'all up to?
So we just talked about just recently some of the breaking news from the day. The new hires. We haven't gotten into the Nats making the trade with Gore. And then that's it so far. That's all I got.
Okay.
All I caught up to.
Okay.
KG had a couple with the audience about some things.
You know, I'm back around the way. It feels pretty good being back around the old neighborhood. Bladensburg is currently leading Parkdale at the half, 32-22. But it's been a much closer game than that. Blade hit a couple late threes back to back. They gave him that 10-point lead. Everybody's been so gracious and hospitable. Coach John Camara, the AD, Tiffany Clark. She's been amazing. And they promised me a tour of the facility next time I come out, man. It's my first time inside the new school. So, yeah, the gym is humongous. And like I say, it's pretty cool. And remember how I said this is a Riverdale rivalry for me? And it's funny, both teams got abbreviated names on their jerseys. Of course, Bladensburg says Blade, and Parkdale says Dale. So I think that's pretty neat. I'm gonna try to get a picture of a Parkdale player and a Bladensburg player standing side by side with those pretty cool uniforms. But other than that, man, this is something I'm really enjoying doing. And I just can't wait till some of the guys get their work schedule straight and can free up, and we can come out here as a group and just mob them. You know what I'm saying?
So what else you got on the schedule on the docket for the next 2 weeks? Don't you have another game you want to hit Saturday?
No, I was looking at something tomorrow down in Calvert County, Northern versus Great Mill. I'm not sure the kid's name, but I've been having media people tell me they got to get to a Great Mill game. There's a stud over there. So I want to get over there. Some of the games that I've been to recently, I've been to private school, I've been to public school, I've been to big public schools, I've been to little public schools. This one over here is right in the middle as far as the skill level and everything. Parkdale, I believe, is 2-9, and Bladensburg, I think, is 6-5.
Yeah, they were 6-4 as of Monday.
Right. So, and I met Coach Marshall. What a great guy. He sounds like he's ready to get this football program up and rolling. Everybody I've met that has something to do with the sports program over here, it's totally different. They got probably 5 to 6 new coaches this year. They had their inaugural flag football for the girls last year. That's an event the Junkie definitely got to get out to as one of those flag football events. And it's during the same season as high school football. So just networking, making friends.
Okay. Do you want to start off or kick off the Commanders rant for us, or?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it on my ride over here, Midnight Rider, and you know me and notes and writing things down, but they're all scrambled up here, and it's just my thought for the season. You know, I didn't like the injuries. Lost Armstrong on the defensive line early. He was having a humongous season. First 5 games this season, he had some good sack numbers. Terry being hurt and the lockout, that kind of messed up stuff, in my opinion. I think lockouts can really be a bad effect on a program. Um, you know, and then he started showing up to camp and wasn't even participating. That made me a little mad too. Uh, I don't, I don't know where Washington wants to go with receivers. I'm picking up Debo is pretty all right, but I would have loved to have seen Debo and Terry together accelerating, and them Jaden getting hurt a couple times. You know, you can't go out there and win stuff with backup quarterbacks. So health, got to stay healthy. What's up with the training staff there with the Commanders? Do they got something to do with this? You know, there's a lot of ifs, and injuries killed the Commanders this year. A little bit of coaching killed the Commanders this year. Witt wasn't a big Witt fan. Uh, I just think Washington, they still need to improve on the defense side of the ball. I know I mentioned Dorian Armstrong, but we need more dominant pass rushers than that. And as Midnight Rider said before, you know, some of these D-backs and safeties, they all look good because they got a great pass rush. And he's exactly right. And it's tough for receivers to sit there and cover a guy for 8, 9, 10 seconds, you know? So I think Washington needs to. I would take an edge rusher #1. I really would, and I'd take another one probably in the 3rd round. I'm excited for the draft, and I'm excited to do mocks. Midnight Rider, can you believe JC's ready to do a mock?
That's 3 years in the making, baby.
I frowned on it the first year, second year, I mumbled about it, but now I'm ready to make a mock.
We'll get that schedule kicked out when we figure it out. I think we're gonna do 6 picks a show. You know how it goes. We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
Make it happen, man.
Yeah, I want to do another draft show where we stay up all night and drink coffee. Yeah. I want one of those. That was a blast. We gotta. Let's open up our. What's that?
I said that was 4.5, 5 hours.
It was. My ass was sleeping. It was bad. But I think maybe we incorporate some of our guys. You know, our guys that we got from our shows. Bring them in for 45 and then kick them and bring another guy from our shows in. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be pretty cool.
You keep saying guys with emphasis. You also say some of the ladies too, because maybe we
Of course. I was referring to how I say I got a guy. That's all I was doing with guys. But yeah, some of our chickadees can come in too. I ain't got a problem.
So yeah. Anything else you want to cover before we get out of here? Actually, if you remember your guest for Wednesday, let's knock that out. Let's give people a reminder who you got coming up this week.
Okay, yeah, I had to come up, and I'm gonna use another sports term. I had to throw a curveball. I had Lou Groza Award winner, University of Maryland kicker Brad Craddock was supposed to be scheduled. He had a death in the family and needs to take care of some business. But I got to reschedule him for the week after next, not a problem. So we moved Coach Rich Houchins up. Rich he's won championships at Carroll. He's won championships at Eleanor Roosevelt. I want to say he's got 2 or 3 state championships at Eleanor Roosevelt. He stepped away from the game about 4 years ago to get some health things taken care of. I mean, I think I can put it out there. He put it out there. He got, hip replacement, knee replacement, some things that can make him walk the sidelines better. And I think he's planning on a return soon. Maybe he'll announce that in the passenger seat this week coming up. I look forward to talking to Coach.
All right, man. Well, keep doing what you're doing. I got I don't know if you remember this guy. the guy from MFVAI Sports. I think his name is Marvis or Mavis. He does the
I remember
recording.
you.
He's been on the sidelines with you before.
Oh, you talking about Miller?
I don't know if that's his name. I don't want to get his name
All right.
wrong.
We'll talk more. I've been on the sidelines with a couple cats that know us because I introduce myself every time. In the past, you just see Sideline Junkies Podcast Network, and sometimes people are like, oh yeah, I know junkies. I'm like, nah, we ain't them junkies, Slim. And he's like, no, I know y'all. So yeah, there's some cats out here that know us, and like I say, these media guys, they showing me the ropes because I broke some rules up at the state championship up at Navy Stadium. Media rules I break, but I wasn't never a rule follower anyway.
All right, man. Well, get back to it. Sound like the game started back up.
Yeah, it sure did. Mm-hmm.
We'll catch up with you later, man.
All right, man. That right. I'll holler at you.
All right, man. Take it easy, man.
Thanks.
Bet. All right, guys. That was Gentleman Jack checking in from the Blade Parkdale game. If you haven't seen it lately, in the passenger seat, he has a bunch of videos posted from games that he does. We call it the field trip. So he's been interactive, doing a whole bunch of things. So that's where we'll go with that. Let's see. We got some comments. Anthony, you're gonna have to help me out because I'll start with this, but you gotta tell me what you're talking about here. Because David Shaw was the head coach in Stanford when Luck was there. He's got a pro style and a traditional offense. You're right. He comes off of he has links to the tree for Bill Walsh and Company. So that definitely has those ties. I don't know if somebody said that or not. So I apologize for not knowing exactly where you got that question from. And then next up is the Boss B, laughing because he said we ain't them junkies. He dang right, man, Eddie. Because the last thing we need is for somebody to come back to them and tell them, oh, they got your name. And then we got to deal with that mess. Because I don't feel like having to cuss nobody out. See. Let's go here. The Cowboys and Redskins have it to the extreme where you guys have owners who want to control everything and micromanage. But my Dolphins has an owner who really doesn't care about a winning product on the field. He cares about everything outside of football. Well, I mean, Stephen Ross with the allegations from Brian Flores talking about wanting them to tank. I get that information, and I definitely understand that. I think Miami's problem is just you haven't had the right answer at quarterback, and when you get things going, your issue is that the last 2 times you were in the playoffs, you started like third string quarterbacks. So that's part of the problem for Miami right now. It's not being completely healthy when they get into it. He says, I'm talking about your corner position. I thought your scheme is very spread, air raid. Our quarterback position. I thought your scheme was very spread air raid with Jayden. It's not a traditional air raid. We do a lot of horizontal. There are some very strong concepts, but now I think you can get a little bit of everything. I think you can get some of the under center bootleg West Coast stuff. This offense is not going to be defined by like a style. I think they're going to do a little bit of everything to get themselves in the looks and to try to manage the ball game better. Because I think there were times where the fast team to catch their breath. Just as much as it was hurting the teams they were playing, it was hurting them as well because they were getting off the field too soon. You can't give up a 14 play drive and then go 3 and out and only waste like 20 seconds on the clock. I mean, you burn your defense out. And I think that happened a couple times where the offense didn't slow itself down and take care of the defense. It was always trying to stay in a hurry. And I think one of the things that kind of perpetuated that was once you got off of Mariota and you started Josh Johnson, I think that actually was part of the reason why Cliff got fired is because they showed with Johnson that they can be under center and they can do some things. It says, I like what Jeff Halfley, and John Eric Sullivan said about they're going to focus on building the trenches, looking for a game manager at quarterback for now, and focus on the running game and defense. I mean, I think everybody says the great thing. Everybody wins the press conference. It's only a couple times that I can think of guys like Adam Gase, Jim Tom Sula. Those are kind of the guys I can think of that lost it in the press conference. But yeah, that's about it, man. It's just I think that combination happened because they were both in the same building back in Green Bay, and then they just stuck together. I think that conversation was had. Hey, if you get a job, I'm bringing you with me. I think that's how Halfley got the job, and he got it so quickly.
Well, let me ask a question to kind of segue into our topic for the night. With the Commanders, we don't have a D coordinator right now, right?
Right.
So Dario's putting his hat in the ring to get with the D coordinator position. Would you be okay promoting from in-house Ken Norton?
No, I don't think Ken wants the job anymore. I think Ken's just he wants to be a linebacker position coach. He doesn't want that headache and that pressure of being the guy. I think what we got to realize is we had 7 coach jobs come open early in the cycle, right? Then you trick it out, and each of the last 3 weeks, somebody else has gotten fired. So now you've put situations that would have been solved a couple of weeks ago, but now they're also hindered by the playoff hiring rules, where you can't interview a guy to a certain point in time. So that's caused a logjam because guys like Schwartz, guys like that type of guy had to wait. The defensive coordinator in Atlanta, Ulbrich, he had to wait because they weren't going to let him out his contract until they got they saw who the head coach was. And there's a nice little video of the two coaches, Stefanski and Ulbrich, debating like who's going to get rid of their beard because they look too much alike. So that, I mean, I hope that answers your question, but I think the Commanders fans in this situation have to be patient because there's so many other dominoes that have to fall first. I think you can position yourself with somebody you want. Maybe that's Al Harris, who they interviewed today. Maybe that's the kid from the Seattle Seahawks, but you got to wait on him. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on, and it's not the same. Don't compare the OC search to this search because it's 2 different searches. And It's 2 different motives behind the search.
I'm gonna say this to you. I'm gonna go ahead and throw my hat in the ring for not only defensive coordinator, but I'm gonna see if I can get the Cleveland Browns job. And I mean, it would only be right if I get the Cleveland Brown head coaching job. I mean, can you dust off your play sheet and come on up?
I gotta call Jeff because the coach made that prioritized material, so I gotta get permission to uncork that and bring it back out.
All right,
man.
I'm just checking
from his stint with the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, now break this down. Commander's Couch. How we gonna do this tonight? How we gonna roll with this?
Let's get. I mean, I know we got a video from Mo, so let's get Mo's point of view. Because for us, I mean, since it's the 2 of us sitting here, we can just go back and forth with our point of view. If anybody else wants to jump in, any Commanders fans that want to sit on the couch and air your grievances, let me know. We'll shoot you the link, and then you just hop in with us and say how you felt.
All right, let's move us to the side, and let's get this video rolling. And this is Mo, Commanders fan.
All right, before I head out for my anniversary, shout out to my wife, Erica, married 11 years. If I would go out for this dinner, I gotta air my grievances. But before I get to the negative stuff, I want to just talk about the positives of the rough season we've had. From the Jeremy Reeves, because when he came in, that boy made an impact. He showed you, why he was a Pro Bowl in special teams, and he should probably get a little bit more burn on next season at safety. A little bit more burn. He proved himself to be solid. The list is pretty short. Krosky married, Bill. He's looking promising. Gonna need another back though, but he's looking promising. I think that might be it for the, for the positives for this season. It was a rough season. Now, to the negatives, or to my actual problem that I have is what do we do with those picks that we traded Chase Young and we traded Montez Sweat for? I think we got Benson, who hasn't done nothing, and if I'm not mistaken, I think the other pick was a second, or was it the third? I'm not sure. I think it might be Jazeer Newton, or was it Luke McCaffrey? It's one of them. Luke is low key my favorite, because I just like a nice little underdog story, and I like his whole family. But Newton did alright. Did the end of the season this year. He did alright. So my thing was, with all those picks that we traded, those guys should at least kept one of them. Should have at least kept Sweat. Because what is our number one problem? Pass rusher. Where we going to year 3 now, right? Since we got rid of him, so we still don't. Our biggest gap is pass rushing. So we already know with that 7 pick, man, Bailey or Bain gone off the board easily, because that's a team need. So those are my first things I got. That's organizational, and then with Adam Peters, it's like, all right, you did all that and made that splash, traded all these guys, but it's like those picks haven't turned out to be anything impactful. Actually, we still have the same gap. So now we know this year we got to be heavy on defense, and we also gonna need another legit wide receiver, because I know Debo not coming back. I mean, he was solid, but I'm just tired of seeing passes behind the line of scrimmage, and then hopefully he can make a move here and there, So that was that. So we need a wide receiver immediately, like an impactful. And I'm not sold on Brandon Ayuk. When was the last time he played? That's a big risk. But I would like to see, a new number 2, I should say. Terry's still the legit number 1. We're gonna need that. But as far as the hiring of was Bilal, I like it in the sense of Jaden doesn't have to go through like a whole new offensive coordinator, in the sense of learning a new playbook and doing all that nonsense. Because what we've went through as Redskins or Commanders fans is we've heard Jason Campbell had an offensive coordinator every year, and RG3 had this many offensive coordinators, and then and they're like have to learn new stuff and new systems, whatever. So that's why I'm on board with this Bilal move. I'm like, it's not too far. And I'm hoping he's more aggressive, like kind of like play calling, like when you watch the Packers play, right? They're going for chunks. Their play designs and everything. They'll run, they'll do their short, but then they're going for chunks. Like they're going for 10, 15, 20 yarder. Last year, all we saw was screens. I mean, even though JD didn't play too much, so I'll give him that. I give him grace in that sense, but it's like. I wasn't a fan of that. That's why I'm cool with Debo leaving, because I mean, technically, that's all Cliff had to work with was a receiver of that type. Because there was a point he was basically our number 1, and if your number 1 is as good as screens and gadget plays, you're kind of fucked, So yeah, that's I'm a fan of the hire, So I like where that's going. We still need to, obviously solidify that defensive coordinator. Just give me a dog, somebody that's going to attack, but personnel's going to matter. So this draft is going to have to be defensive heavy. We're going to have to address a pass rusher. We're going to have to address some safety help. I like our corners. Maybe we could add another one. Definitely. I mean, Bobby Wagner's cool and all, but we need to start thinking about our future linebackers. Like, who's going to be that guy, you know? But with all that said, I'm still looking forward to next season because I'm a diehard fan. I'm really not as mad because I still got a little remnants of the year when we went to the national champion to the conference championship. So that tempered me down a little bit, my anger down. I'm still giving y'all a chance next year, you know, to prove me that this past year was just injuries, you know. But HETR forever, man. Thanks for having me, fellas. Love y'all. Peace.
That's what's up, man. That was I keep messing up his name because I just looked down and saw Anthony's name. That was Mo giving you his thoughts on the Commanders season. Part of the therapy session that is this Commanders couch. Should have brought me a notebook and a pen and do my Brian Gumble whenever people start talking.
Let me jump in there real quick because I felt, I'm gonna tell you something. I felt a little attack by Mo there, and this is all in love because I say that all the time about these young kids. Don't matter if you're in Washington, it don't matter what building you in. When you got a young quarterback and he has to get a new coordinator every year, every other year, he has to keep learning offense. We call that Jason Campbell. We say that all the time around here, and I've been saying it for the past almost 8 years now. So is the boss BJ, but that's how I feel. I don't want my young quarterbacks to go through that. So,
you do know Jalen Hurts has been in 5 offices in 5 years, right? I'm just asking. Did you know?
No, I didn't actually. I'm being honest with you. I did not know.
Yeah,
I did not know that.
Yeah, this will be his 5th.
Well, I guess, I mean, if I can ask you a question, you know, your bright spots for the Commanders this past season.
I'm gonna say one thing before I start with my bright spots. Every time I watch this team play, I never felt like they had the same energy from the year before. Like the way they would, like the year before, if a team went down and scored 7 on us, we put together a 10-play drive and get the 7 back, or we'd get 3, but then the next time we touch the ball, we might go and get 7. Like this offense never seemed unstoppable to me at any point. Whereas the year before, whether it was Cincinnati, those 3 weeks where they didn't punt at all, it just seemed like it was clicking. And I don't know what that was, but it just wasn't the same. And I noticed that from week 1. Like I said that even when they were playing the Giants, I was like, normally the team will respond now, and they didn't. And I just was like, all right, maybe it'll happen this time. And I was like, no, it didn't happen then. And then the Green Bay game was a mollywhopping. But you asked me about positives, so I'm gonna try to stay on note and on key. Bright spots, Krosky Merritt. I thought he gave you something that you didn't expect from a 7th round running back. And I think if he didn't have the fumbles, he would have had 1,000 yards this year. But I think that's one of the struggle. Bright spot, Chris Rodriguez, for a guy that was an afterthought, for him to put himself in the kind of shape he got into to play this year, and he played some good minutes. So that's another one that he may not have been perfect, but I think if you have your starting quarterback, again, you can hide some of the warts that's out there. I think we started seeing some things in the punt return game from Jayden. I thought you saw something in the kick return game from Luke. So I think those were all good options and good things. And I think those are things that they can build on I think from a return standpoint, they'll be fine on specials. I think they just got to keep people healthy. Bobby Wagner, if he comes back, I hope it's a limited role, and I hope you let McGee. And I'd say let's draft another linebacker to get some more speed and youth in there. I like the kid Audi Kalu, but the only problem with Kalu is Kalu doesn't have regard for his body, so he ends up knocking himself out or knocking somebody out. And I don't know if that's always the best thing. We gotta get him a little control on like when to hit people and when not to. Because you want a long career, you don't want to flame out in 3 years because you done knocked yourself out of the league. What else? What else did I like? I think that's it, really. I think he touched on something early about the holdout and the lock in and how that had an issue or created an issue. And I think it might have. I think it could have been a thing because I think it caused a problem. And TJ, I see your comment. Do you want to jump in? And I can send you the link if you want in. And you want to say it instead of typing it up. But yeah, the offense struggled early on because I think they struggled because of that, and because I think guys had to think like if you treat him like that, how are you treating me? How are you going to treat the guy that you think is your franchise? You treat him one way, and then I don't know. So I think that's something. And while I'm on that topic, I'll go ahead and hit Terrence's comment. He says, "I'm gonna say something that some may consider a hot take. Terry holding out and getting bad advice from his agent and circle jacked up the continuity of the offense and doomed the offense from the get-go." I would, but you know what, TJ, I see that, but I give it there's two other things involved there. You know, that line wasn't completely healthy to start camp. So, you know, Cliff had that one presser where he talks about not having people's feet on the grass and not spending enough time on the grass. And I think that is exactly what hurt them, was because they didn't spend enough time on the grass early on, because they didn't get those things locked in. I think the continuity was off the whole time. And it stayed off. It was like they never could get that that thing to make it work out right. You know what I'm saying? What was your positives, KG?
Well, if I had to go to my positive, I gotta agree with you. Bill Krosky Merrick was he was one of the bright spots on this team for 2025. I agree with what Terrence is saying, man. Like Terry holding out messed up a lot. And what Mo said about Debo, yeah, we didn't have the same depth of talent. It wasn't a well of talent, I felt, this season. And you said something that made hella sense. We didn't play the same way we did in 24. You know, we regressed to the point that we played like the 1994 Redskins, where our punter is the best player on the team. It's Tress Wade now, but back then it was Matt Turk. Only Pro Bowler we would have every year is Matt Turk. We didn't have, and I know I'm supposed to be talking about the positives. We lost Austin Eckler early. I didn't like losing him early, but it happens. The receiving room, we didn't have De'Ami Brown. He was gone. Luke got hurt. Olamide Zaccheaus went to Chicago. And you know, we lost a lot in the receiver room. It didn't how you say it? It salute the curl. It just didn't quite curl over. But another positive was that tight end room. I thought we had a really, really great tight end room. And I'm like, I think we're solid at tight end at least for the next 2 to 3 years. And that's just being generous and saying 2 to 3 because it could be longer. But for the next 2 to 3 years, I think we're good.
I think you have to get a receiving tight end to replace Ertz. Even if that's just what he does. And that could come in the form of a draft pick. It could come in the form of signing a tight end free agent like Isaiah Likely, somebody that can just help the QB out. And just I don't know if he's making his screen debut, but gotta give a shout out to my boy. They call him the He-Manimal. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Known this dude for a long time, man. Been trying to get him on the show. Glad he can give us some time. Right now, we just talking about the positives from the Commander season. I know you run the Facebook group, the Command Center.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the group does a lot of good stuff. They do a lot. They do some get-togethers. But give me your thoughts, man. What you think?
I would say you could definitely consider the offense a positive, seeing as how they didn't have much to work with this season, dealing with all the injuries and everything. For the offense to be what, fourth in the league in rushing.
Yep.
Finished the league fourth in the league in rushing. And that's basically without Jaden. I mean, because you consider how much Jaden played. He played in a total of 7 games, but maybe he completed maybe 4. And for them to still be fourth in the league in rushing without a real feature back. I mean, it was a running back by committee with McNichols and Bill and Rodriguez, but still, I mean, most of that is quarterback runs too. But here's the ironic thing: if you take the quarterback runs out of it, that offense that was fourth in the league in rushing goes down to 22.
Yep.
So, as good as we say the rushing game was, there's still something lacking in the running game. Like there's not that back that you can lean on. I don't know if it's Bill. It could be if he gets the fumbles corrected, but there's still something lacking in that running game. Maybe it's the scheme of the blocking. Maybe that's why they let go of the O-line coach. Who knows? Maybe there was a clash in there. That's maybe another reason why Cliff isn't here no more. He wanted the focal point to be the passing game, and Dan Quinn is still old school, thinking that the run game is the way to go. But maybe it's also a thing of where it may have gotten to the point where Cliff wants to do things one way, Dan wants to do things another way, and maybe Dan felt like the way Cliff wanted to run things will be a hindrance on Jaden's development. So you bring in a guy like Blau, who, as many people want to think that his offense is just going to be like Cliff's, I think he has more of an influence from Kevin O'Connell and Ben Johnson. So you might see more of that offense, maybe a little more of a West Coast type blend. That you might see more Jaden under center. You might see more of the run to set up the pass. Using play action to get more people open. So, and it's funny because a lot of the trick plays that you may have seen Detroit do, or even going back to Blau's days when he played at Purdue. I mean, a lot of those trick plays that he incorporates, they actually work and work well to the point where you seeing people running wide open, nobody around them, like free runners. I mean, it could be the tight end. Nobody's within 15 yards of that tight end catching the ball down the field. So, maybe that's what they can use to unlock Senate, because I seriously doubt Zach Ertz is back this year.
Right. Totally agree.
Because of that injury.
Let me ask you this, because there's a run that sticks out, and I truly think this was where did Bill break that run up the sideline? Was that Dallas?
That was the Cowboys. That was Cowboys.
That run to me, I think it kind of sealed. That was another one of those situations where Dan looks at the offensive line and they're going downhill. They're attacking. They're not waiting. And I think they want to be more of an attacking line. They want to do some gap. They want to do some duo. And I think that's more of David's lane, because you talk about the Ben influence and the Kevin influence, as opposed to some of the stuff they were doing with Cliff. And I think that's where they struggled. And I think the other thing they struggled with too, in all honesty, was when you got down to your third, fourth, fifth receiver, those guys were terrible in the run game in terms of blocking. And that the corners just got to shoot up and make plays because they didn't have to worry about getting beat. And secondly, they weren't getting blocked. So there were a couple times, especially the first Cowboy game, where you just could see that the play had no chance because, they couldn't get to the outside. They couldn't get to where they was trying to get to.
I mean, anytime you go into a game with Robbie Chosen and Chris Moore as your top receivers and thinking that the defense is going to be scared of them, I'm sorry, you're not doing anything.
Exactly.
I mean, and to make an offense even work with that, I mean, I don't know what more you wanted him to do.
Exactly. So before you get out of here, give me two things. Your plan or your kind of your thoughts for next season, and then what are we doing with the defense coordinator? You can do that in any order.
So let's go DC first. I think right now they just interviewed Al Harris,
right?
The passing game coordinator from the Bears. They just interviewed him. I for some reason I still think they holding out to interview Raheem Morris.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about that one because he's a name, but his defenses haven't really done much to me. I mean, unless you're just looking for a middle of the pack defense based on, what your offense can do, I guess. But I mean, most of his defensive numbers have been in like the, low teens, high mid-20s.
Right.
I mean, I doubt that's what you want as a defense. Someone that's an intriguing name to me is Carl Scott. He's the DB coach for the Seattle Seahawks.
Right.
I think getting him in could possibly bring over a few of the Seattle DB free agents like Tariq Woolen. Maybe a couple of other corners and safeties, maybe to pair up with, someone like Trey Amos and Mikey Sanders still, because truth be told, yes, Mikey had a bad year, but he's really like the only ball hawk you have on the defense.
Right.
I mean, they had a total of 7 or 8 interceptions, and Mikey had 4 of them.
Yep.
So, as bad as he played, I think that was more about the scheme than it was the actual player.
I think it's also like a pass rush.
So you're looking at Scott, you're looking at Harris. I think Jonathan Gannon could be an option. Surprisingly, I think I can't think of his name. Patrick Graham. He was the former defensive coordinator for the Raiders. More known for his time with the Giants. I think he could be an option as well. I think it's going to be a thing of where you might have to wait until probably after the Super Bowl for news to happen on that front. But we'll see. As far as next season goes, well, the first thing to look forward to is the new uniforms that'll be unveiled. That'll be coming probably sometime before the draft. Hopefully.
So you had this in authority, or
I think it's going to be a thing of where they try to incorporate more of the Roman aspects of the name Commanders. You've basically been seeing that throughout all the last season, where they've been incorporating more of the Roman Empire themes with the team. So I think that the Super Bowl era uniforms that they debuted last year, that's basically going to be the white jersey portion of it. They'll probably add a burgundy jersey to that. They'll probably get a throwback jersey that'll be featuring the spear. So that'll be something to look forward to. Then as far as the draft, I actually think they might be a trade back candidate to acquire more picks, because even though they traded for Laramie Tunsil, that gave up their 2nd and 4th round pick this year. But I'm sorry, Tunsil was good enough to where that trade was
It's a plus.
was worth it.
Yeah.
But I can see them trading back not far from the top 10, maybe down to 10. Maybe the Chiefs can come up from 9 to 7 to try to get a maybe try to take Jeremiah Love or something like that.
Sound like you watched the show.
But they need to acquire more picks. They need some more swings. They definitely need some more swings in the batter's box. So I can see them trading back, and depending on how free agency goes, if they want to spend some of that money that they're gonna have in free agency, because Lattimore's not coming back. We can pretty much put that on the board. That's gonna save them close to $20 million right there. So they could have anywhere between $80 to $100 million in free agent in cap space.
Right.
A couple other moves that can make. I can see Deron Payne getting traded from anywhere between a third to a 5th round pick, depending on the team. Maybe Andrew Wiley gets moved.
I think he's a free agent.
So there's moves that they can make where they can have anywhere between, like I said, 80 to maybe even 110, 120 million in cap space. So this roster is going to look totally different next year. Totally different. I mean, you had a lot of guys on 1-year contracts anyway. So this roster is going to look totally different. How the team looks next year is mainly going to depend on who they hire as a defensive coordinator and if they can get anything out of the defense. If they can get anything out of this defense to look even remotely good, like they are actually pros,
right,
then we could be cooking with something. If not, we're going to be right here next year wondering who our coach is going to be, wondering who the OC is going to be, wondering who the DC is going to be, possibly wondering who the general manager is going to be. We'll see.
I don't think you can do that.
I don't think Peters is going anywhere, because he came in and inherited a mess anyway. But that could be on the table as well. So it's all going to depend on who that DC hire is and just how everything meshes in the offseason and going into next season, because Quinn cannot run a soft camp.
Right.
He cannot afford to run a soft camp this year. All them vet days, and we're going to take it easy this day, we're going to take it easy that day. Doing all that didn't work. I mean, this is football. We gotta go ahead and get everybody ready to play. So that's what's going to determine how this next season is going to go.
All right, I lied because I do have one more question. I want to double back to what you just said about the jerseys. So you think
did you go on mute? I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
I can't hear nobody.
We had this problem the other night. Let's do this. Go ahead, KG. Give your thoughts.
Well, I love what Turn said. I Lattimore can't come back. I feel like BJ with Josh Norman. If you need me to drive the U-Haul to wherever the hell you going, I'll drive the U-Haul. Like I'm down for it. They say you traded to Las Vegas. All right, load this U-Haul up. Get them up out of here. As a former defensive back, I think we have a problem in the defensive backfield because we don't have corners and safeties. Because if you're going to have corners and safeties that play the way that our corners and safeties played in 2025, you better have yourself a monster pass rush up the middle. You better have Deacon Jones on one side with LT rushing from the other side. You better have such a pass rush. The corners is sitting back there on the island because you're never going to get the ball off type thing. It's not going to work. And I would love in the first round, we got ourselves a defensive stud that could change the game with his play and actually came in, worked hard, and was an impact, not just his rookie year. I don't want a Javon Curse. I need somebody that plays like that every year for the next 10 to 14 years. Well, I'm talking double-digit sacks guaranteed, and we are in the top 5 every year on defense. I know I'm asking for a lot, but that's what I like.
Let me ask you this. Mel Kiper just came out with his first mock draft of the season. He has the Commanders taking Miami edge Reuben Baines Jr. with the 7th overall pick. What you think about that?
I'm down with it because he's a disruptor. I watched him in that national championship game, and the way he shed blocks and the way he sliced through holes about this big where it's just a sliver of light and he sliced through it to get to the backfield. I would like that. Only thing we got to do, we got to baptize and get that Miami, convict stuff up off of them. Baptize them right in D.C. But, we'll get Doc Walker to baptize them. But other than that, I would love to have him. I agree with what you said about Deron Payne because I always said Deron Payne should have been the one gone, not Jonathan Allen. And I got a big problem with the defensive line because I had such high hopes for this defensive line because of having Von Miller coming in. We got Kinlaw. Who else did we get? I'm a big Eddie Goldman fan. Like Eddie Goldman's my guy because his dad is somebody that I wouldn't be sitting here if it wasn't for his dad because I used to talk sports with his dad all the time. Close friend. And so I'm a big Eddie Goldman fan, been a fan of his since he was at Friendship. I watched from high school all the way through the championships at Florida State to the, through the NFL. But defensively, we got to do something because Kinlaw didn't pay dividends this year. Johnny Newton, when he was healthy, I'm with it.
Here's the problem with Newton with two things real quick. I don't think anybody really understood how much the Dietrich Wise injury hurt. Because he was one of them guys. He really wasn't going to give you much on the pass rush, but he was going to definitely set that edge in the run game. So that injury hurt. Number 2, I really don't think that this coaching staff understood how to play Johnny Newton. Because
agreed.
How do you wait until the second Dallas game to finally play him at 3 technique, the same position that he played at Illinois that garnered him all the attention that he got, that would have made him a first-round pick, that was supposedly going to make him a first-round pick in the draft. And you wait till, the 14th, 15th game of year 2 to play him at 3 technique, and you see what he produced, 5, 7 tackles, 9 tackles, 3 sacks, 5 tackles for a loss. I mean, how do you wait that late into the second year of the season to finally play him at the right position? So it's like that automatically tells me this coaching staff is relying on the scheme instead of putting players in their best position to make plays.
Agreed.
Oh boy, you gonna have now UNK? Oh, okay.
So, I don't know. I mean, it's a lot that needs to happen this offseason, but it's a lot that's gonna happen. It's a lot that should happen, and I'm just excited to see where it goes.
We can't go into 2026 with Percy Butler as strong safety. Now, I know Mo was talking about Jeremy Reeves. Jeremy Reeves is a special teams guy for me. I've never seen him as a starting safety, but he proved me wrong. I will say that he proved me wrong. But we can't go into the season Percy Butler and Quan Martin as your starting safeties or Jeremy Reeves. go into the season like that. We need somebody. We need somebody else. We need something. We need a safety that's a hybrid who can play in the box, but can also cover as well. I mean, everybody's not going to be sideline to sideline. I'm cool with that. But we need corners that can actually play man, play zone, and not get burnt by mediocre receivers. It seems like I'm an old school Redskin fan, so I'm historic. It seems like whenever you need a play, you just pick on a Washington cornerback and you're gonna get the first down. You know, back in the day, it was like, okay, Darrell Green on the left, I'm gonna pick on the corner on the right. I'm gonna get this first down. And I don't want to live in that anymore. I want to get out of that. I want to have a corner. If I got one corner that's locking one side down, I'm okay with that. But we have no lockdown corners. We have no hard hitting safeties. Nothing. These guys they can't tackle. No, nothing. We got to figure out what's going on in the secondary.
I think the
right coach will make that happen.
I think the other injury that people forget about is the one to Harris, the safety. Because I think if you watch the last part of the season, he was another reason why that defense, especially the secondary, played much better. It's because he was putting people in the right position. He was getting them set up right. So I think Quan has to either be the third safety or he has to be gone. I think you have to bring in somebody to be your free and go with that. I think Reed showed you he can play it. I think another year of the Owens kid. So I think you're going to have some things and some options. Before we get out, anything else you want to say or make sure you get across, because we got to get to the baseball news and then try to get out of here. Terrence? I don't think you can hear me.
Can you hear me, Terrence?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, you got anything else before we switch gears and get out of here?
I think the last thing I want to say something about is the new stadium.
Okay.
I'm just a big fan of how they designed the new stadium. I just can't wait to see how it really looks when it opens, and I just like the renderings that came out. That's all. That's all.
All right, man. Well, thanks for coming out. I don't know if you can hear me. Let them know.
He said, thanks for coming out, Terrence. Appreciate you. I love what you said about the stadium because everybody told me it wasn't possible, and now it's almost close. I've been saying it for 5 or 6 years. It's beautiful. It's holy. It's magnificent.
It is. And the wild part about it is, if you notice some of the other stadium renderings that have come out recently, like Tennessee and Cleveland, what's that, Buffalo, all of them pretty much look the same, except for all the inside looks the same. The outside maybe have a couple of bells and whistles the other stadiums don't have. This stadium here, the Commanders' new stadium, is so DC. It's so DC. It fits in perfectly with the area. So I just can't wait to see it finished.
Hopefully, it looks exactly how the renderings go. So that's what I'm hoping.
Yeah. Definitely.
All right.
It's been fun, guys, man. I appreciate y'all having me on here. Hopefully we can do it again soon.
Of course. Appreciate you coming.
All right, fellas.
All right, man. Now, Midnight Rider, you said you got some MLB news, but go ahead.
No. Before we get to the MLB news, just it's funny what he was saying because he said a lot of good stuff. Now I see he fits more with you than he does with me. So I got to make sure I get some backup on the next couple of shows. Y'all got that old school mentality. Hey, and I didn't want to miss somebody who's in the show because when y'all were talking about corners, I remember a couple years ago, I used to call a play. I used to say the offenses had a play called Hot 26. And that's where all you do is come out the huddle and locate Josh Wilson, and that's where you go.
And
So,
Josh Wilson was my guy.
I used to talk so bad about him. Lee Ice could tell you, boy. That was one dude that I'm glad I didn't have a show when he was playing with us, because I might have gotten some threats.
Basically how I was with Josh Norman.
Yes.
Gotcha. I guess we go to the MLB news because I'm good, man.
Yeah. We good on that part. Dang, I wish I had a chance to upload the picture. So basically, the MLB news is the Washington Nats actually made a move today. They traded Mackenzie Gore to the Texas Rangers. In return, they received 5 players. When you look at the return, do me a favor and understand that the return you're looking at and the numbers you see beside these players' names is their team ranking. So like somebody might be the number 2 prospect, but he's the number 2 prospect in the Rangers organization. But he might be the 35th or the 45th prospect in the top 100 for baseball. So it should be like 2 numbers besides some of these players' names when you look at the rankings. Sometimes they'll do 2, sometimes they'll be lazy and just do the rankings that they have inside their organization. So that's one thing as a fan I want you to look at and understand what you're seeing. The second thing is they get a young pitcher who can. The way I heard it today was he's got 3+ pitches and he's got plus control. If he can be healthy, he's going to be, or he could be, a second or third starter, right? The shortstop that they got, he was drafted this past season, number 12 overall. He can actually, I think they say he's 6'3", 200 pounds. So the mold and the fit has him playing more shortstop more third base than shortstop. So that's another thing to keep an eye on. And then you got the other 3 guys are kind of like wild cards. The last of the 3 is a first baseman or DH. So keep your eyes out on that. But that's a situation that's something you might want to just keep your eyes on, because he could possibly be up this season, like sometime in the middle of the year playing with this team. So could the pitcher, I think his name is Rosario. But just a couple things to keep your eyes on. But the Nats did actually make a trade today and actually got a player and got some players back. All I gotta say is you guys be ready for 2028, because the way these teams are building in this area, I mean, the Commanders have a chance to turn around next year, but for this upcoming season. But the Wizards and the Nationals, you might get some huff and puff out of the Wizards in 2027, but 28 might be the year where it all has to come together. Because I don't know, man. I'm not optimistic too much right now.
When's the last time we had that in DC where we were firing, all 4 cylinders were firing? I mean, I do remember a point in time where we had a 2-3 year stretch and I was sipping the Kool-Aid and
you were.
I'm hanging out the window talking about Titletown, USA, and here you are holding my shirt talking about get your ass back in here. You and BJ, man, because you had the Nats, the Caps, the Mystics, the Washington Valor. We had 4 championships within the span of like 2 years.
Yep.
And I was like, this is Titletown, USA. We're winning everything. All we got to do is get everybody else on board. We're doing everything. And y'all was like, get your ass in here, sit down and close that window.
You're embarrassing us. No.
But when's the last time we actually had that? Honestly, I mean, all jokes aside, when's the last time we actually had that where we were firing on all cylinders?
Think about it. You never had that because baseball didn't get here until 2005. So their peak was, the best year was probably 2012. Because 2012, you had the run by the Redskins, and you had the World Series run.
Yeah.
Of course, they lose Game 5 of the finals to the Cardinals in heartbreaking fashion. That divisional series, but you also have the Redskins. Excuse me, the Redskins lose in that same stretch to Seattle, and that's kind of when like the window closed. And then 2019, was that the Kirk year where we had a winning end and they didn't win an end with New York?
I believe so.
And then 19, of course, you had the Nats win it all. But it's been some lean years.
Yeah, and I'm looking at it, and you had the Caps. Let's not leave out the Caps because the Caps had their runs with Bruce Boudreau, where they were one of the most exciting teams in the NHL, but they just couldn't get over the hump. They could outscore everybody during the regular season, but couldn't get over the hump in the playoffs. And then all of a sudden, they get over the hump. They in there. But last year we had to run with the Commanders going all the way to the NFC Championship game, and I agree with what you're saying. 27, 28, it's gonna look real good, especially if the Wizards keep doing what they're doing and don't mess up.
And here's something that Terrence said, and I didn't know how well he heard me, so I didn't want to comment if he couldn't hear my mic for some reason. That's the second time that's happened. I gotta figure out what's going on, but the stadium design. I don't know if you noticed, but look at the side view of the stadium again. Because the side view of the stadium, if you look at the pillars, they look more like pillars into a coliseum. So when he said they may be leaning into that more of that Roman Empire image, it made a ton of sense. Because they have used the spear. They do have that those images with them holding the spear and like looking like it's in the catacombs or something like that. So I can see that being something they lean into. And then the other thing, I think you get, if memory serves me correctly, and I got to go back to NFL rules for this, but I think they give you 3 helmets. So the question would be and what I wish he could have heard me ask him was, if you go do a burgundy feature, because I think they love the black. I don't care what nobody else thinks. I think they love the black. I think they love the Super Bowl edition. They may tweak the helmet a little bit to make it a little truer to what we're used to, but I think that's going to get a tweak, and I think the burgundy gets a tweak at some point. And I don't know if they do a Super Bowl edition and we're just wearing Super Bowl editions for home and away, and then for 4 games of the season we wear the black as the throwback or the whatever it's called.
I'm gonna tell you this: the renderings they have of this new stadium, and I said it when I first saw it. It gives a futuristic RFK vibe with the scoop in the middle, like what is that called? Cantilever is what it's called, and that's the way RFK was the first of its kind, but it became quote unquote one of the cookie cutter stadiums because everything was modeled after. Same thing with Camden Yards in baseball. Right. Everything was modeled after it was built. But I'm gonna say this: it's not overly big. It's just right. And I said this years ago. I said, if you build a stadium on the RFK site, you have to add a feature into this stadium where that lower bowl in the end zone rocks. You have to have that in there.
There's gonna be some variation of that, trust and believe, because these are old school fans. Like, I think the one thing we keep forgetting is, like, this group has a plan. They're not just throwing everything together as they go to cover up for some other stuff or cover up from this issue. They have a plan in place, and they're going to execute their plan to the best of their ability. So that's why you're seeing the things you're seeing. You're seeing the steps that they're taking. So this isn't going to be rushed together. It's not going to be pieced together. Like, they've thought this out, and they know what the financial gain would be from this if they get it right. So early on, I think there's going to be tailgating, as they transition. Because I don't know if people remember, but at 2005, there wasn't you had better views around Nats Park. But as time went on, you started getting building here, building there, and you kept getting cranes and things of that nature, and that's when it got built up. And what the city has to do is be patient and let them build the stadium in, and then start filling in the other pieces around it. And if you'll see, in like 5 to 10 years, you'll have another place similar to Nats Park where people can go and have fun and experience the stadium experience. Because you have that experience going along with what you have at Nats. And if the Nats ever just decided to win, you know how much they have down there already? You already got government buildings, you got people down there, and all they got to do is walk across the street to the game. Like, they're missing out on so much. And I know 2020 killed them, but they missed out on so much that they could have taken advantage of. They could have had this city by the throat if they just did things better. So hopefully today is a step in the right direction. But I wanted to make sure I got that in. There are other moves in baseball, but I want to talk about the Nats before we got out of here, because we at 1:35. So I know the boss is ready for us to get this party over with. All right, folks. So for Terrence J, for Mo, for the big guy KG, I'm the Midnight Rider. Thank you for joining us on this edition of the Commander's Couch. Hopefully we want to do this ever again or anytime soon. With that being said, Saturday morning, Gridiron, 11:30. WrestleManiacs at 9. Sunday Rise at 11. Hop in with your boys. Join us. Have some fun, because we're going to have a lot of fun talking about the three different things we got going on. With that being said, good night and enjoy your evening.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back, everyone, to another edition of Unapologetic Sports. It's your favorite uncle, along with the fly guy himself, Flying Brian. But hold on, y'all. Hold on. One second. I got to make sure.
What's wrong? What? You like my hat?
Hold. What are you wearing, man?
I'm a Rams guy. What are you talking about? Is it in the background right there? That's me. I've always been with Matt Stafford. Let me get my Matt Stafford picture. Oh, wait. Yeah, we got a lot to talk about, don't we? With freezers and fire-ins and
Hey, do y'all see what I see? Do y'all see what I see? Okay. He's a Rams guy, y'all. That's what he just said, right? Hey, man, when the fly guy comes back, in the meantime, in between time, let's thank everybody for tuning in last week's show, and let's thank everybody for tuning in this week's show. Like your Uncle Lee Ice always say, I hope we can entertain y'all doing whatever you're going through. If you had a rough day, kick it with us for this 60 minutes or 60, 75 minutes. Oh, okay. All right, he's back, y'all. The Fly Guy's back in his Bill Mafia attire. Welcome back, man. Welcome back.
Yeah.
Welcome back. I was thanking everybody for tuning in. The last week's show, thanking everybody for tuning in. And I was like, come back. Sit back, kick it with us. Whatever you're going through, something hard, put it aside. Come have some fun with us. Even if you had a good day, still chill. Come have some fun with us. Don't nobody chop it up like Unapologetic, the Fly Guy, and your favorite Uncle Lee Ice. Brian, I would say, how are you? But I pretty much know how you're doing. So we'll just save that for later.
Yeah, there's lots
you ready to get things started?
Yes, sir.
Give it to me. Oh, forgot to do. Yeah, all right. He knows, y'all. He keeps me in check, man. All right, let's get right to the recap. Who you want to go first?
Let's go ahead and do the college, since that's the biggest story, I guess.
Oh,
yeah.
My Hurricanes lost, but nothing to be ashamed of. It was a great game.
Yeah, great game.
It was You actually, hey, all right.
Yeah.
Let's give him a round of applause. It was a
prep.
great game, man. Indiana, they deserve to win. A lot of Heisman moments for Fernando Mendoza. Everybody's going to be talking about the play on 4th and 5 near the goal line, the dive. I'm pretty sure, like they were saying, there'll probably be a statue. Everybody from the state of Indiana probably had that picture on their wall. But, like I said, it was a great game. I mean, both teams have nothing to be ashamed of. The better team won. They was favored to win. Miami gave it their all. It was, like I said, it was a very entertaining game to watch. What you think?
Yeah, obviously the the running play at the end. I watched the first. I watched the beginning of it, and then went to something else and came back, and then watched like the whole last half. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just I'm only a Bills fan. I'm not a local sports teams fan. I don't have a college team, so it's hard for me to get invested because I just don't have anyone to follow. The reason I'm a Bills fan is just is a weird reason, but but yeah, I mean, when it's exciting and it's fun, but every time I look at a college highlight normally or a score, it's always 55-10. Like that's not fun to watch, especially if you're not rooting for anyone. But yeah, it was very exciting. He had that moment. The next few weeks stuff we'll talk more about when the draft is coming. But so what do you think about him? Obviously he's going to be the first pick of the draft. I'm pretty sure the Raiders are going to talk him, although there is a weird rumor going around about the Ravens. Maybe it's just
what?
Trading for the pick, giving up Lamar and a bunch of picks. Maybe it's just a nonsense I've seen on Facebook, but I've seen it in a couple different places of a weird rumor about trading Lamar to the Raiders.
Really?
Again, it might just be complete nonsense, but I saw it on a couple different pages. But
I mean, if you're the Raiders, when you make that trade,
isn't it weird though that two teams
MVP? Even though I don't think he will ever win a Super Bowl, but hey, he'll bring excitement back to the Raiders. Isn't
it weird that two teams may or may not be having this big, thought, and neither of them have a coach? I mean, I don't know.
I know it's a long shot because nephew Josh informed me last night when I was talking to him. He said that the Indiana coach is not an NFL coach, but if I'm the Raiders, man, I'm throwing everything at him.
Yeah, I heard that on
everything. What I'm like, here's the blank check. What do you want? Because you get to draft your guy. You get to build with your guy. You know what I'm saying? Because it's as good as it's ever going to get in Indiana. Okay? The expectations moving forward, you will never, ever meet. I can't see them winning. I'll take that. I'm not giving them enough credit. Who knows? This could be the start of a dynasty. But he won't have his quarterback. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He would have to recruit. I heard they already got another recruiter, and I'm sure the human guru himself, Midnight Rider, will inform us of the quarterback that's coming in. But this is as good as it get right now. This is as good as it get. He's 6. I mean, but if he don't have NFL aspirations, I understand it. This is going to be a movie, of course. Somebody say Who's is part 2, the football rendition. So it was, like I say, it was a great game. I tell you who I love, man. When I first saw him beginning of the season, when he scored his first touchdown, he was only 17. Malachi Tony. This guy, man,
Yeah.
he has Heisman written all over him. This is the Rocket and Desmond Howard plus. You know what I'm saying? This guy,
Yeah, so like I
he's
said,
the
I
next
never watched
guy.
him before. I never, because again, I don't watch. But yeah, he
Right.
was exciting. You could tell that they were putting their eggs in his basket.
He's going to get stronger. This guy is incredible.
So
Who said
Midnight Rider said, why leave Indiana? He can start a dynasty. He owns the state of Indiana.
Yeah. The thing is, what's the odds of him getting another championship? I'm just saying, like I said, this could be the start of a dynasty. It could be, but Indiana, like I said, he has to dig down in recruiting, and I know he brought a lot of his players from James Madison over. So, I would just, if I'm the Raiders, I'm gonna give it a shot. You can only say no, right?
Right.
You can only say no.
I know everybody really wants to hear my more in-depth college point of view because I'm so so knowledgeable of it, but they might be able to give you a little more information coming up on the Tuesday Night Flight next. So let's move on to a little more of our specialty. I don't know if I really want to move on to it, but the
wow, I'm impressed. You brought it up quick.
Yeah, obviously the Buffalo Bills went to Denver. They lost 33-30 in the overtime. Game of the weekend. Obviously, the loss was tough. It just seems like Buffalo's losses are always devastating. Like they just can't lose. Like they got spanked by the Bengals a few years ago at home. It's true though.
It's gotta be. You and the boss man. I give it to y'all. That's gotta be one of the hardest things to do is to be a Buffalo Bill fan. Y'all losses are just gut wrenching, man.
The loss to the Bengals a few years ago was the biggest gap loss. Like they got beat soundly, and nobody cares. Nobody talks about it because they just got beat. But they have all these losses recently. I wasn't old enough to remember the first Super Bowl, but obviously wide right, the Music City Miracle. They get blown out by Dallas twice. They talk a lot. They talk a lot of crap going into your game. I know there's a famous. My dad brings it up all the time. I don't remember who said it. I'm just will make it in the comments.
Yeah,
they were gonna gut the Hogs.
Yeah, the dumbass defensive coordinator.
Yeah, stuff like that. They just can't lose. And I know it's emotional. I know Josh is getting mocked for it, and there are memes of it and stuff, him crying and all that. And but we'll talk more about it in the body of the show. And then they fire McDermott. Now I've been against McDermott's firing for a while. Again, my son was on the show last week. He's been on the show last couple weeks. He's been wanting McDermott fired for years, and I've been against it mostly because, again, he's not going to get us over the hump. I don't know that. I have no idea. I just don't know what is on the other side. Do I honestly think they can bring somebody in that's going to put him over the hump? I don't know. Maybe they will, but Harbaugh's already out. Tomlin's not. We're getting too much into it. We got to cover that later on. But but it was a great game. Josh had 4 turnovers. Obviously, he also had 4 touchdowns. He took the lead with 4 minutes to go. He got him to overtime. I know he missed the throw to Knox that would have won the game. I guess we'll talk about it real quick. I honestly don't really have an opinion because I don't know the rules. I'm not a ref. I see penalties all the time that I don't understand. I see things happen that I don't understand. But do I think it was a catch or not? I really don't have an opinion. When he caught it and he went down, we all screamed in my house. I went, "Oh my God, Brandon Cooks did it!" And then he ripped the ball out, and I was like, "Okay, it was an interception." And when they showed it, I don't know. Apparently, everybody seems to be split on it, but.
If I'm a Buffalo Bill fan, I'm pissed right now. Okay.
So you think it was a catch?
I thought it was. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't know I would rule it a catch, but when you see when at the Chicago game,
Yeah.
and the guy catches it, and he was
Yeah.
ruled down after he caught it, then the ball then I would be pissed. That should have been a catch, ruled a catch. If the guy in the Chicago game caught it,
Yeah.
then that should have been ruled a catch.
Yeah, the Rams game. I know everybody's been talking about that. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and act like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to the rules. And we make a joke because I said there's a bunch of family here where we all watch it together. Every time they like make a run or something, like, oh, he got 4 yards, and then it'll pop up, he got 2. It's like, oh, it looked like 4 to me. I don't know, but I hoped it was a catch. There's a bunch of pictures and angles that you see where it damn sure looks like he's got the ball and he's being touched by the guy.
The thing is, how many times have we seen something that's not a fumble because he was ruled down by contact? With his butt on the ground, ass on the ground, knee on the ground, anything. He was clearly on the ground. His back and ass was on the ground.
They're talking about survive the ground, like the ball's got to survive the ground. That's fine, but I don't know how you survive the ground when the guy's ripping the ball out. Like, I mean, if that guy wasn't there and he landed on his back, I don't think he would have lost control of the ball, right? I mean, he lost control of the ball because it was being taken away. I don't know. I know that, like, I watch a show on Fox Sports 1. The main guy on there was adamant that it wasn't a catch. I also watched LaShawn McCoy and the guy he does a video podcast with. They both immediately were yelling during the game it was a catch. I know Joe Burrow has tweeted, it hasn't tweeted in years, and he tweeted that it wasn't a catch. So, I don't know. You got players who are saying it is. You got players that say it isn't. You got referees saying it was. You got referees saying it wasn't. I don't know.
But the thing is,
I wish it wasn't a catch.
they didn't even look at it. That's what
Well, that's what McDermott was really upset about, and he brought up in the press conference that
got him fired though.
Yeah, that was part of it, and there's something else to come out about that today. We'll talk about, but real quick,
hats off to Denver because they found a way to win,
and they stayed with him. I mean, you know, a lot of people thought
I didn't think they were going to be able to stay with him.
Yeah, and again, Buffalo had 5 turnovers. They have 2 turnovers. They probably win that game soundly.
Right.
The turnover, I guess we got to mention it. The turnover at half, obviously that was on Josh, him running like that, and I don't know what he was doing with the ball. But again, there's that on McDermott too. Why do anything there? Just go in the half. We saw the Rams do it the very next day. They had a few seconds. They had timeouts. They knelt the ball. They went in the half because they had the ball at half. So again, that was also another little coaching thing where you're trying to make something happen when you're only down by 7 and you got the ball at halftime. It was a weird call to go for it, and it was weird that Josh took off and just didn't go down, knowing he couldn't stop the clock. It was very weird. Real quick, we'll move on to the next game. I got all my family feels sorry for me because they're here watching. My uncle thinks it was a catch. My other uncle thought it was a catch. And you never guess what my mom thinks. She thought it was a catch. So
I thought it was a catch too. I thought it should have been ruled a catch. If you're down, if a runner has the ball and he's down by contact, and then it comes out, they rule that down by contact. That's what I saw. So that should have been a ruled a catch.
All right, so we're gonna move on.
Next game.
Well, we don't talk about this game too much because the Seattle Seahawks, they destroyed the 49ers.
Oh my goodness.
The injuries finally caught up. It wasn't much of a game. Again, most of us on the show last week, we picked the 49ers, but Darnold, didn't need to do much. So Seahawks look hot going into the championship game, beat down the 49ers. Anything on that real quick?
I got a shout out to the Midnight Rider. He was the only one that picked Seattle, wasn't it?
What's happened?
Wasn't it? I think he was
Hold
the
on,
only
I can't
one.
hear you.
I said shout out to the Midnight Rider. I think he was the only one that picked the Seahawks. Can you hear me? Well, Fly Guy has dipped away a little while. So you got Lee Ice by himself rolling until he gets back. Nothing much to say about, like I said, this game. 49ers got their ass kicked. I didn't see this coming. I thought the 49ers would show some pride, more pride. I mean, not saying that they didn't have pride. I didn't see this ass whooping coming. So opening kickoff, they take it back, touchdown. They never recovered from that. You back, B?
What's going on?
You still having problems?
I hear you now. I don't know what's going on. All right, I got.
He's back, y'all.
Yeah.
Oh no, you
There we
got
go. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, we got
you got
everything
that
went.
Buffalo Wi-Fi?
I guess. We got.
I was just saying, man, there's nothing, like you said, ain't much to talk about this. Seattle got their ass kicked. Not Seattle. 49ers got their ass kicked. Seattle returned the opening kickoff, and it was off and running from there.
Real quick, because we are professionals here. Doesn't matter that we have it doesn't matter that we have technical difficulties. We talked about the Bills game and didn't mention the second most important thing in the game. Bo Nix is hurt.
Oh yeah. That's I mean, we'll talk about that in the preview though. Yeah,
And then
that's
also
bad,
we
though.
have if you guys can't tell, if everybody watching should know who we have as our guest, old Matty Ice. Be joining us for the rest of the show, talking about coaches, firings, and hopefully Rams going to the Super Bowl. I'm a big Rams fan. I don't know if anybody knows that.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate it. Man, Lee Ice, I've been looking forward to this for a while now. I told you I love your damn voice. Like your voice is just perfect for sports talk, man. It's just I'm psyched to be on here.
Oh man, thank you, sir. Thank you, brother. I got a question for the fly guy.
Yeah.
What does it feel like to be surrounded by ice?
It's cold. Well, it's real cold. It's going to be cold in a little bit. So another game, not a whole lot to talk about. Texans defense is great, and apparently CJ Stroud just don't know how to play football anymore after his rookie year. I don't know what.
I tried to tell y'all last week. It's real. It's real in New England, man, and they're going to the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
they
I mean,
and I
sure
know
does look
you.
by the way.
I know you and the rest of the all Buffalo Bills fans. Y'all gonna hate seeing them in the Super Bowl, boy.
Well, it also sucks too because after the performance that the Broncos put on against Buffalo and it being in Denver, it would have been a really close game. I don't think it was a guarantee either. I mean, either way, now it's almost a guarantee unless we get some Jeff Hostetler, Nick Foles magic. But yeah, Drake May turned the ball over 3 times and they still won by double digits.
What you think about? What you think about it, Matty?
Oh, this game was over early on too. I mean, I feel bad for CJ Stroud being an Ohio State guy. It was hard to watch that first half. The only thing I'd say this too is I don't think New England played particularly well. They also had 3 turnovers themselves. So this was not a pretty game on either side of the ball. Just New England was better, and CJ just couldn't do anything. I mean, in fairness to him, he also didn't have Nico Stroud. Then he loses Schwartz, I think, on the first or second possession of the game. Then he loses his other tight end later in the game. So he was without some of his more significant weapons that he's had down the stretch. But it didn't really surprise me that New England won this game.
To be that bad, man, that was just terrible.
I will say I was a little surprised because the defense did exactly what we thought they were going to do, and they got 3 turnovers. I know the score is 21-16, but Stroud just needed to be competent, and he just wasn't.
He just looked lost. I mean, the look on his face is like, I don't know. I think one announcer said he just looked defeated.
All right. So the other good game, and arguably might have had the greatest play we've seen in the last 20 years. The Rams went into Chicago, 20-17. Actually, the game itself wasn't great going into the fourth quarter. I mean, it was fine. It was close, and then they just turned it on in the fourth quarter, and then Caleb Williams decided to run backwards 20 yards and launch himself on 1 foot and throw a perfect pass into the end zone. And then did what young quarterbacks do and throw a pick and lose the game. So, but it was a great game.
Design play. Ben Johnson drew that up, right?
Like that?
Yeah, he did. He does. He draws plays up. Like, look at it. Go back and look at some of the Lions plays that they ran. That wasn't luck. I mean, it was luck that he can, but that was drawn up. He had everybody go to the right. and who was the receiver who caught the ball? If you watch, he's slowly going like that. And he has the arm talent to make that throw, man. That wasn't no Hail Mary. What you think, Maddie?
It's that watching that play and Jimmy J in the comments, if you put up his comment, man, he's exactly what I'm thinking too. Is like you see that ball go in the air and you're like, oh, that's going to get picked because he's on his back foot throwing that thing into the end zone. Like,